energy. Let's welcome, please, Anas and Asala. Assalamu alaikum, Anas wa Asala. Hi, guys. How are you? How are the kids? And we'd like to hear from you, your followers. We know that you are so eager to be here with us at the summit. We understand the situation that you are in. Safety is more important than anything else. How are you? How is the family and the kids?
Alhamdulillah, like we're really all well, doing well right now, and we're just grateful, you know, that we were able to escape the fires with what's happening here. It's really crazy. It's almost straight out of a movie. So, alhamdulillah, yani.
Alhamdulillah, we feel really good. I think 2 days ago, I think they had to evacuate, and then I had to come back and then do other things. It was just really crazy. However, we really wanted. It was very important for us to come here today, Alia, to just say, we really wish we were there in Dubai. You know, Dubai is like our second home. It means so much to us. And if we were at the Billion Summit, every year we learn so much from being there. And it feels like a ghassa, you know, inside of us not being there. So we just wanted to come out and say, we would have loved to be there.
We appreciate, and there's so much work that they put into the Billion Summit. We know that, especially this year. Every year it's only getting bigger and bigger. So thank you guys so much for all the hard work you guys are doing. And seriously, we learn, even us ourselves as creators for 8+ years, like we still learn so much at this summit. So I know how much creators are benefiting being there right now. So
So every person who's hearing us right now, I know we're probably on a screen somewhere.
The room is full, crowded.
Here we go. We can't see as much. We're talking through a little phone. But I just want to say, learn as much as you can. It's a moment that I think if you cherish it and take it with you, you will find that things will change in your life after this. So, and we're sorry that we're not there, but it was really ظروف قاهرة مثل ما بيقولوا. فسامحونا أهل الإمارات ولكل الكريتيفز موجودين. We love you so much.
Thank you very much, Anas wa Asala, for taking the call. I know that you're shifting houses and moving. So stay safe and send our regards to your kids. Thank you very much.
Yeah, take care. Thank you so much, Alia. Thank you for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Anas and Alia, and we wish them the best and safety. Now, you guys, I just want to check in with all of you. How are we all feeling? Are we feeling good? Yeah? Are we excited for the next sessions to come? Come on, you guys. It could be louder. Don't be shy. All right, yeah, that's what I want to hear. All right, Noura, you know this next session, actually, I'm very excited about. This guy who's about to join us on stage, I've been personally watching him ever since I was a kid, and I can't believe he's here today.
I am also a fangirl. I remember him from back in the days, Vine, YouTube, TikTok.
All of it.
All these insane illusions. I think I see somebody already smiling at me like, yeah, I know who's coming. Yeah, you probably already know who we're talking about. If we're talking magic, illusions, Vine, can you guys guess who it is? Yeah? Oh my God, yes!
Then let's do this. This side says Zach when I point, and the other side says King, and then we're going to welcome on stage, yeah? All right, let's go. Zach King! Zach King! Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Zach King!
How are you guys doing? Good to see you all. Okay, I feel like we have a lot to talk about. I loaded my deck with all kinds of things that I've been learning over the last 17 years that I've been doing this. So let's just dive in. You know, I don't know how many of you remember these stores. They were VHS stores. This is where I would get my DVDs as a kid and VHSs. And my parents got, when I was 3 years old, Jurassic Park. Have you all seen Jurassic Park, right? Every single version of them. So I don't know why my parents let me watch this, but this is actually footage that my dad took of me watching Jurassic Park when I was 3 years old. And I was freaking out, but it kind of instilled in me this amazing thought of like, whoa, that's like someone had to make that, and how do you do that? And then I ended up grabbing my parents' camera and trying to learn how to make movies. Now, I love my parents. They were awesome, but besides that video and a few other photos, they didn't capture much of my life. So this is the perfect time for me to do a talk because you guys, all that AI stuff is coming out. So I kind of recreated my life story using AI because I wanted to show you that I was a really cute kid growing up. Although this is, again, this is fake. And I was homeschooled up in a farm in Oregon. And this is me, homeschool. I'm going to just change that really quick to homeschooled. Let's take that out. Okay, this is just a regular version of me growing up. I grew up on an apple orchard, which was awesome because I had a ton of land to go around and make my movies. And like I told you, I took my parents' home video camera and I started filming all of these little creations that I was doing with my sisters. But I was really sad because their camera wasn't very good and I had no money to buy a better camera. So I ended up mowing a bunch of lawns. I went around all these neighbors and begged them to film their kids' weddings and any events. And then finally, I had enough money to save up for this camera, the Canon XL2. And I forced my sisters to make movies. I don't know why they're not happy. Let's make them happy. Okay, there. They loved filming with me because I was a great, awesome older brother. But they helped me make all my movies growing up. And when I was in high school, around the age of 16, I figured, I want to go down to LA, right? I want to go to Hollywood and live the dream and become the next Steven Spielberg. And so I applied to film school. And sadly, I got a rejection letter. They said no. And I still got in my car. I flew down to Los Angeles because I was like, you know, I read in all those books, people say, don't, you know, let no stop you. So I went down to school and I just snuck into the school. I sat in the back of the class. This is me sitting in the back of the classroom. I don't know why I'm so creepy back there, but I snuck in the back. But there was a big problem. And that problem was, even though I snuck in the back of the classroom and got away with it, there was still tuition money due. And I remember that little kid who had no money. Well, he's now just an older kid, an adult with no money, and he's still sad. So I end up having to do what I used to do, which is like, how do I figure out my version of mowing lawns at the time? And so I did all these jobs. Like I first thought of YouTube, and you couldn't make money at the time, but I was like, I could build an audience and then maybe eventually sell them something. So I figured I would teach them Final Cut Pro, I would teach editing, I would teach what I was learning in film school and just post it on YouTube. Again, this is 2007, 2008. There's no way to like monetize that. It was the Wild West. But I did start doing this. In my dorm room, I would make these DVD courses. And after I'd post a YouTube video, I'd say, hey, like, I've got 10 hours of training on a DVD. If you want it, I'll send it to you for $50. And I did that, you know, over and over. And throughout 4 years, that's how I ended up paying through film school. And I was racking in dough in the literal sense. Now, fast forward, I graduate, and I go on this epic road trip. YouTube, this is 2011. For me, my channel just started monetizing, but I was only making about $1,000 a month on YouTube. So I go on this road trip, you know, and as a YouTuber and a content creator, you guys all probably relate to the idea that you need to get all these videos in the can. You need to make a ton of work. So that's what this road trip was for me. But there's something kind of crazy happened. You remember that kid who was really sad because he had no money? Well, he's actually really excited now because he just got the job offer of a lifetime. And for me, that job offer was working at Discovery Channel. So on that road trip, I stopped in Washington, D.C., and a talent agent, a producer there, said, hey, we would love to hire you for us. And I was intrigued because they were offering a $100,000 starting salary. And to that, you know, poor little kid, that was like a ton of money. So I go through the interview process. It takes about a month and a half. And I'm in my last interview back in Los Angeles. And I meet with this person. And the interview went good. And at the very end, I don't know if you guys have done many job interviews, but at the end they say often, you know, do you have any questions for me? And I thought, yeah, I actually do want to tell you like what I'm doing with YouTube. And I don't know why. I just kind of shared my heart of what I was learning on YouTube and why I was kind of torn between taking the job and doing YouTube. And then he says at the very end, like, you know what? I think you should do the YouTube thing because that may not always be there for you. The job will probably always be here, and you can get a job anywhere you want. But you should try that. You're young. Take a risk on yourself. And so it was very serendipitous, that meeting, but I ended up doing that. And I drove home, ended the YouTube thing, and I went on to this app called Vine because all of my roommates were on it at the time. So I noticed everyone in the bathroom was like doing these 6-second loops. And if you guys remember Vine, it was 6 seconds over and over and over. And all my roommates were like, hey, you should post on here because you're doing like special effects, and they have like a special effects category. So I started posting there, and it kind of exploded for me in a really cool way. But I wanted to break down the process for you because that maybe gives you a little context for, years later how I got here and I'm talking to you now. But over the years I've learned, and if you guys are content creators, there's a lot of things that you can do in your day-to-day creations that will actually help over and over the process and make it repeatable. I found myself as a young creator burning out over and over. Every 2 weeks I'd make a video on Friday, and then I'd get frustrated because I was happy when I posted, but then by Friday afternoon it's like, oh, I have to make another video and go for another 2 weeks. And it gets exhausting. So I'm going to share a little bit about my process and how we do this over and over and over for like 17 years now. It starts with ideation. I think you guys all know the classic brainstorm session. For us, we have two versions of doing creative. The first is what we call a brain dump. This is where we are just trying to dump as many ideas out as possible. Let's say I'm trying to make a fun concept about, I think this one was, Amazon came to us and they were like, how can you magically say Alexa takes you somewhere and transports you? So we just start putting like hundreds and hundreds. We'll do pages and pages of these. And there's these little blue dots on there I want you to pay attention to. This is called the pulse. So this is for my team and I, each person that's part of that creative session, they get kind of like a vote. It's not a popularity contest. It's just to say, I like that idea. Something resonates with me. So you'll put it on the concepts you like. And you'll notice one of them starts to stand out. And so we'll come back to that in a little bit. It says it'll take them underwater for scuba trip. So I want you to bookmark that. But the other way that we do creative is called a T-sheet. It's really simple. I think Duncan Wardle came up with this. It is essentially the title, and then you have an image, and then you have words. And that's because 35% of who are verbal learners will read that. So I don't know if you guys noticed, you probably read the text first. The other 65% of you looked at the image first and tried to figure out the story. So we'll do our pitch like that. Here's an example. I'm not going to read through it, but essentially our team, on a Monday, puts together a bunch of photos. They'll talk about this concept, which is they're trying to pitch about Dungeons and Dragons. Many of you maybe have played the game. But this idea didn't take off for a while because it was missing something. And we try to add what we call the 10% in this section. We're trying to figure out like what's going to make this way better than the idea that was pitched. And for us, we were like, well, Dungeons and Dragons has a huge online community. There's a YouTube channel. These guys have been going for 10 years. They're really well known in that community. So let's grab a few of them to be in the video. And also, we need like a really cool dragon. So we happen to find this Chinese company that makes these dragons for like way too much money. But they're really cool. We had them start making one. I'll show you a little bit of what it looks like here. There's actually a person inside of the dragon, which is cool, because we try to do these effects for real when we can. But then we have the mock-up. And this is a crazy idea we ask the entire team to do every single Monday. It's, can you make your idea that you just pitched in 1 hour? And what we mean by that is we're looking for a really rough concept of this. This is the...
Your party is blocked
the
by the red dragon.
Whoa, dude,
for
that's
that dragon
a sick
video.
model.
Whoa!
I'll skip through, but essentially we do a practice run that's like weeks before. We're just trying to see if we even like the idea. Then we'll shoot the raw video. I'll just play a quick clip of this and then we'll keep going through.
You descend the charred stone stairs right into the lair of Tyrannarch the dragon.
That is the coolest model. Did you guys make that last night?
So you'll notice it starts to look really similar. That's an unfinished VFX video too, so you sneak peek. Again, I'm going to show you the mock-up. We use this for everything that we make.
Light.
Okay, next.
Yep.
Right this way.
Wish me luck.
You're reading for wizard number 3.
Coming to an end. If only I could harness the...
Anyways, you guys get the idea. It's a super important process for us, and if you guys ever are doing storyboards, maybe that's great for you. I was doing that for many years, but we don't do any more storyboards. We just make it on our phone and shoot it like that because it helps get to the final thing a little bit better. Everyone can see it clearer. For post-production, this is a big part of my process. I'm gonna walk you through kind of how we do the post-production all the way from the beginning. So what you're gonna see here is the raw clip, no editing, just how it comes out of the camera. This is the guy, Josh Harmon. He's known on the internet. You probably have seen him for reacting to people's clips, but we wanted to do a fake video where it looks like he's reacting to my clip. And then this dinosaur, this giant green dinosaur is gonna come alive.
Look out! Go! Oh my God!
So it doesn't look like much yet because there's no editing. So then we have to start going through the editing. The first part is, okay, we have this big dinosaur, what's it gonna look like? So we go through all these versions, we decide, we actually want it to look maybe like a Snapchat style, so we end up going with this. We place it in, that's kind of for sizing, then we go through lighting references and texturing. You know, how big is it? Is it the one on the left that's really big? Is it smaller so that maybe the icons in the UI on the platforms can be seen? This is a little bit closer to a final. Let's see this.
Hey, Josh, we gotta go! Come on!
So you can see the evolution of how that comes together. Yeah, that's a fun one. Shout out to, no, really shout out just to my VFX team. They continue just to do amazing stuff. And sound design also brings it together. For us, this is a raw clip from a video. I'll just play a piece of it. You'll get the idea that there's no dialogue shot on set. It's usually pretty loud. People are shouting things. There's a bunch of cues. So then we go through the first pass.
Please take one candy. A happy Halloween. Hey, he's taking the candy. Hey, come back. Hey, you. Woohoo!
So fun. Okay, we have a lot to go through, so don't clap. So we're back at that original concept where the device takes Zach underwater for a scuba trip. So I want to bookmark what we do here with this concept is, again, the mock-up. I cannot stress, if you guys are a creator and you're like figuring out what's wrong in your creative process, try the mock-up. This works so well. It gets everyone clear on the same page because you can see here our producer is figuring out, we did the mock-ups. And again, I told you the prompt was that we're supposed to show how Alexa transports us somewhere. So we figured out we wanted to go underwater. But to go underwater, we tried to build a room and then flood it, but that costs a ton of money and flooding it is hard because you have to have so much water ready to go. We ended up figuring out how to do the illusion by making it look like it's flooding, but it's actually dropping into the water. And if you fix the camera, you'll see here to the set, it pulls it off like this. Let's see if that media is working. If not, you guys can, here's the final video. Not? Never mind. Okay, moving on. Good, this is great because we have a lot to go through here. So over the last 17 years, I've been figuring out these creative shortcuts. And I always kind of cringe personally when people start talking about shortcuts because I'm like, there's no shortcut to hard work and creativity and like that. But there are things that you can do to save time. So I figure, why not share what saves me a lot of time? The first one is whether you're creating with clients or you're creating for yourself or an audience, you're going to get a lot of no's, and you're just going to have to take that at face value for what that really means and figure out that there's an underlying problem. For me, I'll notice it's usually in the idea. Something is just not connecting in the idea. The timing of the idea, you maybe made this awesome video, but it posted at such a weird time in the context of the world. The pitch, if you're pitching ideas to clients, is it clear? Sometimes your idea in your head is super good and it's actually a great idea. You might just be communicating it incorrectly. So figure out how to make it clear. Pitch it to your friends, practice it. And who is it pitched to? This is the biggest one for all the clients that I've gone after over the years. I find out that I'm sitting in the wrong room or having the wrong general meeting because it's someone's assistant or someone guarding the gate, if you will. But you need to get to the right person. That's so important. And there's this ladder rule. Do you guys remember this, that years ago someone made a video where they just carried a ladder into all these sporting events and got into like these massive arenas for free, but all you had to do was carry a ladder and people think you're doing something. So to me, that's the ladder rule. You know, they say curiosity kills the cat, but to me, the cat has 9 lives. And what I mean here is you should ask, I wonder if, over and over, and just fill in your own blank, and then pursue that question, and it takes you down a really fun rabbit trail. You know, back in the day, I wondered if I could make Final Cut Pro tutorials. Then I wondered if people would actually watch them. Then I wondered if they would sign up on my email list so I could sell them later. I wondered if they would buy them if I emailed them. You get the idea. You just go down that I wonder if, and keep asking your question, and then follow it up by executing. Because I think a lot of people wonder, but they don't actually try to see what would happen if they did that. A huge one for me, over the years, finding your collaborators. My best friend Aaron is an example of one of my great collaborators early on in my career, because he was across the dorm room from me, and I would just share what I was learning on YouTube, and he would share that too. I got this from my friend Terry, who has a quote where he says, whenever I learn something new, I try to tell you, and I ask you to do the same for me. And so me and Aaron and all my collaborators over the years have had that same tone. There's this famous proverb, African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. This has been a big one for me. As a creator, I was like a single editor for years and years. And I encourage you guys, if you don't have collaborators or people, go find those people. Go to meetups, go around town and see who you can talk to. You know, and now I have a full team of collaborators. Steal from others to pay for your education or to pay for your channel. Here's what I mean here. I got a job within my area of expertise. So I filmed weddings. I edited videos on laptops for people. I went to red carpet premieres and did the interviewing. I edited as a photojournalist, on and on. I was an extra in the background of a TV show. That's me right there. But you have to absolutely, you know, especially if a brand comes up, use that opportunity to take that budget, and don't worry about making money in the beginning. I would pour all that budget back into my film gear, on their sets, making their client experience awesome, just using that to learn. The other thing is, and I think one of the biggest things is looking for magic. There's these opportunities that you're going to see. I don't know if you just started content creating or you've been in it for 10 years. If you've been in it for maybe 10 years, you've seen a few different waves or cycles of things that are interesting, whether it's technology, like the phone just a couple 100 years ago, but now it's actually in our hand. That's an amazing one that affected me. In the future, it might be, you know, AI for you guys. That seems like a big wave that's happening now. Final Cut Pro and the whole YouTube experience was a big one for me to create on that platform. One of the last ones I want to leave you with is developing your signature, and I think this is the most important thing that you can do as a creator. You have to develop your signature, and what I mean by that is when you come to my team, we go over what my signature is. If I were to ask you whose signature this is, most of you would probably say Picasso, even though this is just ChatGPT. But it goes to show how powerful his style and his signature was, because they can recreate it and you can guess who it was. So here's a few of mine. For my team, we try to set up an expectation and we try to break it. I don't think the videos are coming through, but that's okay. A surprise should be pleasant. You know, there's a lot of kind of surprises you could see on the internet that maybe are a prank or they're kind of jarring, but ours should be pleasant. It should make sense in the way that...
What's going on? Whoa, too high! Too high!
They follow logic. So if you were to eat helium, it's naturally going to make you go upward. The character sees the world from the camera's perspective. This is a huge one. If you see my videos, you'll notice it takes place from the angle of the camera, and that's just an aesthetic of our style. We love the humor and physicality of Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin, so we play into that a lot. You know, you should be ordinary with a twist of extraordinary. Basically, my character at the studio, we view me as like a regular character. He should look normal, he should dress normal just like everyone else. But the one twist is the magic, and he solves the problem or tries to solve the problem with the magic. Irreverence, this is a big one. It should be funny. Our internal goal is to make a video that brand legal teams would say no to. So a video kind of like this.
Says, get all of the yeast out. And so this bread There's no yeast. It was on the table when Jesus met with his disciples.
To us, a frame is worth 1,000 words. And if that's true, that means the opening shot of your video, the first thing that they're going to see scrolling, is like one of the most important things you can figure out how to do. So work on that. Essentially, it's kind of your thumbnail, right? And do it for real when possible. For us, we can tell the audience, especially in this day and age of AI, which is getting better and better every day and almost hard to distinguish, we still strive to shoot everything for real, because I believe that the audience, you guys, can absolutely tell in your mind. You just have this weird notion of knowing when it's real and when it's not. But thanks, guys, for hanging out with me today. I love all of you. I love Dubai. And the last thing I just wanted to leave you with is, you know, I love these conferences where you're learning about creativity, and you're going to walk away feeling like excited, and then a low in the next week, right, where you're like, now I have to do all this stuff, and where do I start? And I just want to remind you that it's a long journey, and if you love what you're doing and you're down to put in the years and years that it's going to take, it's going to be really fruitful for you. And I hope you leave here knowing, having peace, that it's just putting in the bricks over and over. There's no actual shortcut, but I love all of you, and I'll see you around. Take care.
Wow, what a session. I hope these tips are going to help you guys to create better content and even start something of your own. Now, I just want to remind you guys that all the other stages are now open. And of course, there's so much happening during those 3 days. And what better way to keep up than to download our 1 Billion Followers Summit app, where you can see all the agendas, speakers, timings, and their locations. And you can also reserve your seat at the workshops. That being said, next up, we have a session that takes us from telecom to philanthropy, discussing a man's journey that is nothing short of remarkable. Please welcome the session's moderator, Anas Bukhash.
Do you know which year؟ أنتوا سمعتوا السؤال الحين اللي أنا سألته. الحين المفروض أجلس كرسي الأي بي توكس ولا الكرسي الثاني؟ ما أدري. مرحبا بالجميع، جاهزين حق جلسة نقاش؟ يا أوكي. بس هاي نص ساعة مو بساعتين اليوم، بتكون جلسة حلوة ما بين بيني والأستاذ نجيب. ما بقدم لكم الريال وايد، اظن هو معروف وغني عن التعريف. فبداية رحبوا بالاستاذ والمهندس نجيب سويرس. مرحبا، شرفنا.
sit down?
Of course. We were talking, me and Mr. Najib, on which language. I did my keynote in Arabic, and I know it's a very mixed audience, so we're going to do this in English. وبنخلط عربي شوي عادي يعني.
Okay.
Okay, welcome. Before we start, Mr. Najib, I want to actually ask the audience. When I say Najib Suarez, which word comes to mind? Success, بعد? Gold? Guna, okay. بعد? Fun. You see, so we have success, we have guna, we have fun. He gave you a thumbs up for fun and smart. Okay, so now we go to you. If I asked you, Mr. Najib, to summarize yourself in 3 words.
In 3 words?
Yeah.
Gemini. I love and I hate, so there's no middle ground.
Okay.
Fast.
And fast. Okay. نلعب بيبي توك شوية? Okay. When you say black or white, or love and hate, are you that kind of person that's binary, that you either love someone or you hate someone, or you love a project or you don't?
Yes.
Yes. ما في في النص.
ما في حاجة في النص.
Okay.
And I don't settle for anything in between. It's either everything or nothing.
You know, that's an interesting mindset, because I've had different guests on the show, and when I had Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who's a footballer, he said that if somebody, like a friend, betrays him or does something that disappoints him, he's like, it's done. So I asked him, would you ever give a second chance? And he said, never. I'm like, you don't think people deserve a second chance? And he said, no, because if a vase breaks, even if you put it together, it will never look the same.
No, betrayal, if someone betrays you, it's unforgivable, especially if he was, you considered him close, or a brother or a friend. So betrayal, how can you know that he's not going to betray you again? I agree with the footballer.
Are you the same in business?
Yes.
Very black or white, like either you do a project or not, and either you work with someone or not?
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, my character is a bit emotional. So if I don't like the person in front of me, even if I'm going to do $1 billion of profits, I won't work with him. I consider it I consider that God has been gracious to me. So why the hell should I work with someone I don't like? I mean, it's a luxury of being rich. You can choose who you work with.
That's true. يا رب كنا نوصل للمرحلة. It's a lovely thing to, I think, when we cherish our time, Mr. Najib, and we know how expensive our time is in general. I think everybody here always has to realize that it's our most expensive commodity, and it's finite, and every minute everybody's giving us is, you want me to play it? It's 1 minute closer to your death. So that's the reality. And I think once you think of time like that, you realize that it's very expensive. And it's nice that you're choosing who to work with.
It's also because the one quality or the one issue in life that is diminishing is time, is your life. Because you have a timeline where you will die. Okay, thank God we don't know when we are going to die. But it's not like you're going to live forever. So why waste your time on something that has negative energy or...
You also said the third word you used is fast. What did you mean?
I'm a fast decision maker. I judge people very fast. When I do a business, I always put the fact that you have to do it very fast in order to be successful. If it drags, if it takes too long, because if it's a good transaction, it's a good business, time is against you. Anything can happen. A war can, in the country you're working, can erupt. The partner you have dies. Anything can go wrong. So when you're on something, when you're sure of something that is very big, very successful, don't drag it. Just go and do it very fast, because then you are avoiding what you don't know.
Yes. Do you think, though, that sometimes when people do things fast, they might not do them well?
No, they tend to make, let's say if you do things fast, you might do mistakes because you didn't take the necessary amount to. But my philosophy is always, okay, I do 100 things and maybe 2 or 3 are wrong because I was not patient. I'm not a patient person also. So okay, then the ratio is 97%, 96%. Better than being very thorough and then only do two things in your life.
That's so true. Now I want to go more towards the topic of today, which is kind of the idea of the power of taking a human and their name or their personality and associating it with their brand. I think in the US, this is something that has been tested and they know the power of it, because the moment you take a corporate brand or a logo and you humanize it with a human being, it's much more powerful. That's why in America you'll see the David Letterman show or the Late Night Show with Jay Leno or Oprah Winfrey, Ellen DeGeneres. So they always realize the power of using a human name. I think in the Arab world this is still new. You see more names that have nothing to do with people. But your family and yourself have been one of the few people who have celebrated this early on. So I wanted to ask you about this. What do you think of this strategy?
First, in the family, were 3 brothers were different. So I will claim to be the one who is not low profile. So it's like my youngest brother is very low profile. He hardly gets into media and so on. So we're different. But in my specific case is, first of all, I did not confine myself in business. So I'm not just looked at as a business figure. I'm looked at as a party animal at night in all the any clubs or any bars in Cairo. They surely will find me there if I'm not at home, you know. I classify myself also as a political figure, someone that cares about his country or the Arab world in general. So I've been out there to people, and I'm very approachable to people. So, and then of course I'm successful in my business. So it's a combination. It's different than in America. Well, it's not different anymore because Elon Musk is now a politician too. So you can, but I'm from the beginning, people consider me a people's man because I walk in the street, I get stopped by anyone and I answer and I take a picture of anybody who wants, and anybody who asks me for anything, if he looks even like, if he's very poor or is sitting on the floor or just stands up and asks me for something and I can do it, I will do it. So I'm approachable. I don't have any bodyguards. I sit next to my driver. So being approachable, in my case, I think I created a brand that is a human brand. It's a humanistic brand. So, of course, that helps me in my business. Then my success in business gives people the feeling, okay, this guy is not going to deliver short. He's not going to make something that is not great, that is not the best. And I'm very, I have to use the Arabic word, عيل يعني. In my mind, I'm still a little boy, you know. So, so I will not settle for second. So it's like, the best example, I was the second in the Polytechnic in Zurich, and I graduated from the ETH. It's the equivalent of MIT in Europe. But because I was the second, I never told anybody. Because I was not the first. So I want to be either the first or I don't want to be. So in whatever I do. So if I'm a DJ or I'm putting music, my music has to be the best. If I think I will dress up to look as one of the best dressed up men, you know, something like that. So I'm a bit egocentric in that.
You know, I love how at peace you are with yourself. I think it's refreshing, and I think you touched on a few things. One, when you bring the human brand, as long as you're displaying humanity, which means you said, I like to be childlike. I like music, I like to party, I'm a businessman, I'm good at it. And I think this is what the world sometimes finds hard to accept, because if they see you as an engineer, you're just supposed to be doing engineering things. If they see you as a chef, you should just be cooking. And if you start to play football and you're a chef, they're like, why are you playing football? You're supposed to be cooking. So I think that's the beauty of being human, that you're multifaceted and you can do 16 things.
I'll give you an example. So I was in a concert lately in Egypt And for 2 hours I was cheering in the concert, and then the video went viral. So stupid me, I'm asking, why did it go viral? And then I remember, yes, you're nearing 70 years old, you know, you're not supposed to be sitting there and cheering up like that. So I forget I don't realize my age too, you know. I still sometimes jump from the bed in the morning and I'm like, oh, you're not 30 anymore, you know.
But you know, that's the beautiful thing. You use the word you're not supposed to. The question is then what are we supposed to do?
Me?
No, I mean in general.
Me, there is nothing I'm not supposed to do. I have a T-shirt that says, I do what I want.
Exactly. You know, Ustad Najib, one of the most sad things that we see, I always talk about how babies are extremely curious. You know, they'll put sand in their mouth and they'll realize I don't like it. They'll open drawers. They're so curious for life as children. And then while you grow up, the society tells you, don't do this, this is aib, this is haram, this is that. And suddenly, you're a very confined kind of personality that's not curious anymore. I think the ones that become great fight for that childlike curiosity to stay, and I see it in you.
Yes, but one day I should grow up or not.
This and this. I think if you do, I don't think you will be as great as you are. I don't think so. I think that's what makes it beautiful. And I think that's why everybody's smiling and happy and connecting, because we all want to be childlike. We all want to be curious and fun. So I think you're showing that very nicely. Okay, now that we associated your name to your brands, what are the positives, what are the negatives?
No, for example, when I went to the real estate business, this was like 4 or 5 years ago, and the fact is I was not supposed to go there because my middle brother, this is his business, and we had a brotherly agreement that nobody competes against his brother, but I sold my telecom company and I was jobless. So, so I can't sit still like that. So, and I love building stuff, and so I went into real estate. So this is a good example of connecting your brand, and actually in 3-4 years I became one of the top 3 developers in Egypt. In 3 years, people were there in business in 25. It's like being equal to Amar in 3 years or 4 years, you know. So, and what happened is that the brokers manipulated my name. So they used to send to people, buy this villa on the north coast from Naguib Sawiris. But this is not the name of my company. My company's name is Aura. It has nothing to do with me. But the fact that they use my brand, my name, everybody bought because people trust, you know, that you are going to, they trust your honesty. They know you're going to deliver something better than whatever they imagine, and they know you're not going to cheat, so it works. So, I mean, I felt for the first time that my brand has been monetized.
Okay. But then what's the negative of connecting your name?
The negative is, imagine a guy comes to you and says, you sent me a message telling me to buy an apartment in this. فأنا بقيت بياع يعني, I became a salesman, and it looks a bit trashy, يعني, they're trashing your name, you know, when you tell people buy because it's Naguib's, you know, so it's a negative one in a way, you know, but in the end we failed to stop it. So, but now I think people more and more are concentrating on our company's brand, you know, I hope.
And do you think, Ustad, that it's more positive to have a name associated to a brand or not?
Yes, for sure, because people like to feel that there is the human element, you know. Imagine now with AI, what AI will do, it will eliminate the human element in a big time, in a big way, you know. So you will see a painting, so wow, this is beautiful. Who did it? It's AI, so you will be disappointed. Imagine if you watching a movie and you think, okay, this is not anymore more Sylvester Stallone, it's just a fictitious person. So it kills a lot this feeling. So I feel people will always prefer to have a human being identified to the product or to the project or to the fight or politics.
And then how, the thing I wanted to ask you is, I'm sure this is a challenge, but how do you stay relevant? Because a lot of brand names...
How do you stay what?
Relevant and trendy, because there are brands that come up, they have a great year, everybody's talking about them, but in 3 years, nobody's talking about them. But you personally managed to stay relevant with other generations. I would say even from Gen Z all the way to our generations. And it's, how do you do that? Is it an intentional thing? Because a lot of things can become out of fashion or not relatable to a new generation. So I think it's an important question on the sustainability of your brand.
There are two things here. One, you have to be lucky, because there's no one who can, I can talk about my failures, but the thing is, in the societies, people know your successes and don't know your failures. So they think you're like a Superman, but it's not true all the time. The second thing is, I don't want to get into religious, but I am a very strong believer in God. So you can call it luck or call it your connection to God, okay? And I say God and I put a point. I'm not interested in all the stories after God. So whether this was this religion or that or this, I just believe that like there's only one God and you have to have a relation with him, and I have an excellent relation with him, even though I don't pray and I don't go to church and and I don't fast, you know, so I don't do all the rituals, but I have a dialogue with him, you know, like when I have a fight, and the fight is 1,000 people and I'm all alone, I tell him, okay, come now, I'm going to go win this fight. And he would look at me and smile, because normally you would not go fighting 1,000 people and you're alone. But my point is, if God is with me, how can I lose?
From your experience, Ustad Najib, what would you advise any entrepreneur or any person that's starting up and thinking, do I actually connect my name to my brand, or should I stay behind the scenes? Because some people feel intimidated or shy, or they're like, I don't want to connect my name. But what would, in your experience, what would your advice be for these people starting up?
First, he should not put his name until it's successful. Or he's risking to kill his brand from the start. But once it's successful, it's good to associate your name with it, you know.
So you would recommend that if they build a really good project, to at least show their face that I am behind this?
After the first signs of success, again.
حلو. شرط حلو هذا. Okay. In your opinion, I don't even know how much time we have. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. What would you want, Mr. Najib, that your companies and your brands say about you in the next 20, 30, 50 years?
Happiness. My joy is when people come and receive a unit and are shocked that it's far better than what they've expected to get. This is you're giving them something that they did not expect, not just with their money worth, but it's more what they thought they would expect. So happiness, and then that the project you do includes elements of happiness, whether it's greenery, whether it's water, whether it's entertainment, whether it's weather, or whether it's the quality of the management of the project, quality of the people around them. So happiness, that's like, for me, that's my, I can give you an example, is that I designed my own boat, my last boat, which is 10 years old now, because unfortunately I designed it in a way that there is no more, I have no more wishes in any other boat, so I'm stuck with this boat now till the end. But the day I went to receive it, I was shocked on how better it was than anything I would have imagined that I was involved in. So that feeling I want to give to everybody.
Why?
Because I'm happy when people are happier. I'm not happy when the people around me are not happy. I cannot be happy if I feel that the majority of the people are not happy. I cannot enjoy my status of not being poor or being rich when I find that everybody around me is poor. You know, it just takes the taste out of my success, my own success. It's again egoistic. I don't want to be the only happy one in the room. You know, happiness spreads, and it spreads when you share. So that's how I feel about it.
You said earlier, Ustad Najib, you said that when you sold your telecoms, you made your money, but you couldn't sit still. So why do you do everything that you do today? Like every project and everything you're doing, is it just because of the happiness thing, or what's driving you to keep busy?
First, you have to keep yourself busy. I mean, if you don't keep yourself busy, your mind or your intelligence, your CPU will decline. So you're actually, the more you work, the more you are stimulating your mind. And the last thing you want to have is to become senile or Alzheimer or whatever. So you need to, this one reason. Secondly, you feel that you're still giving to life and that you're still on a success tour route, because you don't want to sit at home and say, okay, I'm rich, I'm happy. It doesn't work like that, And it keeps me busy, and work actually keeps me from doing foolish stuff, because if I'm left maybe without work, I'll start doing stupid things. So I don't smoke, and maybe if I wasn't working, I'll drink too much, for example, and that's not good.
So how would you say to everybody here, how does a day in Najib Swear's life look like? A normal day, not a...
It's a very old-fashioned standard day. So I wake up early. So I'm an early riser. I wake up at 7. So the first thing is have my cappuccino, open TV, watch CNN, CNBC, Bloomberg, just to know what happened during my sleep, because I can't start the day not knowing what has happened in the world, because it influences your work. Then I go, I'm still traditional. I read 2 newspapers during breakfast, but I don't take breakfast usually. So
بس الكابتشينو مع الجريدة ولا بدون الجريدة؟
No, I take the TV first, then the papers and with the cappuccino, and then I dress up and I go to my office. I'm usually in my office 9 o'clock, and now I have the luxury of only working 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours a day. So I go to the office from 9 till 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then I go up, I have lunch, a heavy lunch. And then I have a siesta.
That's so Arab of us.
Siesta,
heavy lunch.
The siesta, I call it the holy siesta.
Okay.
So I used to have a butler who was Nubian. He was with me all my lifetime. He died 101 years. Wow. So I used to tell him, if President Mubarak calls, even when I'm having my siesta, don't wake me up. My siesta is so holy, I need it every day. It's an hour and 15 minutes. I don't function.
مو بسياسة الله يهديك ساعة وربع.
لا, I can't function without it. So
1 hour
day,
15.
Yeah, one day I woke up from my siesta, and then my butler came and said, President Mubarak called you. So I thought, very funny, Hassan. He said, no, Mr. Najib, President Mubarak called you. I said, what the hell? Did you wake me up? He said, you told me even if he calls. So.
Okay, so the siesta, after the siesta.
After siesta, I sit in bed a bit, open the TV again to see the end of the closing of the markets and what's happening. Then I go out from my bed, I take a shower, and 9 o'clock, party time, dinners, and I go to sleep around 2 o'clock usually.
2 a.m. and you wake up at 7?
Yeah, because of the siesta, so I need 6 hours.
عشان شو siesta.
So I do 5 hours at night and 1 hour in the afternoon.
Okay.
And it works fabulously, because when I wake from my siesta and after the shower, it's like a fresh day. So I go out and I don't see. That's why I can compete with the 30 years old. When I'm back, I have to, because they don't do siesta.
فاستنتجنا شو القيلولة أهم شيء. That's very nice. What do you feel, looking at the current generation, Ustad? And it's a very different world, but it seems you're very connected to what's happening even on social media and in life and media and all of these things. Looking at Gen Z and all the generations that are coming after, what do you feel that you could make a point on that might help them also in their journey, because they're starting?
First, this generation was tinted with the few successes of the Facebook and Twitter and all these young guys who became billionaires. So the new generation sometimes is too focused to find the application that will make him very rich. Okay, in fact, there is a diminishing type of applications with time. With time, it's not going to get bigger; it's going to get smaller. So don't get fixed on one idea, and that's the first advice. Second advice is, don't you ever think it's because you're intelligent or your grades in school are good that you're going to make it. If you're not willing to put the hard work behind this intelligence, And I say hard work, when you're starting, you should work 12 hours, 14 hours. You should work until you feel, okay, I've jumped from the 0 point to point 1. I've succeeded in a way. So without hard work, no way. Third, don't cut any corners. Don't cheat, don't cut any corner, because the one corner you will cut and you think it will be forgotten, it will label you for life. You know, I mean, so your reputation, your brand should not be tinted with anything. You should, it's like me when I'm voicing my opinions in politics in Egypt, which are usually very true, which should not be the case. But it's because I don't have anything to hide. I'm not worried from anything. You see, they can't come and say, but you did this, you did that. They will have to frame me in if they wanted to get me into something. Yeah.
So 3 things.
Yeah.
And you said something I think that's very important to leave with everybody. It's that if you're talented and you're intelligent alone, it's not enough.
No. And also, I on the verge of being religious, I believe it's a big bonus if you believe in God, because I have, we have time. So I have an atheist friend. So he doesn't believe in God. So he always makes fun of me because, you know, I use God's name in every. And he says, I told him, okay, you want to understand the difference between you and me? He says, yes, please explain to me. I'm not trying to convert him because I don't like people trying to convert anybody from whatever he believes. You should, you know, each one should believe what he believes. So I told him we both fell into a hole. It's the same dimension, same depth, everything. Me and you, we shouted, we tried to get out, we did our best, both of us, and we couldn't get from the hole. Here's the difference. Me, I have hope, because God can do anything. He can still take me out of the hole. You're stuck.
Well, I want to thank you. I think we're allowing the schedule to move as smooth as possible, so I'm helping the production team. I hope, well, I personally really enjoyed listening to you, to your mind, to how you see life and how at peace you are with yourself. I find that rare, and I hope more people find alignment and truth. So thank you for sharing this. I hope everybody else also enjoyed this as much as I did.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anas and Najib, for that insightful session. Well, guys, there's one more thing to mention again. For those of you who weren't here earlier, we wanted to mention the 1 billion pitches competition for groundbreaking startups and entrepreneurs in partnership with Shuruq, who invested $8 million. And another reminder is that all the stages are now open.
So you will not be able to only enjoy sessions in here, but also on the other stages.
Exactly.
I would really like you to just keep the stage clean, and we need a little bit of an entrance here.
All right. So you guys, how are we feeling so far? Are we enjoying the sessions? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, I can
we
hear
get
one
this louder?
person. What about here? Are we enjoying the sessions? Yeah? Let's go. Yes. All right.
I think... Oh, wait. Is it my turn to introduce the next guest?
Yeah, it's your turn now, Noura.
Ahmed, I have a problem.
What's the problem?
I cannot find... It doesn't say anything here.
Oh, you don't... Oh, did you forget the card?
Yes, my cue card.
Oh, wait, I remember. I think I put them somewhere under the people's seats.
Really? Why?
Yeah.
Oh my God, we need to find... Oh my God. Is
the
it
game.
Oh,
it's time for the game, guys. Guys, now we have 2 exclusive vouchers to give away from Umar, and there will be 1 lucky winner with us today. Can you tell us how to play the game, Noura?
Oh, of course, because you really thought you're going to be all here all day long without winning some nice gifts. But this is a speed game. So who is faster is going to win those. And how you can win it is we hit 3 cue cards under the seats here in the audience. The first one,
person.
Oh my God.
All right, we already have a winner. There we go. That's our lucky winner. Someone will
Stay
be with
with
you
us.
to give you your gift as well.
And
Guys,
thank you so
might
much.
have not won this time, but there
You'll
will
get
be
your vouchers
chances for you guys to also win. So now we have our first winner. But you're a bit too late. You're a bit too late.
She was first. She was faster.
She was faster.
But don't worry, we have more prizes throughout the day and
bigger
also in the next
prizes.
days.
Exactly.
So there will be a lot of opportunities, okay?
You'll get your chance.
Now we can move over to our next speaker. I'm pretty sure at this point, are you all into AI?
Yeah?
Oh, I hear some loud woos, but are there some that are not really confident yet? Oh, okay, yeah, I get that. I'm probably more on your side than on the woos. This is why we are all here, because we need to know how you can leverage AI to the next level with your content. And I would like to know that from Faris Akkad.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Faris Akkad. I'm the Regional Director for Meta for the Middle East and Africa, and it's a great pleasure to be with all of you here today. Tough act to follow with Mr. Naguib and the fantastic inspirational messages he was sending, but we will try. I'm here today to talk to you about AI. So obviously, it's the buzzword of the year. It's an area that we are heavily investing in for many, many years. And as I'm preparing for this, my daughter saw me. My daughter's 5. My wife claims she's my favorite. I'm not going to confirm or deny, but she does ask very smart questions. She's like, Baba, what are you working on? I'm like, AI. She's like, what is AI? I'm like, AI is going to be the most transformational shift in your generation. She's 5. I'm like, by the time you're 10, the world will not look the same. And she's like, I don't understand, which is fair. So I said, you know, it's like your best friend, having your best friend that knows everything and is always right and is always with you and can assist you in everything. She's like Ammu Ala with you. I'm like, yes, Ammu Ala is my childhood friend. We grew up together. And she's like, but Ammu Ala is not right. Often not right. And he's never on time. And I'm like, all right, let's try this a different way. I'm going to show you what we're working on, and then you tell me what you think AI is. So that's what we'll do today together. What I'm going to talk to you about is going to revolve around 2 key areas. One is artificial intelligence, which is AI, and the second area is the metaverse, which is an area that is very correlated to AI. AI is this intelligence that is able to summarize all the knowledge of the world and serve it to you not as data, but as information. And metaverse is the sense of presence in a space and time where you might not be, which adds to that intelligence. But to give it a little bit of a beat, let's give you a quick summary of what we've been working on last year.
Let me see you move. Let's go. Come on in, turn it up, get in your zone. Light it up, colorful, make it your own. Brand new bounce on a brand new flow. It's a new world. It's a new world. Open up, get a dream. Make it magic. What do you see?
What can I see?
It's a new world. It's a new world. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
So, at Meta, we have focused our effort around 4 areas: mixed reality, Meta AI, Llama, and wearables. And we'll go through those one by one. Mixed reality. Who here has tried the Quests? A few. Okay. So the Quest is our headset. It's able to put you in a virtual reality environment. We recently launched Quest 3 and Quest 3S. We'll talk a little bit about some of the technological advantages, but the biggest advantage is that Quest 3S now retails for under $300. This is key. Our point is to get this accessibility across the world. We believe in an open source type of community contribution environment that leads to the most fruitful and engaging type of virtual environment. What can the Quest do? A whole variety of things. Today you can do mixed reality, as in you can see your environment, you can see an avatar. You have a vivid see-through, so you see your environment. It's not a purely VR environment. You can have hand tracking. We don't need joysticks anymore. You can control it, and then you can also get a sensation of the environment you're reacting with if you do use these joysticks. It has thousands of applications, and you're able to engage with it for entertainment, fitness, and other purposes. The main things that we see happening is this is being built in also around the AI. Why is AI so powerful? Who here reads books? Good. If you were to be an excellent reader and read books from the minute you're born until the day you die, you would read around 8 billion words. Our latest AI model read 8 trillion words in less than a month. And that's accelerating. We will be able to capture not all existing information only, but all information as it comes out. So that is the power of AI, and if I'm able to put it in the palm of your hand, which already exists today, if you look at WhatsApp or DM, about 10% of the region has it, but this is progressively increasing. You should be able to search and have a built-in AI for free available for you on all our interfaces. What can you do with AI? Well, there's a variety of things, and it's evolving. Today, you could have asked it, put a throne on this cat, or caption this video for me, or, send this picture to a friend, etc. Some very basic things. The key difference is that it used to take input from text and pictures, and today that we have over 500 million people using Meta AI on a monthly basis, and that's accelerating quickly. It's a free AI system. We believe by the end of next year will be the most downloaded and used AI. How can it help? Well, I could put a picture of my boss, and if I had a bad bonus, I can put some funny skaters on him, and if not, your imagination is the limit. I could also give it instructions via audio now, or video. I can take a picture of something and say, what is this? How many calories does this have? Can you compare the price of this?
Mi lengua materna es el español, pero fíjate, ahora también puedo hablar inglés a través del doblaje automático de IA. Mis labios se sincronizan con la traducción y todo. Es increíble. Qué cool poder conectar con personas y audiencias que hablen inglés.
This is
my native
my friend
language
Juan.
is Spanish, but check it out. Now I can also speak English through AI automatic dubbing. My lips are synchronized with the translation and everything. It's amazing. How cool to be able to connect with people in audiences who speak English.
Juan does not exist. He's AI. And the original video was Juan speaking in English, in Spanish. Así que si empiezo a hablar español, y necesitáis traducir, tenéis que tener a Juan. Juan can translate simultaneously with lip movement and gestures. My daughter was like, Ammu Ala can't do this. Ammu Ala sure can't do this. Why is it important to have an open source AI? And this is one of the biggest battles. We believe in an open source environment because this will be the biggest transformational change that we will experience in our lifetime. If you zoom out of human progression at a glacier level and look at the spikes that have happened throughout human evolution, from discovery of fire to print to electricity to anything from internet, social media, this will encapsulate all of them. This is the scale that we're going, and we think it will happen within the next 5 to 10 years at various degrees. Many people estimate that 2025 will be one of those pivotal years where so much progress will happen in AI that we will remember the days before AI and after AI. So it's not an option for any of us not to be part of that decision-making. It's not really fair for just a few to be able to make the decision about how we will live without input. So that's why an open source AI this is not a technology or a commercial discussion. This is a philosophical, cultural discussion of where we want to go as humanity. Open source AI will benefit us all, not just because we'll have a say in what we say, but we also have a say in what type of features and products we will be able to roll out. Today, the way we view the future is that there's going to be consumers, there's going to be developers. Creators are a huge part of that because the way we consume entertainment and get information will be dramatically different. And then obviously businesses to make that loop work. Without open source, I think we are limiting that circle to the privileged few that feel they are entitled to define how that future should look. Wearables. Who here has tried our wearables? Cool. So these are the Ray-Bans. They look like regular Ray-Bans. They're translucent, so you can see a little bit. These are empowered with cameras. They have a microphone that speak into your temple, so you can hear them even if they're clear around my ear. I can live broadcast this now as I speak on my page. I can take a picture of this TV. I can say which brand is this TV. And we'll build in a ton of features. The convergence between humans and technology is happening. Ammu Ala will be with me all the time. Ammu Ala will be lucky to be with me in spirit. I mean, I can channel anything I need all the time. I wore those during the summer and vacation, and anywhere from listening to music to taking calls to when we're in these long drives and my wife, poor wife who sits in the audience, has to take care of the noisy kids, I can just pretend to be wearing sunglasses and listening to podcasts. You could do a whole lot of it. But more importantly, as we progress, today you can say, take a picture, make a video, capture this moment. But as these get more sophisticated, they can give you instantaneous translation. I'm able to be doing clay and say, is this straight or not? How far is this distance for me? Or one of my favorite features, if I were at 6 to 8 hours a day and it tracks all my food consumption and comes dinner time and I have a plate in front of me and says, that's 700 calories, you've already consumed 2,000 calories, you're on a 2,500 calorie diet, skip the chocolate kunafa. It will be able to help you get dressed, wear costumes. Today I rely entirely on my wife again that gets me dressed and stuff. Now I can be completely independent. It allows me to also maintain my contacts. It measures my vitals. It tells me if something is good or not good for me, and is able to be with me at all times. Now, this is where we are today. All that I spoke about is available. It's now commercially available. Let me get rid of these. And you can buy them, and the next 2 upgrades of AI will be available on our devices. But let's take a glimpse into the future, because this future is coming soon, and we're trying to move as
This
quickly as
is
we can.
Orion, our fully functioning prototype of the most advanced glasses the world has ever seen. About a decade ago, I started putting together a team of the best people in the world to build these glasses. The requirements were simple, but the technical challenges were insane. They needed to be glasses, not a headset, no wires, and less than 100 grams.
Orion is our biggest bet on wearables. This is where we started. This project has been in the works for 5 years. It is available technically. It's not commercially available because it's very expensive, because it takes a lot. It's hard to make technology. It's hard to make technology small. And so it will take a while, but when available, the possibilities are endless. You can have hyper-realistic multiple screens that you're working on. You're able to interact with others through a projected hologram in person or in other parts of the world. You have a full-blown AI built into this. The computing power is incredible, and it would replace not just your iPhone or any phone, It potentially replaces a lot of the other devices that you have to wear. This is one of the many features that we are working on and we think are in the very, very near future. So to wrap it up, every connection is an opportunity. And I think you guys being here, showing curiosity into what that future looks like, is the right way to do it. It's scary. It's going to be a massive shift for all of us. It's not going to replace Ammu Ala. It's just going to make the experience with Ammu Ala a little bit smoother. Thank you and have a great day.
Faris Akkad for that insightful session. And now, guys, I'm sure we're all interested in storytelling. We're gonna have a master storyteller who's revolutionizing digital content, blending fantasy and suspense in ways that captivate the audience. We'll also dive into a sneak peek into Khof TV's adaptation. Guys, I want a loud welcome. Loud welcome, I'm looking at you. Guys, please welcome on stage Osama al-Muslim in conversation with Mohammed al-Jabri.
It should be in Arabic, but I'll start in English for who doesn't speak in Arabic. So actually, thank you very much, and you're more than welcome to be in this session. Now I'm turning to Arabic. السلام عليكم.
السلام ورحمة الله.
المسرح له رهبة صح؟ له خوف.
In general نعم، لكن بالنسبة لي لا، تعودت يعني.
تعودت على المسرح؟
على المسرح، على الجمهور، على لقاء الناس.
يعني ما شاء الله أنا أشوف حشد كبير. المفروض الواحد لما يبدأ نوعا ما بتوتر بخوف. ما شاء الله أشوفك ريلاكست يعني.
أي لا عاد، ما الذي يخيف من الناس؟
طيب هذا واحدة من الأشياء اللي تخوف. شو قصة الدول اللي خافت منك في يوم من الأيام، خافت من خوف؟
قصدك كمحتوى الكتاب ولا من شخصي ولا من ككتاب؟
احنا نبدأ من محتوى الكتاب.
نعم.
محتوى كتاب خوف، وطبعا من الكتب المشهورة جدا لك، وبعدها سلمك الله منى في أكثر من دولة فشكلت لهم خوف.
صحيح.
والآن هو موجود ومتداول.
نعم.
شو قصة خوف هذه الدول؟ ليش خافوا؟
ممكن أعتقد أن أي شيء جديد له رهبة. الشيء الذي يظهر فجأة ويكون له تأثير سريع وقوي تكون له ردة فعل لفهمه. فأول ردة فعل دائما هو المنع والتوقف لفهم هذا الشيء. لكن الحمد لله مع الوقت وتقدم السنوات أدركوا أن لا يوجد شيء يستدعي الخوف. بس الآن الخوف من نوع ثاني، الآن الخوف من التجمع في حفلة التوقيع.
احنا سمعنا ما شاء الله اليوم بادين التجمعات بسبة حفل التوقيع، ونبارك لك طبعا. يعني هل لو نحن نبغى نقول ان خوف، هل هو كتاب من الكتب اللي تمس بعض السياسات اللي خوفت الناس، ولا كتاب او رواية تتكلم على شيء خاطرك تشوفه في مكان ما؟ شو قصة خوف؟
خوف هي تجربة إنسانية، والتجارب الإنسانية دائما تعطيك قيم بين السطور. في نوعين من التوجيه والإرشاد، المباشر، وهذا بالعادة ما له تأثير لأن البشر ما يحبون التوجيه المباشر
طبعا.
لكن احنا نأخذ العظة والعبرة من تجارب الغير. فرواية خوف عبارة عن تجربة شاب مر بصدمة حضارية وصدمة دينية وصدمات على عدة مستويات، وشق طريقة خلال السنوات ووصل في النهاية إلى يعني مرحلة هو راضي عنها. فلعل هذه لمست الكثير من الشباب. يمكن أن الجميع أن يكون خوف الشخصية وخوف الشعور. الخوف محرك، ممكن يكون سلبي وممكن يكون إيجابي. أنا من الناس اللي تعاملت مع الخوف في حياتي كوسيلة للتطوير وليس أو التطوير والتحفيز أكثر من كونها للتحطيم أو التباطؤ في الإنجاز. فيمكن هذا الثيم الأساسي اللي خلى أغلب القراء يرون نفسهم في هذه الشخصية.
البارت اللي خوف الناس شو؟ خوف الدول أنها تمنع كتابك.
أعتقد كل دولة لها سبب، لكن يمكن
بدون ما نذكر أسامي الدول يعني
سوء فهم. أنا أتوقع هو يعني في القراءة أنواع، في قراءة شالو سطحية، وفي قراءة متعمقة، وفي قراءة 3D يعني تقدر تستطيع تفهم المقصود من الرسالة. فرواية خوف لو قرأتها بشكل سطحي حرفي قد تسيء فهمها، قد ترى أنها تحارب قيم مجتمعية. هي في الحقيقة تعالج. العلاج يختلف عن الحرب.
هي تعالج.
نعم، لأن علاج المرض هو إعلان الحرب عليه. وأعتقد مجتمعاتنا العربية تخلط بين العادات والمسلمات إن صح التعبير، والمعتقدات نعم. فالشيء اللي نؤمن فيه إيمان مطلق سواء كان إيمان ديني هذا ما في كلام، لكن العادات هي اللي ممكن أن تتغير، ممكن أن تتجدد، ممكن حتى أن تلغى. بعض العادات عندنا وصلت مرحلة قداسة، والقداسة يعني untouchable. أنا ضد هذه الفكرة. كل شيء يتطور، كل شيء يتغير، كل شيء يتجدد، من ضمنها القوالب الأدبية اللي أنا جددت فيها، ويمكن هذا كان أحد أسباب انتشار رواياتي دونا عن غيرها بين الشباب.
جميل. نعم. فما انتبهت انك انت بدأت تفقد تأثير على الأجيال القادمة سبيشالي اللي هم يسمونهم جن زي وجن ألفا،
نعم.
في جن بيتا تو مولود
نعم.
من كم من يوم. مش خايف ان انت تفقد تأثيرك عليهم؟ يعني دائما كنت تذكر في لقاءاتك اللي فاتت ان في ديناصورات، ودائما تستخدم هذا المصطلح ديناصورات في عالم الأدب او في الكتابة. طبعا مع كل احترام والتقدير لجميع الكتاب، ولكن ماذا يميزك انت اليوم عشان ما تصبح واحد من هالديناصورات وتكون ذو تأثير للأجيال؟ طبعا احنا جينا نقرأ أي شيء،
نعم.
جيل الطيبين.
هو الفجوة بين الأجيال لها أسباب كثيرة، لكن أبرزها الوصاية، الإقصاء، والحكم المسبق. الأجيال الجديدة دائما تتعرض لهجوم غير مبرر من الأجيال القديمة. حتى احنا كنا جيل جديد في السابق، وأبائنا وأجدادنا كانوا يحاسبونا ويحكمونا على أذواقنا. هذه سنة حياة، لكن ما عادت تفيد في التعامل مع الأجيال الجديدة. يعني لا يمكن أن تفرض أي شيء سواء قيمة أو مبدأ أو أسلوب حياة. نحن في زمن التشويسز، الاختيارات الخاطئة أو الصحيحة.
نعم.
فأعتقد أني أنا اتخذت أسلوب أني أتواصل مع الأجيال اللي ذكرتها ليست بطريقة ناصح. أنا لا أنصح، أنا أقدم مثال أراه إيجابي، والإنسان بطبعه يعرف ما هو الإيجابي وما هو السلبي، يستشعره يعني. والأصل في الإنسان من المفترض أنه يكون الخير وليس الشر. فإحنا دائما عندنا مبدأ محاربة الشر هو بالهجوم عليه، لا، محاربة الشر هو بتعزيز الخير. فلما يكون أوبشن الخير والإيجابية والأمان عالي الناس ستذهب له، لكن إذا فقد غير موجود سيزدهر الشر ويأخذ مساحته يعني.
100%. فإذا خلينا نتكلم على قصة التأثير. أنت اليوم أثرت على ناس كثير. كنت أقول لك قبل في المسرح أن يعني في ناس تواصلوا معاي يوم عرفوا أن أنا بقابلك اليوم، وقالوا لي الله يسامحه هو السبب أن إحنا ما ننام في الليل.
إن شاء الله ما ينامون.
شو قصة كتبك اللي ما تنوم الناس في الليل؟
ما ينامون خوف ولا قراءة؟
خوف وقراءة.
والله بالعكس هذا شيء يسعدني، يعني أن تكون مؤثرا في عصر السوشيال ميديا والبلاي ستيشن واليوتيوب. يعني القراءة في وقت ماضي كانت تنافس التي في فقط والراديو، والتي في يسكر بعد بالليل، فما كان في كومبيتيشن حقيقي بين القراءة الورقية وأي وسيلة أخرى في الميديا. لكن الآن competition is fierce، والقراءة الورقية إلى وقت قريب روج أنها انتهت ولم يعد أحد يقرأ. أنا كنت ضد هذه الفكرة. أي محتوى ممتع وآمن ويحمل في طياته شيء يستحق الاستهلاك سيطغى ويهيمن، وهذا ما فعلته القراءة، أعتقد أني أثبت أن القراءة الورقية موجودة وباقية.
هذا سؤال قوي، وممكن يعني كنا نتمنى أن الجمهور يشاركنا في هذا الموضوع، ولكن موضوع الورقية
نعم
ما زلت أنت مصر أنك تكتب كتب ورقية، ما شفت لك أي شيء موجود إلكتروني ولا فيه وأنا ما انتبهت؟
في بس بايرتد يعني مو
ايه يعني ما
في الكتروني، في حتى سمعي اوديو بوكس موجود، لكن انا الورقي اعتقد ان او مؤمن ان له متعه خاصه. رائحه الورق حتى لها
وصول اكثر،
وملمس الكتاب. على قدر ما تستخدم من حواسك اكثر ستستمتع اكثر. يعني مثلا الاوديو بوكس فقط حاسه السمع هي التي تعمل والخيال نقول، لكن الورق اللمس والشم والنظر. فكلما زادت الحواس المستخدمة في استهلاك أي مادة تكون المتعة أكثر والتعمق أكثر. نعم لا
تعزز الإحساس. يعني أنا أشوفه، أنا أأيد لك، لأن أنا يعني من الناس اللي يحب وما زلت يعني حتى أكتب في النوتس والأشياء هذه، ولكن أنت تتكلم على جيل اليوم ما يحب أصلا. يعني إحنا دخلنا في 2020 كوفيد علمت الناس تقعد في بيوتها، صارت الكلاسات في البيوت، الدراسة صحيح. في البيوت، أشياء كثيرة، حتى العمل صار في بعض القطاعات الآن صار عن بعد يعني نعم. في البيوت ما عادوا يحتاجون ورق، وأنت ما زلت مصر، ومو بإصدار ولا إصدارين، أنت ما شاء الله توصل ل4 إصدارات في السنة.
نعم
بنوصل ل4 إصدارات بس يعني
لا بأفاجئك في خلال كوفيد أعلى مبيعات حققناها في كوفيد، وكان في نعم وكان في بوم عظيم في الطلبات على الكتاب الورقي وأيضا الإلكتروني. أعتقد أن الكثير من الناس اكتشف القراءة في الحجر.
في الحجر
نعم، لأن بالرغم أنهم استهلكوا المواد المرئية والمسلسلات والأفلام والجيمز، وصلوا مرحلة من التشبع، ما عادت هذه الأمور توفر لهم مرحلة من المتعة، فتدخلت القراءة وأثبتت أنها ممكن تعطيهم لير أعمق في المتعة. فما أخفيك أن احنا شهدنا، وأنا أتكلم عن أرقام، قفزة نوعية في القراءة في خلال الحجر.
في كتاب مفضل عندك من كتبك؟
شخصيا والله كلهم زي عيالي، يعني أنت كأنك تسألني أي من عيالك تفضل. لكن لا شك أن خوف الإصدار الأول الباكورة الابن البكر يعني له معزة خاصة، وخاصة أنه يعني أسميه أنا سيرة شبه ذاتية بنيتها على أحداث يعني
له خوف طبعا.
نعم
خوف. والآن أنت خوف بيتحول إلى مسلسل قريب.
أي نعم في حالة الكتاب.
خبرنا عن هذا العمل الجميل، أنا في انتظاره صراحة.
والله كانت فرصة، يعني كثير من الناس يقول لك هل تخاف أنه يتحول مسلسل ويخترب؟ بالعكس تجربة، أنا أشوف أنها تجربة جدا ممتازة، أنك تشوف الشخصيات اللي كتبتها على الورق أنت وقرائك لايف ويتكلمون. مشارك جدا في السيناريو وفي السكريبت، لأن الكتابة أن تبني مسلسل أو فيلم على رواية يختلف عن بناء قصة من العدم، لأن في جمهور اوريدي موجود ينتظر، وفي لور كاميرا يجب أن تتقيد به. فشغالين في الكتابة، وإن شاء الله أعتقد نبدأ تصوير نهاية العام.
جميل. يعني ما بنشوف هالرمضان هذا، رمضان السنة هذه؟
لا إن شاء الله هذا في فيلم.
فيلم بيكون
أي بعد العيد بنبدأ التصوير، فيلم مبني على نوفيلا أنا كاتبها اسمها جحيم العابرين، من الروايات القصيرة يعني. ففي مجموعة من الأعمال شغالين عليها.
رائع رائع. احنا في انتظار ان احنا نشوف هذا العمل
إن شاء الله.
ولكن نرجع لطفلك المدلل خوف.
نعم.
وتقول لي ان انت اليوم تتكلم على قصتك ومسيرتك في هذا الكتاب، جزء منه، او خلينا نقول مبني تماما على هل هي نسميها قصة معاناة أسامة أول ما بدأ؟ أول ما جاله الكالتشر شوك؟
هي رحلة وليست، أنا أعتقد كل إنسان يمر بنفس ما هو الخبرات لا تأتي إلا بتجارب، والتجارب دائما لازم تكون مو قاسية بقدر ما هي meaningful يعني. فالاحتكاك يكون بالناس، بالظروف، أنا بحكم أني يعني بداية طفولتي كانت في أمريكا، يعني ما احتكيت لا بالكلتشر ولا اللغة العربية في البداية، فعودتي للسعودية كانت مو صادمة لكن مختلفة خلينا نقول. فهذه أكيد شكلت عندي نوع من التفكير المختلف، فضول بحذر، وفضول أوقعني شوي في بعض المشاكل، لكن الأعمال بخواتيمها طبعا. أنا اليوم استفدت من هذه الرحلة واستفدت من هذه التجربة، ويمكن مشاركتها مع الشباب أعطتهم نوع من الأمل أن مهما كانت الظروف قاسية، مهما كانت الدنيا قد تبدو انتهت، دائما هناك أمل يعني.
طبعا لازم في استمرارية في شو ما كان المجال، وبعدين ما في شيء دائم يعني، لا
أكيد.
خير دائم ولا شر دائم.
شو
أنت وين تشوف يعني عملية المقارنات اللي بتتم عليك جاهز لها، ان انت الناس تبدا تشوف فيلم
نعم
ويكونوا بنفسهم قارين نفس، لان هذه اكبر الكتاب دائما يطيحون في هذا، مثلا من جيم اوف ثرونز وهاري
نعم.
بوتر وغيره. دائما الناس لما تقارن ما بين الكتاب وما بين العمل الفني او العمل الدرامي،
نعم،
يقول لك لا الروايه كانت احسن او الكتاب
أكيد،
كان
لأن
أفضل.
احنا لأن الفيجوال بارت في القراءة هو خيال الإنسان، وهذا ما في أحد يقدر يحاكيه يعني، مستحيل. لكن احنا راح نحاول ان نصل، خلينا نعتبره a new version of the story. وانا حرصت اني ايضا اكتب امور لم اكتبها في الروايه كاضافه، بتكون ممتعه حتى للي قرأ الروايه يعني، بتكون مو لازم يكون فيجوالي امبرسيف بمكثر هو ستوري. انا اعتقد ان عندنا مشكله كتابه في الدراما، ما في نصوص تجذب يعني، في مثلا اخراج ممتاز، في تمثيل كويس، في سينماتوجرافي، بس ما في قصص حقيقة. أنا هذا وجهة نظري يعني، القصص دائما are lacking، ما في شيء يشد. فأعتقد إذا كانت القصة محبوكة وكويسة والشخصيات مبنية بشكل كويس، أعتقد هذا أهم من الأمور الأخرى.
يعني ربط الأحداث أعدت بنائها مرة ثانية من أصل
نعم،
الرواية
بدون ما غيرت القصة الأصلية، لكني أضفت عليها يعني، طورتها شوي. نعم،
تصلح تكون عمل درامي.
نعم،
يعني
معالجة يعني.
في شيء غريب، أنا كنت أتابع المحاور اللي فاتت عشان نقرأ.
نعم.
وخلنا نتكلم على شيئين مو بشيء. أول شيء الغرفة اللي أنت تكتب فيها.
نعم.
غرفة يا جماعة في قمة من السواد، ما في غير هذا الرجل قاعد في غرفة مظلمة سوداء ويكتب فيها. شو قصة غرفتك؟ شو الإلهام اللي يجيك في السواد هذا كله؟
والله شوف، يعني كل إنسان وله بيئة خاصة يعني تجعله يعني يلهم، لأن كي تكتب يجب أن تكون في حالة ذهنية معينة. يعني شفت اللايت هذا اللي عليه، أنا مستحيل أكتبه في لايت بهالشكل يعني، يشتتني يعني. ففي ناس تكتب في إزعاج، لازم يكون في ميوزك عالية يعني. أعتقد أنه مجرد اختلاف مود معين فقط. فأنا أعتقد بالنسبة لي الضوء والأصوات والإزعاج تؤثر علي في كي أنغمس في الشخصية، لأنك إذا بتكتب شخصيات متعددة لابد أن تكون مختلفة عن بعضها البعض، ما تكون متشابهة. فهذا هو الجو اللي يدخلني هذا المود.
يساعدك أنك تبدأ تكتب في أشياء تخوف أو في
الفانتازيا؟ لا مو عشان تخوف، عشان أتقمص القصة وأعيش، أكون هناك في ذلك العالم وأكتبه وكأني أشرف عليه وأنقله فقط. فهذا يحتاج نوع من الديتاتشمنت من عالمي.
دخلنا في حالة،
نعم.
في حالة، لا أنت دخلني الآن والجمهور في حالة يوم أنت تبدأ تكتب، هل تتقمص الشخصية يعني عادي تبدأ تتعامل مع أهل بيتك بالشخصية اللي أنت جالس تكتبها لين ما تنتهي من الكتاب؟ لهذه الدرجة توصل يعني؟
لا، هو التقمص هذا تقمص. أنا أحاول أني أعيش الشخصية أكثر وأشعر بما تشعر به. يعني حتى ذكرت أيضا أني أكتب وأنا صائم، لأن الأكل يؤثر على التفكير، يجعلك في حالة
وأنت صائم
لازم يعني أوكي أشرب ماء بس ما أكل. ففي حالة ما بيسميها روحانية، لكنها تعطيني اندماج أكثر مع الشخصيات اللي أكتبها. خاصة إذا بتكتب فيلنز، هيروز، فيميل كاركترز، ميل كاركترز، يعني هذه ترى تحتاج أنك حقيقة أنك تعيش وتتقمص. يعني أنا كرجل كي أكتب مرأة محاربة في الزمن الجاهلي، لا بد أن أكون في حالة ذهنية تمكنني أني أتقمص تلك الشخصية،
تعيش الزمن نفسه أساس تطلع بأفكار. أو استندت لقصص حقيقية؟
نعم.
في بعض
أنا دائما يسألون هل قصصك خيال أو واقع؟
نعم.
ما في خيال مطلق ولا واقع مطلق. صحيح. هو دائما دمج بين الاثنين. السؤال النسبة كم؟ 10% خيال و90 واقع أو العكس؟ فهي نسبة وتناسب. دمج الواقع بالخيال هي ريسيبي أو معادلة أشوفها ناجحة إذا أتقنت. أحيانا في مصطلح يقال أن الخيال لا سقف له، لا حقيقة لا، يعني ممكن توصل مرحلة نقول إحنا تشطح في الخيال يكون لافبل أو مضحك يعني. فحتى الخيال لابد أن يكون موزون ويكون لأن مثلا قصص الرعب هناك شعرة بين الرعب والكوميديا، فممكن يكون شيء مضحك يعني. لا كل شيء لابد أن يكون له حدود ولا وزن معين. فالحرية المطلقة نوع من أنواع الفوضى. أنا كتبت هذه العبارة في خوف. ما في شيء يكون مفتوح على الآخر، لا لابد أن يكون في كرايتيريا معينة تمشي
ترجعك إلى المسار
أو
تحطك في مسار معين، ولو ما في مسار أنت تحط لنفسك مسار.
لابد ولا بتكون فوضى ما راح.
يعني في سؤال غريب، كيف تجرؤ تقول على نفسك بأنك أنت أكثر كاتب أو أشهر كاتب غير معروف؟ كيف؟
هو العبارة تعبيرية للسنوات اللي لما أقابل ناس مثلا في الوسط الأدبي أو الإعلامي يقولون مين أنت، أو لما طبعا يلفت نظرهم حفل توقيع أو كذا يقول إحنا أول مرة نسمع فيك. هذا بالعكس مع قرائي الكل يعرفني فيه. فأنا أشهر كاتب غير معروف في الوسط المعني بالأدب والإعلام، وهذا زي ما يقولون وخزة لهم. يعني إذا كنت أنا مش معروف عندكم معناها you are not doing your job. وهذا معناها أن الإعلام الآن حصل له شفت، أصبح في عالمين موازيين في عالم قديم وعالم جديد نيورد. إحنا هنا في السمت في ال1 بليون سمت، هذا يعتبر من العالم الجديد
أو تقريب نمسك العالم القديم ندخله في
مو عمريا ذهنيا. ففي ناس إلى الآن يعني ما يستخدم سوشيال ميديا سواء رفضا أو عدم رغبة في التعلم. فدائما الشيء الجديد محارب. أنا خلال حياتي كلها دائما أتعامل مع الجديد I embrace it وأجربه وأحاول أستكشفه. I'm old enough أني أذكر لك أنا حضرت نقاش هل نستخدم الإيميل أو نظل على الفاكس. فاكس ماشين يعني يمكن الناس ما تعرف الفاكس ماشين. فالإنترنت أول ما جاء يعني أنا حضرت ولادة الإنترنت، وكان في ديبيت هل الإنترنت سيدمر حياتنا، سيأخذ وظائفنا. نفس الحوار الآن قاعد يصير على الاي اي طبق الأصل.
نعيد نفس السيناريو بس ولكن غيرنا
كاميرا مو كاميرا، جوال بكاميرا. It's the same discussion دائما. قديم يحارب الجديد. فإذا أنت embraced الجديد راح تكون سابق للزمن. فأنا إذا الحياة علمتني درس واحد هو أن أتقبل الجديد، أحاول أفهمه، eventually هو اللي بيكون النور.
طبعا.
وأمثلة كثيرة. الكريبتو مثلا، الكريبتو قبل 10 سنوات غير اليوم. Now it's
قبل الناس ما تعرفه كانوا يخافون منه
ويحاربونه ويقول لك أن هذا الشيء يعني تعاملات سوداء وكذا. والآن أصبح فاللي تقبله في بدايته وحاول يفهمه وinvested in it وضع اليوم مختلف عن اللي لسه داخل. فأنا مبدأي في الحياة أي شيء جديد لا تقبله 100% ولا تحاربه 100%، بس على أقل تقدير حاول أنك تفهمه وحاول أنك do your research على الأقل. يعني
أنت سويت معادلة جميلة أنا قد أسميها، وهذه معادلة النجاح، أن أنت واكبت أزمنة. أذكر في واحدة من لقاءاتك قلت أن أول بلاي ستيشن كان في 95.
أي نعم.
وكنت في الجامعة ورحت
شريت
للرياض
لأنه كان شيء جديد.
كنت أول سنة في الجامعة
نعم.
لأنه كان شيء جديد. فهذا شيء جميل يوم نشوف الأجيال القديمة خلينا نسميها والأجيال المعاصرة لأحداث كثيرة، لو تم تمسك ما بيعرف يكمل وأصلا ما بيقدر، لأن شاء أم أبى الحياة تتغير وأنت
نعم.
بتجري مع مجريات هذه الحياة. فأعتقد أنت من الناس اللي أول ما يكون في سفينة تغيير أنت أول واحد راكب.
أول رحلة للمريخ أنا بركب فيها. أي شيء جديد بجربه، لأني أنا استفدت أن في برضه عبارة كتبتها في أحد رواياتي: كل جديد مقدس اليوم كان كل قديم جديد مقدس اليوم كان جديدا ملعونا بالأمس. يعني دائما شيء يبدأ ويحارب ويهاجم. الإنسان بطبعه ما يحب يغير،
طبعا
يحب الكومفورت زون. فهمت علي؟ فاكتشفت أن هذا يمكن يخليك متأخر شوي. دائما جرب الجديد وحاول تستوعبه، لا تندفع لكن لا تخلي السفينة تعدي وانت ما
تتأخر عليها.
بالضبط.
أشكرك جدا على وقتك.
شكرا
واللقاء
لك.
الجميل جدا هذا.
شكرا.
متعتنا.
شكرا.
So much. Thank you. I learned so much, and now, guys, you get some time to breathe. And I will release you into your 15 minutes break. And I'm expecting you back in 15 minutes because there is a session. Trust me, I'm not just saying it. You really don't want to miss it because I witnessed it here on stage yesterday and it was mind-blowing. All right? See you back.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want?
For AI tools, we offer creators. We're planning on integrating Google's DeepMind's video generation tool called VO. You see it there on the right. We're integrating it on Shorts in some countries globally, which will allow you to produce visual content using just a few prompts. My favorite, and one of my favorites by far, you see there on the right, is a new feature that doubles as your brainstorm buddy. Our new inspiration tab in YouTube Studio provides AI-powered ideas, titles, thumbnails, suggestions for you to support you and get your creative juices flowing. AI is revolutionizing marketing, making it more immersive and effective more than ever before. At Brandcast in October, we shared new Gen AI-powered ads format, including video flip that you see on the screen, which you can, it's automatic. So what it does is it takes your videos and it automatically generates a vertical video from a horizontal video, or a shorter video that better captures user attention in the first 5 seconds. We also announced that later this year, some retailers will be able to test out a way to link videos, and this is important for the creators in the room, directly to your content. So that way, we can take your content, place it with the link, place it in their ads, and this is what we're now calling partnership ads. So this is a perfect way for you to continue to realize and monetize through the platform. Now, pair these AI advancements on YouTube with the fact that YouTube is the only ad-supported platform that reaches all users across all screens on every format. This is from mobile to TV. Now, talking about TV, in May 2024, we reached over 12 million people in Saudi Arabia, over 2.5 million people in the UAE, and over 600,000 people in Qatar. These are over 18 years of age and all on connected TV. We're excited about the possibility that AI brings to YouTube. And we understand that innovation must be built on a foundation of responsibility. For example, creators have more control over how their YouTube content is used by third parties to train AI models through YouTube Studio settings. We're also requiring creators to add disclosure to all the content that they have that's AI generated for greater transparency. And we've updated our policies to address concerns around privacy so that if you see a video that resembles you or depicts your image without your consent, you can actually go to YouTube and request its removal. Of course, our community guidelines continue to apply to all the content on YouTube, regardless of how it is made. We're just scratching the surface of what's possible here, and we're taking our time to make sure that we get it right, while working closely with our partners, our creators, and the wider creative community. Over the past 3 years, we've paid out over $70 billion to the creative community. $70 billion. And with that, YouTube is the birthplace of the creator economy. And we're committed to leading these conversations about AI's role in the future of creativity. We're here over the next few days at the YouTube space. We have a lot of content prepared. We have workshops. We have some of our team here that are ready to answer your questions, whether you're looking to see how to use some of our tools through AI, or if you want support on some of the work that you're already doing as a creator on the platform, or you're just an up-and-coming and starting creator. We're here for you. We're going to be here over the next 3 days, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Tariq. I mean, such insightful session and great lessons learned. Now, guys, we all hear that Dubai is the place to be. Dubai is the place to be for you to start your business. Dubai is the place to be for creators. But do we know why? Do we know why those are the reasons for us to do this all here? Well, let me introduce His Excellency Mohammed Ali Rashid Luta and Lubna Bouza are here to discuss that. Please, a round of applause and let's welcome them all on stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for joining us. I'm glad to see a full house and so many familiar faces in the audience. I was running, so I'm out of breath, so excuse me. It's both my pleasure and honor to be part of this event and to share the stage with His Excellency Mohammed Lota. But before I start the discussion, please bear with me. I would like to share a couple of numbers and few points. In the first half of the year, a total of 801 FDI projects valued at $6+ billion were announced in Dubai. The city continues to maintain its position as the world's #1 city for attracting greenfield FDI, holding this ranking for 6 half-year periods in a row. That is since the second half of 2021. It also ranks among the top 3 global cities for visiting, investing, living, and doing business. Ladies and gentlemen, billions of investment dollars have flowed into the city from countries like India, UK, Switzerland, the US, France, among many others. But alongside this surge of investment, Dubai has strengthened its leadership in creating ecosystems that support startup growth, ranking at the top of both globally and regional also startup ecosystem valuations. The startup valuation of Dubai ecosystem today is $23 billion. That's the number by the end of 2023. So let's wonder together why Dubai is what Dubai is today, and what are the factors that have driven the success story of Dubai. And that's the very question I'm going to ask my speaker. In your mind, what are the 4 or 5 factors that made Dubai the magnet it is to buy, whether for investors or entrepreneurs?
Well, it's difficult to summarize factors into 4. I'll try my best to do that. Perhaps the most important factor is having competitive advantages in the ecosystem of Dubai that we can tell you more about if the time permits. In addition to that, the amount of work that was put in the city to make Dubai as a talent magnet or a preferred destination for talent to come either start up their business or work here in Dubai. Adding to that, the amount of FDI that you just mentioned that flowed into the city of Dubai, and with good returns that encourages more investors to come from across the globe. In addition to finding specific opportunities in new economies, new economic sectors such as the usual sectors, either blockchain or fintech or the other sectors that are growing around the globe. So Dubai provides a very holistic approach in terms of opportunities that serves very well entrepreneurs and investors in a very sustainable growth numbers. A very important figure to highlight that was announced in the first half of 2024, Dubai grew with a 3.2% in terms of GDP. This is a very healthy growth compared to growth values that we see across the globe, and it shows steady growth in terms of GDP. Having an economy that grows with lots of opportunities, with continuous growth in terms of FDI coming into the city, this provides a perfect destination for startup to start their business, and very interesting and attractive landscape for investors to get the yields that they're expecting.
Okay, perfect. So you've mentioned 4 or 5 reasons. Let's break them down and discuss each and every one of them. So you mentioned that Dubai has competitive advantages. Give me some. Convince me and the audience.
First of all, the easiest and the most prominent one is the amazing infrastructure that Dubai has. Majority of people concentrate on the hard infrastructure that we can see visible in terms of roads and infrastructure. But the soft infrastructure that Dubai has, the penetration of internet users, We have one of the highest average in terms of number of internet users compared to the population into the city, and the bandwidth of the internet and all of the ecosystem that you need in terms of soft infrastructure. Moving down to the location of Dubai, the strategic location of Dubai that Dubai took advantage of by having a world-class ports and that connect any entrepreneur or startup or trader from Dubai to the globe in a very efficient and sustainable way. Yes, we are in a location that around us we might be faced by lots of turbulence around supply chain, but Dubai is very good in terms of finding solutions and workaround. So Dubai always is positioned as a global player in terms of global trade. Adding to that, the very agile approach that the government plays with the private sector in terms of actively engaging with the private sector in reviewing all of the legislations. Over the last 2 years in Dubai Chambers, through the business groups that we have, we reviewed with the government more than 200 laws and legislations. Having the government open to review laws and legislation and receiving more than 320 recommendations from the private sector with a very high adoption rate, which means that the government listens to the requirements of the private sector. And this will always give Dubai a competitive edge to have the best environment to do business.
So you've mentioned a very interesting point, so infrastructure, location, services, position, leadership, and one of the points also you've mentioned was talent, the attractiveness of Dubai to global talents. Why do you think that's the case? Why I am here and everyone here around us that are like solid talents are attracted to be here in Dubai, to do business in Dubai, to be employed in Dubai?
Dubai is ranked the first globally in terms of entry of talent and ranked the third based on Harvard Business Review report in 2023 in terms of the global talent preference. It's important, it's not by coincidence. It's having a lot of legislations that will give the opportunity for talent to come to Dubai, start up their business. There are a lot of visa regimes and changes that happen, such as the golden visa and visas that are rewarded to talented people, and digital nomads so they can take advantage of the city of Dubai and really benefit out of the city to reach their dreams. It's very important to have talent positioned here in Dubai. It's not only good for Dubai, it's good for the wider region and the MENA that companies can access global talent so they can grow, especially into the new economic sector that are leading the economic growth globally now.
Okay, it's amazing that you've mentioned the new economic sectors, because when we hear about the new economy, I think I've heard it from His Excellency, the Minister of Economy here in the UAE, Abdullah bin Tuq, who said Dubai, the UAE will be focusing on the new economy. And my question is, I don't hear that term a lot around the world, and I think Dubai tried to be ahead of the curve. What are the main new economic that you just mentioned? You know, I'm just gonna quote you on that. New economic sectors that you think will create jobs and opportunities more than others?
One of the most important one in Dubai currently and even in the future is fintech. And we're expecting to have a very good growth in fintech, and it's expected to reach around $5.7 billion by 2029. Adding to that, software as a service, by 2029 it will be around $30.5 billion. AI will play a vital role in the GDP of UAE, and the expectation will be around 12 to 14% in terms of the direct and indirect contribution of AI. Blockchain is important globally, and Dubai is having very good leaps in this area. Across all of these sectors, what Dubai is concentrating on is how do we integrate these sectors into the traditional sectors too that we have in terms of trade and logistics and other sectors of services, that we can either increase the productivity of the traditional sectors and efficiency. It's very important, maybe this might be the reason why a lot of regions, they don't highlight it as separate sector. The reason we do that, to give it more emphasis in terms of development, and then when we reach certain maturity stages, we can always integrate it with sectors to drive for more productivity and efficiency.
We've mentioned, like in the intro, I've mentioned being a magnet to investors, also to startups. And I would like here to mention some of the initiatives done by the government. And I would like to understand from you the impact. First, when you bring startups, okay, investors, we know investors, FDI is very important, but startups, because it's the future. How important it is to be, for Dubai being so attractive to startups in particular in this part of the region. What is the impact on them, on their ecosystem, on their well-being, on the economy itself, and how does it align with the leadership vision, and namely here, the 33? You know, being part, of course, of the broader vision of the UAE?
I think it's very important for startup, whenever they think of global expansion, to have Dubai as a priority at the top of their list. And there is a reason for that. 39% of the scale-ups in the MENA region are based in Dubai. Dubai-based companies, since 2012, they raised 60% of the funding across the region. So, and majority of these funds are coming from private-owned funds, which means that it is very good destination for both investors and startups. It's very important to align the private sector with the government vision when it comes to D33. And in D33, it mentioned clearly that annually there will be 100 billion dirhams worth of economic contribution in terms of digital transformation projects. Adding to that, giving more emphasis on high-tech manufacturing and all of the new sectors of the digital economy. To be able to grasp all of the attention, we, Dubai Chamber, along with our partner, Dubai World Trade Center, we launched Expand North Star, which is currently the largest global startup event. We just wrapped up the third edition, 2024 in October. We had 1,800 startups from more than 100 countries. We had 1,200 investors with assets under management more than $1 trillion US. And we don't mandate that they're necessary to set up their business in Dubai. We're having Dubai as a global connector and as a platform for the startups to take advantage of the growth and connectivity of the city, and then they can decide how they can grow their business, hoping to help them to reach a unicorn stage.
So how do you explain those numbers that you just mentioned when Dubai is accused of being expensive, cost is high, and we cannot say anything about the ease of business because I think that is not something we can debate. But I mean the expenses. So when you mention those numbers, how do you explain that it's still attractive and it is the real magnet we're talking about here?
Well, we always benchmark the cost of doing business compared to cities that have similar infrastructure and similar investment yield. So this is the fair competition. And always we work closely with the government to make sure that we're the most competitive. And we are currently, especially in digital economy sector. And what really helped us is access to talent. The reason for the proximity of the city and the infrastructure, it made it more affordable to access talent, and the very good living standard that Dubai offers to talent makes it a favorable location.
Great. One last question on the event we're in today. Why it's important to have the 1 billion followers summit? Why it's important to have the Expand North Star summit? Why it's important for Dubai?
I think there is a very common factor between both events, is that these events are concentrating on the future trends. And when we say future trends, we're not saying future speculation. We know that the influencers are the new media. We know that the sectors that we call now new economy will be the main economic sector. So Dubai always is ahead of time in terms of providing platforms that
capitalizing
will help
on every
people to grow.
opportunities.
Yes.
One last message to the creators with us today.
I think, first of all, I wish them that they enjoy their time in Dubai. It's a great place to network, and we hope to see them next year and expand North Star so they can convert their idea into actionable businesses in Dubai.
Make more money.
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time I have. Trust me, I will go on for another hour. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your...
Your Excellency and Lubna for that insightful discussion. I hope you guys learned a lot from that.
Ich hoffe, euch hat die letzte Session gefallen.
Wait, what did you just say?
I think he understood. That was German, Ahmed.
How do you expect me to know German? We're doing this in English.
Excuse me, nowadays there are apps for that.
Like?
You never heard of Duolingo?
Oh, wait.
You should have, because we are about to hear for their case study how they become a social media giant. Please welcome Senior Global Social Media Manager Zaria Parvez.
Round of applause for Zaria.
Hello, hello, everyone. All right. When I was in 3rd grade, I was suspended for accidentally making a YouTube video go viral about why students shouldn't be attending my strict Catholic school. To this day, if you ask my dad, he'll begrudgingly tell you he's made more trips to the principal's office for me than for my other siblings combined. Needless to say, I probably should have expected a career in social media was in my future. Hi, I'm Zaria, otherwise known as Duo the Owl on TikTok. Perhaps you've seen the video of an owl dancing on a conference room table, or doing weird brand collabs with the Teletubbies, or maybe even being in Squid Game Season 2. Well, I was part of those chaotic ideas. Now, before I get too ahead of myself and talk about our TikTok, it's probably important I let you know what Duolingo is, just in case you don't know. At its core, we're a language learning app with a mission to make education accessible. We've done this, obviously, through teaching languages, but we've also expanded into math and music. But I'm telling you all of this mainly to say that we are in a pretty boring category of edtech, and my job was to somehow make this interesting to Gen Z. Now, the reason I'm talking to you today is about our TikTok. We have over 14 million followers alone just on the platform, and have gained over 850 million likes, pretty much with a $0 budget, a crusty owl suit, and an iPhone. And the story I'm about to tell you today is how we really unlocked that success, and the ups and downs that came with it, the risks we took, and the times we found ourselves thinking, the risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math. Now, this social strategy has really had a halo effect on the Duolingo brand as a whole. Social has really driven marketing in our marketing campaigns, which is pretty unique for most brands. In fact, it's had such an impact on our brand that we were even part of a shareholder letter where investors were asking, what's the ROI of this owl doing different things on TikTok? And the ROI was pretty impressive. We saw insane year-over-year growth in impressions, which led to new users, which led to more money for the brand. This was huge. It was really never done before to have a social media team quite literally change the trajectory of a brand and the business. Now, when it comes to my job in social, I could talk to you about a lot of different things. Maybe how to go viral, what to do if you've been canceled, how to get legal approval, or I can spend the next 10 minutes just absolutely lying. And the truth is, very few people would actually catch on, because working in social at a brand is quite different than being a creator, but still uses some of the same assets and keytones, but it's also not the same as just being in brand marketing. Now, when we talk about disruption in marketing, it's often a lengthy definition in sans serif text that doesn't really make sense. But contrary to popular belief, I do not think I did anything revolutionary. In fact, I think we just followed innate human truths and insights that we knew were true that a lot of brands just end up denying. For example, in the US, we spend about $460 billion a year as an industry on flashy 30-second spots. But I skip ads, I'm sure a lot of you skip ads, but we still keep doing it. So that begs the question, why do we still keep doing this? Because it creates a gap. There's a gap between what we know is good work and what we know we have to achieve and what we can really accomplish in our 9 to 5. Most social teams, most marketing teams are overworked, underpaid, and don't really have the bandwidth or the time to start over. We just do what we know we're used to, kind of just going with the flow and not really taking the time for critical thought and just time to experiment. So my entire life, I was always crossing the line. I was always saying something I probably shouldn't have, usually getting in trouble, not really knowing when to say no. In fact, I actually don't even think I had that button in my head that told me just to stop when others knew when to stop. And to make matters worse, in a loving family filled with doctors and engineers, I decided to be an owl on TikTok. So you can imagine that conversation when I let my parents know that no, I did not want to go to med school. But it wasn't until I was much older and going through this process at Duolingo that it really came to be that troublemakers are actually the ones who cause seismic cultural shifts. They're not afraid to disrupt, they're not afraid to take the time and the effort to change the status quo, and they're okay being wrong and addressing the wrong. But the tough thing about human nature is that we truly fear change, yet it's what we yearn for most. All of us want to be the most viral. We want to be the most impactful brand. We want to make the most money for our business. However, a lot of the times it means stepping out of your comfort zone and being okay with pressing the big red button. So, how do you know when to press the big red button? In my eyes, the key to being a successful disruptor as a brand really boils down to 2 things. 1, understanding calculated risk, which I'll dive into in a little bit. And 2, my personal favorite, pissing someone off. At Duolingo, we've defined calculated risk as a consciously bold decision that marries intention with impact. Essentially, the risk is worth the reward if there's a clear goal in the end. This could be new users, could be new followers, could be social responsibility, and so on and so forth. You should be taking a risk, and you should absolutely go full throttle for it, but you should know what you're trying to achieve with it. And coming to pissing people off, the cost of disruption is risk. If you want to be new and never been done before, you have to take these risks. But with the caveat that the intrinsic nature of risk is you're going to piss someone off. You just have to make sure it isn't the wrong person. Now, I want to do a fun little experiment with everyone here. Can you raise your hand if you've ever had an idea flat out rejected? All right, good amount of you. Okay, if your hand is not up, either you are lying to me or you are the boss that always says no. So this next part of the talk is obviously for everyone, but if you're the boss that keeps saying no, this is especially important for you. So truly new things rarely need an abundance of money. And if this was true, the rich would have a monopoly on all new inventions, and they don't. When there's scarce resources, that's when innovation occurs. And I'm not saying this as a way to cut all marketing budget and make only one person's social team and help and say good luck with it. It's more of, if you don't have the budget, you don't have the money, then you need to give creative freedom. There always has to be a trade-off, and it's not just about throwing and pumping money into something to make it work. These are 3 campaigns we had that I'll quickly go over. All of them went from about let's say $500K to $1 million US spent. And these 3 videos took about 1 to 2, maybe 10 minutes to make, 20 minutes of approval, and were actually the most successful videos from these campaigns. So there's something there about having this intrinsic connection to what it means to create content that actually resonates versus just throwing money into something and hoping that if the more money I pump into something, the more viral it'll go. So for me, as a content creator for a brand, these are kind of the general things for when I'm looking for trends. If a sound has over 30,000 uses, if it keeps popping up in your For You page, and if your favorite creator is using it. Creators are actually a big indicator for us of where to go as a brand, what things we should be innovating on, and how to keep being part of the conversation. Which kind of leads us to this. You really can't plan virality, but you can plan mentality. I wish I had a go viral button. A lot of people think we do at Duolingo, but we do not. What we have done is set up our teams and our systems to be ready to act fast and go viral in any way possible. So this means quicker legal approvals. This means just smaller time between ideation to posting, and even just having those faster processes have allowed us to be one of the top brands on TikTok. Now, this is where we try to be in between these 2 moments I try to think of this as a TikTok wife and Reels husband, but essentially it means is that there's this sweet spot between when content is understood by a select audience all the way to everyone's already seen the trends and they already know about it. So when you're in this sweet spot, that's when you're hitting this whole realm of this is hilarious before you're going into I've seen this already. By doing so, you're able to create content that resonates, that people are excited about, and that goes viral on the algorithm. And eventually, we hope as a brand to move these trend moments all the way to trend forces. So you go down the scale where it's just one viral video to actually large-scale behavioral transformation. And that's kind of what Duolingo did with a mascot suit. Now you'll see lots of brands doing mascots and so on and so forth to really have that shift occur. And again, as I said, we are always prioritizing social-first processes, so we have minimal time from ideation to post. I think this is probably the only thing that really sets Duolingo apart as a brand on TikTok. And your age is not your superpower. A lot of the times, people think that just because you're Gen Z, that's the only group of people that understand content. But I always refer back to this lovely man, our legal counsel. A lot of people ask us, how do you get approval for content? This is the guy who approves it all. He's actually a man in his upper 40s, and he knew TikTok way before we did ourselves. So he's aware of the trends, he's aware of why we need to engage, the importance of being fast. And when you have someone like this in your corner who really understands TikTok, you start to create an urgency to actually see the impact of going viral. And usually, for us, that's new users and new business. And this is a trend across the board, right? Even baby boomers are taking TikTok more seriously. You see nursing home residents on TikTok, Gen Z's interacting with them more, and people just love watching videos of senior citizens. So really across the board, all the way from Gen Z to baby boomers, TikTok is important, it's relevant, and it can really lead to new business. Now, one of my favorite things to say is you're ordinary, someone else is extraordinary. When I started at Duolingo, I did not think anybody cared about our mascot suit. It was sitting in a corner closet, and it was kind of the only thing I had to really start making content because I didn't have much of a budget. And when I started doing that and started showing behind the scenes or this mascot suit in this office, people were interested. And a lot of other brands have done this too who don't necessarily have a mascot suit. So the Getty Museum in LA explained how they earthquake-proof their ceramic artifacts, and this had 60% more views than any of their average videos. Same with Wild Rivers Water Park. A random water park showed how they safety-proof all of their slides and their morning checkups. Again, 400,000 views. And Ralph Lauren actually used a lot of money, but did it in a really impactful way where they used high celebrity creator talent to interview child models, and this video got 12 million views. It was kind of lifting the curtain behind what you expect from these brands in a new and impactful ways. And for us, a lot of that is grounding ourselves in our strength and doubling down. I do not believe we are great at every single thing. I think Duolingo's bread and butter is hopping onto trends and doing it fast, but everyone else has their own bread and butter, and trying to find that for your brand is the most crucial. So for us, it took us some time to actually realize the mascot suit was super important. As you can see, we have this scaling graph of when we actually started using owl appearances. We actually didn't get the memo that owls were important until about, let's say, like a month or two after constantly creating this content. And then we saw, wait a minute, if we do almost entirely owl videos, our audience likes that and it's leading to new users. We actually had about 6 to 7 months of just trial and error. No OKRs, no goals attached to it, just trying to see what works. And in that time and in that experimentation, when we doubled down, we figured out what the secret sauce was. Chipotle has done this with influencers, Poppy's done this with experiential events, Jellycat has done this with UGC and creating awesome, like, shareable moments, Skims has done this with celebrities, and you really just have to realize that you have to water the grass on your own side. A lot of other brands look like they have more money or more freedom or more of anything, but figuring out what your strength is and really doubling down on that is what has led to our most success. And really, you can be the thing and subvert the thing. A lot of the time, people will ask us, your TikTok is so unhinged, it's so different from language learning. How are you reconciling the ways that people are approaching your app and your content? And the truth is, humans are very multidimensional. They're able to distinguish what's humor and what's actually impactful and kind of bring it together. So we really thought when we first started at Duolingo that we were Trevor Noah. We thought we were multidimensional, exceptionally smart, And we tried to create content like that, and it didn't really do well. However, the truth is that we were JoJo Siwa. We were pretty obnoxious, pretty annoying. We were known for our notifications. And when we started acting like that, we saw a lot more success. And including these April Fool's campaigns that we made featuring the owl actually being sued by a lawyer and so on and so forth. And you really don't know where the line is unless you cross it. There's a lot of moments where you have to take risks, where you have to get canceled sometimes to figure out what is the realm of what people want to act in. And truth be told, most of the times, these hiccups and moments last for a couple seconds at a time, and the internet and life moves on. And a lot of it is moving through these zones of knowing what your comfort zone is for your brand all the way to your growth zone. And going through these moments allows your brand to excel. And it could really be from anything to content creation, but really just thinking how fear is expensive, because without it, you can't really grow and be a disruptor. So these are a couple of things to think about when you're thinking about how to grow into these zones, of really understanding where you stand and how to break into these places. And a lot of it is in our own heads of what we think we can or can't be. And lastly, knowing your human truth. At Duolingo, our human truth is language learning is hard, so we make it fun. And it actually took us almost a year of research and insights to come down to this simple statement, and that's what we always go back to when it comes to our content and work. And our audience truth is Gen Z wants to be entertained, not sold to. So we're not gonna make flashy ads, we're not gonna spend the crazy money, we're gonna try to keep prioritizing putting things and energy and resources to content creation. Which led us to this whole campaign, which was actually a whole musical of Duo and his friends on ice, kind of emulating Disney on ice, versus just saying, hey, learn a language, use Duolingo. So why do I think all of these qualities lead to disruptor viral content? And I know a lot of people might say you work for Duolingo, of course you're gonna say it's viral and disruptive and amazing, but let's talk in a language we can all speak. Money. So if you do the math, in the US, one view costs about $9.50 on TikTok. And this can come from paid advertising to creator spend to just a generalization. And we've had about 650 million completely free organic views. Just maybe the cost of Duo's costume, an iPhone, and my salary. And if you do that, you get about a $6.5 million media value. Again, all for practically $0 and a crusty owl suit. That is the impact of doing these steps and in making sure that your teams are well equipped, the process is fast, and you can make disruptive content. So, at its core, disruption in social first marketing is about dreaming big, but iterating small. It's about using your resources, understanding what actually goes viral, and how to emulate content creators to really create impactful brand moments. Thank you so much.
That was a masterclass in social media strategy. Thank you, Zarya. And now, guys, we're gonna have a 20-minute break, and we're gonna see you back in here for more sessions, more prizes for those who didn't win, and more exciting sessions, more and more and more. So go have a snack, get something to drink, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes.
معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
from every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
From every corner in the world to one stage.
How do we design a better future? حجم هذه القمة هو بحجم وطموح دولة الإمارات. So what sort of future we want? معكم بتكبر هذه القمة. Our job is to make it right. هذه فقط البداية.
But I know two people that do know. Welcome on stage, Jonathan, Shanti, and Leanne Paris.
Is this working?
Hello, hello.
Welcome. I'm having some issues. We're going to go with it. Okay, today we're going to talk about creator representation in the landscape that exists and where it started and where it's heading. For some backgrounds, I am CEO and founder of Made by All, which is a creator management company. And Jonathan here could introduce himself.
Pleasure to be with you all. Thank you so much for having us. I'm the president of Viral Nation Talent. We're the largest creator representation agency in the world with over 1,000 creators exclusively represented in North America and 62 agents.
It's pretty remarkable. We just had a 2-hour conversation and we were almost late coming because we have so much to talk about. So I just want to lay a foundation for everyone. I started my career at Interscope Records in the Global Brand Partnership Division. I didn't know the landscape whatsoever. I started after that I went to a celebrity endorsement agency. This was prior to the creator economy boom, and I was really active in signing Vine stars and Tumblr stars. And I was using the resources of that agency to build these small creators who I truly believed could be the future of where we are today with the resources of celebrity endorsements. At that time, there was not really management companies, and there was no creator landscape at CAA, WME, or any of the big agencies. So I took a bet on my roster at the time. I left that job to start Made by All 8 years ago. So we do 360 management for our creators. We're very small comparably to Jonathan. We have 25 clients, and we look to position our creators, who are the top 1% of the creator economy, as cultural icons. We create that cultural relevancy in a lot of different ways. And it's interesting, the conversation that we're gonna have, it's interesting because we always say, do our clients need to be represented elsewhere? Will it be better for their careers to have an agent and a manager? And it's pretty interesting because Jonathan has an agency, I have a management company, and there's so many similarities, but there's a lot of differences. And this is a topic I'm really passionate about because it's one we have often in my company and one that we're excited to talk about with everyone here.
Totally. So just to give you some perspective on where the creator economy is coming and where it's going, you know, I've been in this business now for 15 years. You know, Viral Nation was founded in 2014, so it's taken a considerable amount of time to get to where we are today. But I'll just give you some straight facts and data. The valuation on the creator economy business globally right now is a $250 billion valuation. 25 billion of that is represented in North America. We view the SAM of that TAM in fees from representation side as about $3 billion just in North America, and it's growing at a 20% CAGR year over year. So when you start digging into it, you realize there's a lot of growth and a lot of opportunity, but there's also a lot of competition. You know, right now in North America alone, there's 12.5 million full-time content creators. 12.5 million. Of that 12.5 million, 4% are making $1 million a year annually. 70% of that income is coming from brand deals. The remaining 30% is coming from venture opportunities, you know, licensing, platform monetization, et cetera. But if you look at all the recent, you know, CMO surveys, you understand where the actual spend is coming. 60 to 70% of that spend is actually going to creators at 500,000 followers and below. So we've entered a market of media as a commodity in many cases, where the competition is fierce, where we see on our side from a data perspective, the average lifetime value of a creator in some cases, their careers don't get past 2 to 3 years at most and start losing relevancy or declining in content. And that ultimately is the challenge and why representation matters, and working with people who have multifaceted experience matter. If you look at, you know, publications like Famous Birthdays or any major, you know, outlet that's covering all the different representatives that exist just alone in North America, it's a profound figure. It says currently there's roughly 10,000, and I say this with air quotes, 10,000 agents or agencies in North America. That's good and bad. It's good in the sense that, you know, you hear a lot in the space about investing in creators, but for every creator, there's also someone who wants to be a manager or an agent. They need investment too. What you also start to understand too is that, you know, if my best friend blows up on YouTube and I decide to represent him, doesn't mean I know what I'm doing. And if a creator actually ends up signing themselves with the wrong person, they could lose any opportunity to have a meaningful long-term career. You know, at every stage of a creator's career, there needs to be a different playbook to get to the next level. You know, you can go viral any moment, any day, any moment, but how do you catch lightning in a bottle and leverage that momentum into a long-term career that's meaningful? You know, the way we look at it at Viral Nation is we look at managing creators and managing their content almost like you know, being a portfolio manager. If I was managing your money, I would never have you over-index in any specific area. We'll put a little bit in real estate, put a little bit in the stock market, you know, find ways to hedge your investments. Same thing when it comes to the creator economy. You know, what platform got you to your heightened level of awareness doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be your career driver. You could be a major TikTok star that ends up, you know, creating a phenomenal, successful podcast, and that might be your true calling for a long-term career. You could be an amazing long-form YouTube creator, but you may end up being able to cross over in traditional entertainment and become an actor or an actress. So it's not necessarily how you got there, but it's being able to identify when I arrive, who are the people around me that are helping me usher to the next level, and how am I constantly diversifying where I'm creating content and why I'm creating content. So, you know.
So let me ask you a question. I'm a creator.
Yep.
I have a slew of viral videos. I'm getting a lot of inbound deals. I don't know what to do. I have an agency coming to me and I have a management company coming to me. What is your perspective on a creator signing with a management company versus an agency?
You know, so there's a few fun nomenclatures. The first thing I'll say is I think it depends on the person, right? The person, whether it's an agency or management, however they define themselves is one thing. We'll talk about that. But the most important thing is, who is this person that I'm signing with? How much experience do they have? What's their track record? What value are they bringing me? Do I need someone just sitting on my inbox and negotiating deals and bringing me no other additional value? No. Those are the things you really got to dig into because you're making a commitment. And I'm sure you know as well as I do, some creators are like, oh, I don't want to sign exclusive.
That was exactly what I was going to say. This is a trend with the newer creators coming up that they have this idea of exclusivity as hindering their career, and actually I think it's the opposite. I think building with one team will provide you that longevity that most creators who are with multiple companies, they have no one rooting for them in the long run.
Well, it's a commitment. That's why, you know, date before you marry.
I also said that to someone recently, and I was like, you don't want to be exclusive to us. It's like having 5 wives. It's like you can't focus on one relationship and make it thrive. I said that, and
you have to do your due diligence. But also, if you're not going to make a commitment to me, why am I not going to make a commitment to you?
Absolutely.
But also a big part of what we train our agents to do, because I'm a big believer in the development of agents. Because if you really develop the right agents, the talent will win, right? It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Part of what we do, if you think about the numbers I just spoke about, 12.5 million and growing full-time content creators in North America, a lot of similar folks, a lot of similar audiences, and a lot of similar metrics, and a lot of similar content styles. The agents, the managers, they're the ones out there who are creating the market around you. They're the ones that are, you know, doing the outreach. They're the ones that are, you know, differentiating you from the person who looks very similar to you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I think that's another interesting topic we can capture. It's like, a manager or an agent, their job is to identify what makes you different, why you are special, and then they are to package that and share it with the key executives and brands and agencies on the other side. Without someone who fully understands your why and how you work, you will have no success in this creator space. And I think the creators who aren't with a bigger management company, they miss a lot of opportunities. I think it's about building pipelines. I've been doing this for almost 15 years, and I've built my pipeline of business so our creators can all, like, you know, be in that system. And I think that's what you guys do really well.
Yeah, you know, I call it the talent flywheel, right? You know, some creators are like, oh, well, you know, you guys are so big. How do I know that, you know, I'm going to be taking care of, well, you know, the power of the agency, the power of the people behind you is what's going to help create more opportunities for you. You know, last year alone, we worked with over 1,000 buyers just across North America, right? So when you're part of a larger entity that actually has people in there that are passionate about you and are developing you, that will never be an issue in terms of attention, right?
I actually always tell new talent, just as like a friendly mentor, I'm like, it doesn't, and I would love your opinion on this, it doesn't actually matter where you are signed per se. It matters if the person on your team is passionate and gonna go to bat for you. I think I can argue both sides too.
I agree mostly. I mean, that has to be a table stake, right? Like, you can't have someone working with you that's not an active consumer of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like our team, our agents, like when they go out and they're signing and they get promoted to becoming agents, they're so excited to start building their roster. They want to go work with the people they've been following and that are emerging, that are amazing, and they want to get in there, they want to help them, they want to grow. Which I think speaks to, you know, what we've talked about, which is like what defines a great, you know, agent or manager, right? From my opinion, they have to be amazing at business development. Sales is a crucial component to being a good agent or manager. You can't, you know, this isn't the days of just waiting for things to show up when there's so many options out there. You know, as the famous saying goes, time kills all deals. So when we have tons of buyers and agencies that we're speaking to reaching out and they're moving quickly, you know, just to give you guys perspective, the average deal from opening to closing in my world is about 8 days. Meaning someone wants to work with you and the deal's getting done and it's going live in a matter of weeks. So if you think about it, if there's 10,000 reps out there, agencies representing talent, highly fragmented, no buyer agency is going to be able to speak to more than 40, 50, 60 reps at a time. So whoever gets to that buyer first with exactly what they're looking for.
I always say the speed is what will make us as a company different from the others.
Speed.
We respond right away. I always say over-communicate is better than under-communicate.
And of course, as you know, I was a buyer once upon a time too, and send me what I'm looking for. Don't just send me a list, right?
No, it's like actually answer the why. Like this person is, I think one of the things that I pride my business on is knowing our clients in and out and being able to connect with the brands, the story. Like I can tell them my client was, you know, wanted to be an NFL star and like went to play D1 in college, and like painting the picture beyond the stats is really important to bringing that deal home and making it impactful for both the creator and the brand in the marketplace. And I always say like understanding your clients helps you sell through that deal.
Yep. And then you got to throw in some content management strategy. They have to be capable and competent, and also diversification of revenue.
Absolutely.
Are we doing ventures? Are we doing OTT?
It's
Are
also
we
like,
syndicating?
So, okay, so let's back up a second, because I think it's also defining the type of creator you want to become and then determining if you need an agency and a manager or one or the other. So my company, we work a lot with CAA. We have clients who have aspirations to be movie stars or go on tour, or, and it's not to say that we couldn't do it, but I think it's about a conversation about, well, where's your time best spent?
Correct.
And if it's not your core competency, like you should utilize an expert in that
Partner.
space.
Build a team.
Yeah, so if you guys are the agency, let's say, like, are you also working with those other agencies in those capacities?
We partner in areas where we know that certain people or other agencies have expertise. For the vast majority, we do in-house. I like to keep things at home.
Like film and TV in-house?
Yeah, I mean, we create and develop shows all the time.
I know, but what about like pitching for movies and?
Easier than you think. That's the thing too, is that, you know, if you look at the history of Hollywood, you know, someone had to say you're in for you to get in. But today, the democratization that social's brought to the space allows people to be discovered quicker, faster, and more readily. And you'd be shocked how many production companies out there dying to work with creators but don't know where to start.
Well, we do that work too, but I think when it comes to like the castings of the films and TV projects, like we don't touch that.
Yeah, we've found the greatest success in creating our own shows. So, you know, we have a guy on my team.
It depends on the aspirations of the client.
Yeah, and also the big shock for most creators are they realize they're not going to make as much money doing film or TV than they will be doing brand deals, right? So you got to really want to be there to do it.
I think you learn that the hard way.
Yeah, but you know, we've got probably one of the largest slates right now in Hollywood of shows in development. Everything from animation to, you know, live action. And what we found is that as long as you have someone internally who's an expert in developing and creating the concept, partnering with the right production companies, and going to the networks together.
It's a long process. We've been in a development of an animation show for 3 years, and people don't realize that it's better to tackle the audience. It's not better, but I think betting on the audience you have and creating content across multi-channels is one of the ways. I think creators, though, look at these live streams the big streamers like Netflix and Amazon as like an additional credibility factor. So what would you say to that?
I would say, know what you're getting yourself into, and sometimes where you are is in a bad place. But hey, you know what? The beauty of all of this is that there isn't a one size fits all, right? Everyone has their own destiny, their own journey, and it's our job to be the regents to that and to really bring that to life. Well, I think we're on time. Thank you so much for having us.
That was
perfect.
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you, appreciate it. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Jonathan and Leon, for highlighting the crucial role of agents in a creator journey. And now, guys, let's talk about building an iconic creator brand powered by Red Bull. This guy who's about to join us on stage just a few minutes before getting here performed a crazy stunt. I don't know if you guys saw this, but just now, between the two Emirates towers, there was a rope, and this guy crossed from one side to the other. Some of us can barely make it with cars here, and this guy just did it with a rope. So guys, a big welcome. Please welcome world champion slackliner Ya Rose and NBC host Marwa Karam. I pronounced it right. I got your name right? Okay, good.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a thrill to be here at the 1 Billion Summit in the vibrant city of Dubai, hosting a conversation that I know will inspire, inform, and energize you all. Today, we're diving into a powerful story of athletic achievement. My name is Marwa Karam. I'm a TV host, and I'm very happy to be here with you guys. We're going to be diving into a powerful story of athletic achievement, like I said, personal branding, and the magic that happens when a world-class athlete teams up with an innovative brand. Please join me in welcoming Jan Roos, a three-time world slackline champion and content creator. Not only is Jan an exceptional athlete,
thank you.
but he also just wowed us with an incredible performance. It was mind-blowing, honestly, earlier today, slacklining between the Emirates Towers. Let's give him a big round of applause again.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Now, who witnessed the performance? Of course, the Red Bull family did. I mean, it was just incredible, and we're so happy you're here. You made it out alive.
Yeah, I'm happy as well to be here on the ground. It feels way better to stand on the ground than on the slackline, which is like just, size of the finger thickness, basically.
Dancing in the air.
Yeah, shaking in the air. It looks like, for the audience, it looks dancing. For me, it's like shaking, but that's the beauty of it.
I mean, it was incredible, and everyone watching you was just rooting for you and also scared for you as well.
Yeah, actually, I feel like it gives the emotions. you know.
That's very true, yeah.
Just watching someone walking and not doing maybe yourself. And that's why like sports are so entertaining.
Yeah, we'll dive into that and how they're entertaining as well. Before we get into details of your incredible relationship with Red Bull, I have to ask, how did you even prepare for something like this, for a performance like that?
For a performance, for like this, for example, it starts from planning, of course, practical planning, coming, seeing the location, and checking the feasibility.
Taking measurements, I assume, as well?
Exactly, visiting the boat Emirate buildings, and trying to figure out where to attach the slackline. Because even sometimes being in the park, doing slackline, like regular slackline, we know in the park between trees, there might be a lot of trees, like here in the city, a lot of skyscrapers, beautiful skyscrapers, unique. But like even finding two perfect trees is hard. And here, having buildings which look similar, but at the same time, they are different on their own, and that creates challenges. And that's why this high line, which was 100 meters long and over 200 meters high.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was sort of, it had an incline.
It had incline because of that.
Wow.
Because of, you know, they have different height and the attachment points were different. So that made my walking also more difficult, because then we have a question whether it's easier to walk uphill or downhill.
And you have to go and come back. I thought it was just going and that's it.
Yeah, I think two-way journey is better, because then I have a better exit point.
Definitely. And Jan, I want everyone to get to know you more. Slacklining is such a dangerous sport. It's exciting, it's entertaining, but I want to know why you chose this sport specifically. Why not anything else?
Well, I would say that it is as dangerous you make it yourself. It doesn't need to be super high, right? So I was over 200 meters today. We have, of course, safety measurements, and I started doing it, of course, from low, not super high and between trees, but before getting in the slackline, it started from doing parkour, like on my own. I grew up in a small village in Estonia, like maybe around 40 people population. So there was not much in terms of classes, trainings to go. And I had a lot of nature around. So my journey changed since I was connected to the internet, and I saw first YouTube videos of parkour, and I wanted to do the same thing. And through the parkour, I found out about slacklining, because I was already balancing on a different, as we were kids, balancing on the rails, on a fence, and now I realized, okay, slacklining is 2-in-1, doing the tricks and also balancing. So I've been doing tricks already with the parkour. Let's balance extra. And that's where the journey started of doing slacklining in a remote area, filming videos myself, becoming a content creator with a cassette camera of my parents, and trying to film all my tricks for the competition by just using like this last few minutes on the cassette over and over again, looping again, just not to record suddenly on some family event. And then uploading, sending, becoming known for doing tricks and winning competitions, and getting more rolled into the slackline scene.
Jan Roos, the athlete that came from Estonia, from a very small town in Estonia with 40 people in it. Today, I opened Instagram and I saw His Highness Sheikh Fazza posted your video doing the slacklining here in Dubai. How does that feel?
That's
it's an honor, right?
It's an honor, yeah. It's an unexpected honor for me.
What a surprise. Today's your best day, khalas.
Yeah, today is actually my birthday as well.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy birthday! Where's the cake?
So often people ask, so you should start slacklining from young age, right? It's like, no, I started when I was 18.
Oh, wow.
And now, yeah, 33. Yeah, 3. Sometimes I have to Google my age. Yeah.
Now, let's talk about Red Bull and your 5-year relationship with them. Can you take us back to where it all started? You have an interesting story to share. Just a bit about how everything started with them.
I was doing slackline performance one day in Estonia, quite a big one, and I was so tired after the performance next day. I was just waking up late, and I see him, of course, opening my phone the first thing in the morning, usually, and seeing a friend request on Facebook. And I see where the person comes from. It works at Red Bull. It's like, okay, accept. So, but I didn't sign a contract that way. It was just accepting the friend request, and actually got into the chat right away. It's like, hey, we would like to talk to you. I was like, yeah, I'm ready. Can we do it in 1 hour?
Wow.
Lunchtime. And then actually in 1 hour we went to have lunch, and I was asked whether I'm willing to join the family, the Red Bull family, and be an athlete for them as well, and put forces together and come up with incredible projects.
Amazing. So social media is where all it started, and Facebook specifically.
Yes,
Who knew?
It's not just doing for myself and keeping the videos. It's always showcasing what I'm doing, and especially with Slackline, it was becoming more as an entertainment, and not just doing sports and getting more tricks or higher, longer, but also really performing for the people at the event.
And doing something entertaining for them to watch as well.
Yes, so that makes me nervous to do it, and also makes the people nervous to watch it. So it's a win-win situation, I would say.
And you've pulled off some incredible performances over the years around the world. Any specific challenging moments, things that you still remember and can't forget?
Yes, there are projects. I would say there's not such a thing as the best. I would say they are different, unique, in the different locations, different meanings. But one of the projects which still kind of creates a chicken skin in me is walking from mainland of Italy to Sicily.
Whoa.
Last summer, 3.6 kilometers over Messina Strait. And
that's crazy.
Yes, we managed to do it with the Red Bull in 1 year to organize till the moment I was walking. And it was a lot of work, which is still scary to think. And the way it started, just by doing the feasibility, of course, how doable this. If I see like 5% it's possible, now I have 95 to find out, 95% extra to find out how to do it. So, and then step by step, same as walking the slack line, basically.
And it's trial and error, and you keep repeating.
Yeah, actually, we have to come up with a new solution to set it up first. Also, like, even here, how we set it up. Usually, we use drones. In Italy, we use a drone flying across.
Oh.
And it's 1 week of work to get the slack line up. And
1 week?
Yes.
Oof.
But also being at the same time affected by the weather a lot.
And of course you have an incredible team behind this helping you do this as well.
Exactly, it's super important to have a team, the Red Bull team, also my personal team for safety and rigging, so that I can trust and that I don't have to think about little details, so I can focus only on my own performance.
Wow. For all the creators here that want to hear more about any lessons that you want to share about building a career and working with global brands as well.
I'll take from the experience often as same as walking the slack line. I remember my first slack line just 10 minutes long. Just looking at it. I'm like, no, I'm not good at it. I'm not having enough good balance. But let's try. First step, hard. Okay, let's try again. 2 steps, 3. Okay, maybe I can do 4. Let's try, figure out how can I make 5 steps. If before I was not able even to do 3 steps, and now I'm able to do 6, let's get 10, and now finally I'm there at the destination. So I see slackline where I need to finish, and now the journey is like going step by step, finding the way, the technique. Either it's walking or doing a trick, and always one more time. I had so many situations where I want to just like finish today, go home, no more training, but like, no, let's give a chance. One more jump, one more walk. Maybe that will be the successful one.
You're persistent.
Yeah, and I will, just to make sure that the cameras are also recording because I need to post it. And yeah, that's how it's still working, actually.
And that feeling inside you of fear and excitement, maybe you're anxious a bit and nervous, do you still get that until today?
Yes, I do, because I'm not doing just for myself. For myself, I do training at home. Then it's a bit a different feeling of being scared, because if there's nobody around,
it's less scary, maybe?
If I injure myself, there's nobody else who could just help me, right? But yeah, it's...
Well, it's very interesting, honestly. Any specific defining moment in your career that you can share that maybe Red Bull supported you on a specific project, defining moment in your career that changed everything and maybe taught you a lot as well?
I would say it was in the beginning of my career, the first 2 years, when I just got a message from my manager from that time asking me, are you able to go to New York after tomorrow to perform for Madonna for 1 year on tour? I was like, oh.
Wow.
So slackline is not just a sport, but also entertainment. And that's where I realized that now I'll be traveling, performing, and going full on slackline.
And it was a world tour, so how many countries did you go to?
It was 35 countries.
Wow.
And the thing was that I went there just for a week for kind of for a rehearsal, and I had the tickets back, and they told me, nope, you're staying here. Keep doing slacklining.
And you learned so much about it when you...
I learned English, actually. Kind of.
To start
as you can
with?
hear. Yeah, at least for the beginning.
Okay.
And I learned a lot how to work hard from there even more. And trying in different ways.
Because you're doing shows almost every day, one after another.
Yeah, 88 shows total, but the rehearsal, training, production time was every day, from morning till late night, so that was super important. Willing to work, regardless of the weather, the feeling.
Takes a lot of effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does Red Bull help you stay focused on your sport while also creating engaging content for your audience, something interesting and engaging and entertaining for them to watch?
I realized that Red Bull is such a huge platform internationally. I didn't know about it.
It's a family.
It's a family for me, actually. It feels really comfortable because I do what I used to do, and now even with a better force. At the same time, being able to visit Athlete Performance Center, where we have the best doctors, physiologists, the nutritionist, and I can test myself, physical, mental performance, and get better as an athlete. The information, the knowledge. And
they
also
take good care of you.
They take care, and also they teach how to perform better on the social platforms, how to use TikTok, YouTube, X, and be better also as a content creator, not just an athlete.
And you're also on social media using any AI tools to help you with your content?
I do, because during the daytime, I prefer to just train, do my slacklining, and then when it becomes dark, usually in Estonia it becomes dark early. We are quite north. So then I use the time for all the content creation in terms of being at the computer, and AI is super helpful to minimize the time I am sitting at the computer so much, like using the ChatGPT or Grok from X as well.
It's changed our lives.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, it's been a pleasure to hear your story and gain these incredible insights. Before we wrap up, I'd love to open the floor to our audience for any questions that you have to Jan. Questions? Okay, in the back.
There is an arm. I see there's a question.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure. But do we need to give her a mic? Perfectly.
Best thing to stay calm is good sleep first. I sleep quite a lot. I wake up late, I will say. Thanks to my profession, I don't have to wake up 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. Depends. Of course, there are sometimes projects where we need to wake up every day 5 a.m. just to keep setting up the slackline, for example, but that's not every day. And while doing the slacklining, it helps to focus by like going through the checklist. You know, okay, look forward, keep arm, just relaxed, and look always in front, right, as I said. And breathing is the most important. That's where it all starts.
Thank you so
Amazing.
much.
Thank you.
A big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you both for having you here.
Thank you very
Get
much.
over to the next guest. Thank you. Thank you. Who of you actually saw the performance? Did you see it? Anyone else saw it outside? Because I just had like a quick look and I saw somebody like screaming, oh my God, there is somebody. I'm like, what is happening? Until I realized this is actually planned, so like I calmed down. But now we're getting over to our next guest. Who of you struggles with engagement on social media? Oh yeah. Oh, yes. I know, like when I personally started on social media, this was also something that I struggled with. And I needed to learn from the greatest to understand, like, how can I connect with my community more if we are not face-to-face like today? And the next guests are actually experts in sharing their strategies and helping you all to get more engagement on social media. So welcome with me on stage, Hiba Hidairi and Ahmed Sadiq.
مرحبا بالجميع. سعيدة جدا بتواجدي في قمة المليار متابع للسنة الثانية على التوالي. وسعيدة أكثر بتواجدكم حضورنا الكريم في هذه الجلسة المميزة. في عالم صناعة المحتوى المتسارع يوما بعد يوم، أصبح التميز ليس فقط هدفا، بل هو ضرورة أيضا. خاصة في ظل المنافسة الشديدة التي نشهدها على كافة المنصات وخاصة يوتيوب. الجميع يتساءل كيف يمكن لصانع المحتوى أن يجذب الجمهور منذ اللحظة الأولى؟ وكيف يحافظ على انتباهه حتى النهاية؟ وكيف يمكنه تحويل المشاهدين إلى متابعين أوفياء حتى النهاية يشاركوا وتفاعلوا مع كل ما يقدم؟ اليوم نناقش هذه التساؤلات مع واحد من أبرز المؤثرين على منصة يوتيوب والذي استطاع أن يحقق نجاح كبير. هدفنا في هذه الجلسة أن نكشف معايير الماكسيمم انجيجمنت أو تحقيق أقصى مستويات التفاعل. اسمحوا لي أن أرحب بضيفي المميز أحمد أبو الصادق. دعني أحمد أسأل أو أبدأ معك بسؤال بسيط. ما الذي ألهمك لدخول عالم صناعة المحتوى وكيف استطعت أن تجد طريقك وسط هذه المنافسة؟
أول شيء برحب فيكي وبرحب بجميع الموجودين. اللي خلاني الميكروفون مو شغال، هيك شغال. في حدا يشغله؟ برضه في حدا يشغله؟ انا حاسه شغال.
اشتغل يمكن صح.
لا عم بيقولوا الميكروفون مو شغال ولا
لا
شغال؟
شغال.
اوكي هيك تمام؟
تمام.
اوكي لو بدنا نحكي عن الشيء اللي ألهمني لدخول عالم صناعة المحتوى، ما سبقني من صناع محتوى، التأثير اللي حققوه. كنت حابب اني اكرر هاي التجربة، اني ادخل هذا العالم بعد ما شفت النجاح اللي هم عملوه. والشيء اللي بيخليكي تنجحي بهذا الشيء وتلاقي طريقتك على حسب السؤال زي ما انت حكيتي، هو انه البني ادم يستغني عن الايجو، ما يقول انا بعرف كل شيء، انا بدي هاي طريقتي لحالي. لازم الواحد يتعلم من ما سبقه من الناس ويترك الايجو مشان يحاول اول شيء يكرر هذا النجاح، بعد هيك يحط التاتش تبعه زي ما بنحكي. اول شيء كرر النجاح للناس اللي سبقوك، بعد هيك بتقدر انك تعمل القيمه اللي انت حابب تضيفها.
طيب اذا بدنا نحكي عن التفاعل، كيف ممكن ان يعني نقيس معايير التفاعل العالي، ويعني كيف ممكن تحديد هذه المعايير؟
هلا اليوم معايير التفاعل اللي كل الناس بيشوفوها او الشيء الواضح للجميع هو عدد المشاهدات، عدد اللايكات، عدد التعليقات. لكن الشيء اللي مش الكل بيشوفه زي ما بنحكي احنا باك ستيج، هو قد ايه مده المشاهده على الفيديو، which is هي واحد من اهم معايير التفاعل. قد ايه المشاهد حضرك. اليوم انت ممكن تشوفي فيديو مدته 3 ثواني لترند معين في عليه 20 مليون مشاهده، لكن قد ايه تعلق فيك الجمهور من هذا ال 20 مليون مشاهده اللي انت عملتهم. هم بالنهايه شافوك 3 ثواني، او انت اخذت اقتراحات من المنصه بعدد ال3 ثواني هدول. لكن انت لما تكون عندك فاليو بالكونتنت اللي عم تعمله والناس عم تحضر منه 10 دقائق و15 دقيقه و20 دقيقه، معناه هو فعلا في تفاعل حقيقي، هو قاعد عم بسمع لك، عم بتلقى منك معلومه ومبسوط من طريقتك بالمعلومه اللي عم تعطيه اياها. فيعني اهم شيء هاي الايام هو قد ايه الناس عم تحضرك، الافريج فيو ديوريشن احنا بنسميه اي في دي بعالمنا. وهو اهم شيء بالنسبه لصانع المحتوى، واهم شيء بالنسبه للبلاتفورم اللي انت عم تنشر عليه، واهم شيء بالنسبه للمعلن اللي بده يعلن معك بالمستقبل.
طيب اذا عم نحكي من جهه صانع المحتوى، شو اهميه هذا التفاعل العالي؟ شو بيحقق له؟
التفاعل هذا فيه له شقين. اول شيء التاثير على الناس، ثاني شيء الشيء اللي كل الناس بيدخلوا عالم او معظم الناس بيدخلوا عالم صناعه المحتوى عشانه، اللي هو الانكم. بالنهايه اليوم ما بنقدر ننكر انه صناعه المحتوى هي بزنس، هي شغل، كان لصانع المحتوى او ان كان للجهات اللي عم تعمل محتوى. اذا ما في انكم انا ما راح اقدر اكمل بعالم صناعه المحتوى. التاثير العالي اللي انا عم بحكي عنه او الانجيجمنت اللي احنا اليوم عم نحكي عنه هو عدد الدقائق اللي الناس عم تحضرك. انت من خلالها كل ما زادت عدد الدقائق هاي انت بتقدر انك تاثر على الناس اكثر بالافكار، لانه الناس عم تحضرك، وانت بتقدر تحقق ارباح اعلى، لانه انت كل ما زاد عدد الدقائق كل ما زاد عدد الاعلانات اللي راح تنعرض بفيديوهاتك، وكل ما زاد عندك المده اللي انت ممكن من خلالها تعمل فيها حتى اعلان مباشر مع الجمهور. فهي شقين، هي تاثير وماده راح يكونوا اعلى.
طيب هل هناك يعني تقنيات محددة أو نصائح تجعل الجمهور يتفاعل بشكل عالي مع صانع المحتوى؟
هلا لو بدنا نحكي على نوعية المحتوى اللي أنا عم بعمله زملائي يعني بالفيلد اللي إحنا شغالين فيه، اللي هو خلينا نحكي الوثائقيات والستوري تيلينج، إعطاء الناس معلومات. النصائح للي بده يدخل هذا المجال بجديد انه هو يدير باله على السكريبت، طريقة بناء السكريبت، الهوك للفيديو، كيف يبلش هذا الفيديو. اليوم احنا في عالم في عندك ملايين صناع المحتوى وملايين ومئات ملايين الاقتراحات من هاي المنصات كل يوم تطلع قدامنا على شكل فيديوز انت ممكن تمر عنها بحركة اصبع. اليوم كل المشاهدين بيعملوا هيك باصابعهم بحثا عن الدوبامين، بده شيء نتيجه ترضي عقله، ترضي الشيء اللي هو عم بدور عليه وهو مو عارف شو اللي عم بدور عليه. فانت عندك اليوم سبيس كتير قليل انك انت تشدي انتباهه باول 3 ثواني باول 4 ثواني. فالهوك شيء كتير مهم، طريقة بناء السكريبت شيء كتير مهم، اشراك الناس بالكونتنت اللي انت عم تعمله شيء كتير مهم، تفتح بينهم نقاش، ما تتبنى رأي، دائما كون مفتوح على جميع الآراء، والأهم من هذا الكلام انك تسمع من جمهورك شو المواضيع اللي هم حابين يسمعوها وتنفذها.
رح نتكلم أكثر عن بناء السكريبت والهوك، لكن فعلا هل اليوم المحتوى الهادف يجذب الجمهور أكثر؟
صحيح.
وما هي صعوبة أن يصل اليوم صاحب المحتوى الهادف للجمهور؟
شوفي اليوم في كثير ناس عايشين نظرية إنه المحتوى التافه هو المنتشر أكثر، لكن أنا بشوف إنه أنا ما بحب أشوف هذا الجانب. بالنهاية هم نفس المشاهدين. أنت لما بدك تحكي إنه المحتوى التافه منتشر أكثر ترمي اللوم على المشاهد، هذا شيء كثير غلط. في ناس بيحكي لك الذوق العام هيك، لا هو الذوق العام مش هيك، هو عدد صناع المحتوى اللي ما بدنا نحكي تافه، خلينا نحكي سهل، ما بدي أهاجم حدا. عدد صناع هذا المحتوى أكثر من عدد صناع المحتوى اللي له قيمة. ليه؟ لأنه طريقه أسهل. واليوم صار في كونسبت جديد إنه أنا بدي أروح مع طريقة سهلة أنتشر فيها، بعد هيك بدي أحول المحتوى تبعي لشيء له قيمة. which هاي نظرية جدا غير صحيحة، لأنه اليوم في عالم سوشيال ميديا أنت لو بدأت بأي كونتنت راح يضل محسوب عليك. يعني إذا أنت بلشت قلت أنا طريقي سهل بدي أروح على فيديوهات وات ايفر شيء سهل من اللي يسمى محتوى تافه لحد ما أنا أنشهر، بعدين بدي أعمل شيء له قيمة، لا هذا راح يضل بصمة بحياتك.
بالنسبة للسكريبت، هل أنت اللي بتهتم بكتابة السكريبت بشكل كامل أم بتوضع نقاط وأفكار بشكل عام؟ احكي لنا أكثر عن طريقة بناء سكريبت المحتوى.
كل ستيج بصناعة المحتوى راح يكون في إلها طريقة. لما أنا بدأت لحالي، كنت أدور على المواضيع لحالي، كنت أصيغها لحالي، وكنت أتحقق من المعلومات لحالي. هذا فيما يخص السكريبت. لكن اليوم أنا وصولي أكثر، شهاداتي أعلى، شراكاتي أكبر، فبهتم إنه أنا ألتزم بالجدول أكثر وأحفظ وعودي مع الجمهور، لأنهم بيطلبوا مني مواضيع جدا مهمة، وبتصيري أنت من دون ما تحسي تمشي بشيء اسمه current affairs. محتوانا ما بيعتمد يعني بالمقام الأول على إنك أنت تحكي في أحداث حالية آنية زي ما بيحكوا. أنا بحكي عن قصص ممكن تكون من السبعينات، من الثمانينات، which is ممتعة. لكن اليوم الجمهور اللي تابعني عشان هاي القصص اليوم عم بيحكي لي بدي معلومات عن حرائق لوس أنجلوس. أنا مضطر إني أنا أحضر هذا الحكي. عشان هيك التيم بيكبر. عندي كتاب وثائقيات بيشتغلوا معي، بوجه لهم تحية طبعا، هم خلف هذا النجاح. بندقق على المعلومات، بندقق على طريقة السرد، بأنه ما يكون في عندي دروبس داون بالسكريبت، يعني ما عندي لحظة تكون مملة المشاهد يقلب عن الفيديو فيها.
يعني بتقصد أنه وجود تيم أو فريق عمل ضروري كمان
طبعاً.
لدعم صانع المحتوى، خاصة بعد ما
مراحل متقدمة. صحيح.
شغله أو تكبر قناته. طيب ما الذي يعني ممكن يميز صانع محتوى عن غيره؟
كل بني آدم الله خلقه في الدنيا في له شيء مميز خلقه معه، وكل بني آدم بيعرف شو يميزه عن غيره. اليوم اللي بده يدخل عالم صناعة المحتوى معظم الناس بوقعوا بخطأ إنه أنا بدي أقلد فلان أو بدي أعمل هاي الطريقة، وهذا اصطناع أو تمثيل. طالما أنت بتمثل رح يجي عليك وقت وتمل. طالما أنت بتعمل شيء فيك موجود اوريدي، أنت ما تقدر تغيره، هو موجود فيك، أنت هيك طبيعتك. رح تلاقي ناس بتحبك لطبيعتك، ورح تلاقي ناس بتكرهك لطبيعتك. مستحيل كل الجمهور يحبك، مستحيل كل الجمهور يكرهك، لكن بالنهاية رح يضلوا الناس اللي بيحبوك موجودين على القناة. اللي ما بيحبك ما رح يتابعك، اللي بيحبك رح يتابعك ويكون متابع وفي لك. فأنت ما تصطنع أي شيء، عيش على طبيعتك واستغل الموهبة اللي ربنا أعطاك إياها وأنت بتكون عارف شو هي. يعني أنا واحد من الناس بيحكوا لي إيه أنت طلعت على أرض الواقع صوتك زي الفيديوهات، بيفكروا إنه أنا على الفيديوز، يعني في كثير صناع محتوى بيفكروا على الفيديوز إنه أنا بحط فلترز معينة على صوتي ليكون لا هو أنا صوتي هيك، فأنا استغليت هذا الشيء. فكل بني آدم ممكن يبحث عن شيء موجود فيه ويضيفه على صناعة المحتوى.
لكن ما بنقدر ننكر كمان يعني في ظل يعني في منافسة شديدة، أكيد في العديد من المواهب، كيف ممكن يعني تنصحهم ليقدروا يتميزوا ويوضعوا بصمة، خاصة إذا يعني صانع المحتوى عم بيبدأ من جديد؟
هلا زمان كانت النصائح ابدأ ثم ابدأ ثم ابدأ. اليوم صراحة شوي الموضوع مختلف، اليوم في تزاحم كثير على صناع المحتوى، واليوم في لكل موضوع انت حابب تحكي فيه اكثر من 1000 او 2000 او 3000 بني ادم غيرك بيحكوا بنفس الموضوع. انا صراحة راح اوجه نصيحة من نوع مختلف، دير بالك على كواليتي الشغل اللي انت عم تعمله. اليوم اذا انت بدك تحكي عن صناعة البنطلونات الجينز في البيرو راح تلاقي ناس تسمعك، لكن راح تلاقي 1000 غيرك بيحكوا عن نفس هذا الموضوع بكواليتي صوت افضل، بصورة افضل، بطريقة عرض افضل، بمونتاج افضل. فانت كل ما درت بالك على الكواليتي الكونتنت اللي انت عم بتقدمه راح يكون في لك فرصة افضل.
في سؤال مطروح سيد أحمد، إنه هل ممكن البيئة أو المكان أو البلد اللي يتواجد فيه صانع المحتوى ممكن يأثر على نجاحه؟
طبعاً. المكان واحد من أهم العوامل لصناعة المحتوى. أي صانع محتوى أو أي إنسان بالدنيا بده يفكر بشيء، بده يخطط لمستقبله، بحاجة لأمن، بحاجة لسقف حرية مشان يحكي فيه، وبحاجة لدعم. لو بدنا نحكي على مستوى بلدي، أنا مثلا الأردن، الأمن موجود، بقدر أخطط للمستقبل، سقف حرية موجود، دعم موجود على جميع الأصعدة. يعني احنا بيجينا اليوم انفيتيشنز من ديوان الملكي، من سمو ولي العهد، من الدوائر الحكومية، بيشركونا بكل شيء. طبعا بنوجه لهم شكر وبنوجه لهم تحية. اليوم انت طلع على دول الخليج، طلع على الامارات، اليوم احنا لولا في اهتمام مباشر من صناع القرار بدولة الامارات احنا مش موجودين هون، مش قاعدين هاي القعدة ومش عم نحكي هذا الكلام. اليوم دبي عم تتحول او الامارات عم تتحول لعاصمة صناع المحتوى بالعالم بسبب الاهتمام. معناها المكان له تأثير كثير مباشر. على النقيض خلينا نحكي بصراحة، خلينا ناخذ سوريا مثال. سوريا راح تلاقي كل صناع المحتوى السوريين اليوم من خارج سوريا. ليش؟ لأنه المكان ما كان داعمهم، ما كان في سقف حرية، كانوا خايفين، وما في دعم مباشر. فالمكان عامل أساسي بأنه البني آدم يبدأ صناعة المحتوى منه. طالما هو مرتاح، طالما هو عنده سقف حرية، طالما هو عنده دعم، راح يبدع. وهذا صناعة المحتوى بدها كرياتيفيتي، بدها إبداع.
نرجع لمفهوم الهوك. كيف ممكن يصمم صانع المحتوى بداية فيديو تجذب المشاهد وتجعله يعطيه هذا الهوك ليحضر الفيديو من بدايته حتى نهايته؟
اليوم كل الناس لما يجي يعطوكي نصائح.
I'm really sorry, but we are about to have the most important sessions now. We need to wrap up here. But thank you so much. Give it up. Give a big applause for both.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry.
No worries.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. But this doesn't mean that this session wasn't amazing, because we had valuable insights. And because of this important session that about to happen, I just wanted everyone to be on time, because there is so much more happening and we need to get this going. So get ready, everyone, for a captivating conversation. We are thrilled to welcome Mr. Tucker Carlson, one of the most influential voices in the media landscape globally. Leading the conversation with Mr. Carlson is His Excellency Saeed Al-Atar, Chairman of the UAE Government Media Office, a key figure in the UAE media landscape and the one leading the team behind this summit. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Carlson and His Excellency Saeed Al-Atar.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. Tucker.
Well, good evening.
Welcome to Dubai. Welcome to United Arab Emirates. Welcome to 1 billion follower summit.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's start this. So our main session today is about the new rules of influence. And Mr. Tucker, you have navigated almost all the realm of media over 4 decades of your life, if not even more, because you are a son of journalists, I believe also. Yes. You have worked in CNN, you moved to MSNBC, then Fox News, where you have one of the most famous political shows also. 2023, you moved entirely to digital media, Tucker on X, where you have like 24 million followers at that year. And recently you have your own streaming network, Tucker Carlson Network. So 4 decades of of being part of the media landscape in America and also globally. I tried to download also your application, and when I visited the page of your application, Tucker Carlson Network, I found a statement, that says, news coverage in the West has become a tool of repression and control. Journalists act as censor of truth on behalf of entrenched powers. They have contempt for the public. They hate the truth. What led you to this conclusion?
What was that part?
What led you to this conclusion?
Well, 35 years of watching carefully. I didn't used to think that. I mean, I had all kinds of ideas about what the media is, and they all turned out to be wrong. And it's a very weird experience to wake up in a place and realize you didn't know where you were. And I had all these assumptions, like, the things you read in the New York Times may be influenced by, liberal bias. Same with what you watch on CNN. I've written for the New York Times. I worked for CNN for years. And I knew that they were liberal, that the people who worked there didn't vote for the same people I voted for. I didn't care, really. No one bothered me. Well, they fired me, of course, in the end. Every place where I worked has fired me. But I didn't really think that they were acting on behalf of anything more than just their instincts. Like, they all went to Princeton and grew up in suburban New Jersey, and so they have their kind of cultural biases. I didn't realize that they were directly taking orders from, say, our intel services, and that they were saying things in order to mislead, and that they were going after people for telling the truth. Those are grotesque facts, and I just didn't accept them as true. I had no reason to think that they were true, and occasionally I would run across people who would say, sort of outlandish things like, oh, well, I'm sure the CIA told them to write that. And I would be like, okay, you're obviously mentally ill. And I didn't take any of it seriously. And it was only really beginning around 2002, as the Iraq War was being formulated in Washington, that I began to realize that news coverage reflected the priorities of the national security state. And but I still didn't believe it. Anyway, it's a sort of long and not that interesting story, but I ended up concluding what is very obvious to anyone who's watched, which is that that's exactly what is going on. And that I can speak only for the United States where I live, but that stories are placed in media, storylines are crafted and carefully curated, and anyone who by elements of the federal government and business, and that anyone who dissents from them is punished. And I think it became clear to every honest person during COVID. And often people say, well, if you get rid of NBC News and CNN and the New York Times, all of which are sort of failing in their business models, and so they will go away organically anyway, but when they do, what are you going to have? Social media, partisan social media? And I say what I think, which is, there are tons of partisans on social media. They're no more partisan than the institutions they're replacing, and they're much more open about who they are. But more centrally, look back 4 years and ask yourself honestly, the things that I read on social media about, say, COVID, have those turned out to be closer to the truth than what I read in the New York Times and saw on CNN? And the answer is yes, emphatically yes. Where did the virus come from? Kind of a core question. The virus kills 20 million people. Where did this virus come from? And on CNN, they were not only telling you that it came from a pangolin, a mammal sold in a seafood market somehow in central China, but they were yelling at anyone who disagreed. And it was very clearly more complicated than that, and I think it's been shown pretty conclusively over time that it was. So why didn't the mainstream media tell me that? Why did they prevent me from knowing that? Those are important questions. But it doesn't even matter if they're answered. The average person can feel that. And why would you subscribe to a newspaper that exists to lie to you and control you? Like, you wouldn't. I don't think you would. I wouldn't. I haven't read the New York Times in 10 years.
Wow.
Not one word. I don't want that in my head. I don't want lies in my head. I've got enough.
So from where do you get your news, daily news?
I get my news by text message because it's my job. And so I know a lot of people, and I spend hours every day texting with people and eating with people and traveling places to see people. But again, I do it for a living, so I don't think that's crazy to expect that I would do that. It's my job. But
where should we get our news then? Because we are not as connected as you.
It's not that I'm connected, it's just that I do it for a living. I mean, it's like saying to a plumber, you know, why do you spend so much time banging on pipes? Well, because you pay me to. So it's not that I'm extraordinary in that way. I just, but for any journalist to get his news from discredited news sources like the New York Times or CNN is malpractice, and that person's clearly complicit in the lies that those outlets are telling. So that's pretty bad, I would say. How should the average person get his news? I mean, thankfully, there is well, it's harder than it was because you have to sift and sort and decide, you know, you have to use critical reasoning as you assess things. You can't take anything at face value, but then that's true of life. I mean, there's no pre-masticated news outlet where you can just sort of tune in or pull it up on your phone and assume everything you're reading is true. That does not exist. Yeah. So you have to do a little work if you're interested in what's true. Most people don't care, which is also fine, by the way. If you're just floating along like a leaf on a stream and you don't want to engage, that's okay. You know, there are probably more important things than finding out what's going on in the world. But that happens to be my job, so I think about it a lot. And I think using common sense is a pretty good way to start. It's a pretty good way to weed out, you know, the things that are just obvious lies. For example, a couple of years ago, the main natural gas pipeline into Western Europe just kind of spontaneously exploded. It was called Nord Stream.
Nord Stream, yes.
And it destroyed, you know, the European economy. Been kind of a big deal. And so the question immediately was, this is after the war in Ukraine broke out, who would blow up the Nord Stream pipeline? And the answer, of course, is, you know, the people who were opposed to Russia getting revenue from natural gas sales in Europe. And that would be the United States. So I said, like that day, kind of looks like the US or NATO, pushed by the US, did this. And was immediately attacked and told in a hectoring voice, no, the Russians did this. And I said, well, you know, I don't know. First of all, I'm not Russian. Second of all, it's not my job to defend Russia or Putin or whatever. But you tell me why they would want to blow up their own natural gas pipeline. Well, it seems like a form of self-harm. And the answer I got was, Vladimir Putin is so evil that he just breaks things because that's what evil people do. And if those things happen to belong to him, he'll do it just for the pure joy of breaking things. And I said, well, you know, I'm not defending Putin or anything, but that seems absurd. And I think that you're a liar for saying that to me. In other words, I didn't have any information beyond like the faculties that God gave me to sort obvious BS from probable truth, but that was enough. And I turned out to be right. Of course, Russia did not blow up its own natural gas pipeline. Any more than it's killed its own troops on purpose. Like, why would you do that? It was the US. So anyway, I think just starting there with common sense, like, does that sound right? They have 7 separate fires break out in LA in 24 hours in the middle of the winter with no lightning? Maybe it's arson. I'm just saying.
Maybe.
Well, of course it is. Yeah. And we know that now. But my first, as someone who used to live in LA, I thought to myself, wait a second, Altadena is nowhere near Malibu. These are not contiguous. Like, the sparks didn't jump from Altadena to Malibu. Anyone who's been in LA will tell you that. So obviously, and there was no lightning storm, so I'm kind of thinking someone set those fires. I was in Switzerland at the time, so there was no American to yell at me and tell me to stop being a conspiracy nut. But I think that was just common sense. Like, maybe, you know, I wouldn't bet my house on it, but my first thought was, it looks like arson to me.
Wow.
And I think that's a fine way to assess the news. In other words, all I'm saying is, use your critical thinking. It's not that hard. Don't accept. I mean, if you go in to buy a new car and the guy's like, you know, that's €1 million for a Toyota, you're like, that seems a little overpriced to me. You don't just accept the price, right?
Yep, definitely.
Right. You say, what should a Toyota cost?
Yeah.
I don't think minivans are going for €1 million. Like, ask around a little bit. And you should take the same sensibility as you assess news coverage.
Are we moving from, you know, a world where the narrative is controlled by the big media organization to a world where the narrative is controlled also by the big social media platforms through their algorithm and third-party fact-checking also? So there's no news outlet without an agenda, you know?
there's no question about that, and there is no truly free outlet. There never will be. But, you know, you can get closer to a true diversity of voices, you know, which is not allowed. I mean, there is no, including the many news companies I've worked for, if you have a contrary view to that of their main anchors, they're not going to let you on the air, period. Or if you express one, you'll get fired. I can tell you firsthand. I'm not mad about it. I'm so grateful. And I think, by the way, everyone in this room who's been fired can vouch for the fact that that's like the moment when your life usually gets better. And you get better as a person. So I'm not whining at all. I'm just saying that there is not really any of that left except on social media. And so if you see people with opposing views, then at least you can sort through them, you know, and you can use, as I said, the common sense you were granted at birth to try and make a determination and feel confident. I mean, one of the huge changes in, I'll speak for my own country, in the United States, over the past 50 years, is this idea, which is an absurd idea, that the news is some sort of priesthood. News gatherings conducted by professionals with degrees from some stupid college, and that they're the only people qualified to gather or assess the news. And that's like a lie. There's no simpler job than the news business. Find out what happened, try not to lie too much, tell your viewers or readers. Like, it's not hard. It's not nuclear physics, it's not, you know, it's not even natural gas production. It's like pretty straightforward. And so they have told us that, oh, you're not qualified to do that. Oh, are you a journalist? Oh, shut up. If you knew what a simple job journalism was, you know, then the game would be given away. So you have to pretend that you require some degree to do it. You absolutely don't. You require honesty and common sense. And those qualities are, I think, found in great abundance among the population. And so, you know, there's a lot of resentment from professional journalists, most of whom would love to work in finance, but they're too dumb, at the rise of social media, because basically it's a matter of democratizing what was once closely held. And it's a massive power shift. It's a transfer of power, because information is power. And that's true in every sphere of life. You can't make informed decisions if you're not informed. Hard to make wise decisions on the basis of not enough data. So whoever controls information has power. That's why countries have intelligence services, right? Of course, not just to assassinate people, but to know what is happening. And so for, you know, decades now, the mainstream media, have had basically a hammerlock, a monopoly on information gathering and dissemination, and now they don't, thanks to technology. The same thing is happening with currencies because of crypto. Same thing is happening all over, I would say, the globe, thanks to technological change. This is predictable, and it's certainly unfolding quickly. And so there's a lot of resentment from the legacy players. And all of a sudden, like, some housewife in Santa Monica knows a lot more about the fires than, you know, the guy, you know, with the fake hair in front of the camera telling you about the fires. And she's like uploading every 10 minutes onto X, and she's like doing a better job actually than the guy with the fake hair. And the guy with the fake hair is pretty mad, because like, what's he gonna do when his job goes away? Like, not a lot, trust me, because he's not qualified. So there's a feeling of desperation in the media that I'm really enjoying.
I think, Mr. Tucker, we really, you know, we felt the power of social media in the recent, you know, presidential campaign in the U.S., where we passionately followed that, and you played a vital role also. You, along your friend Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and others, and even President Trump himself was sitting with lots of young content creators upon the advice of his son, Barron, also. So, going forward in the next 4 years, how do you see the relationship between the new administration and the mainstream media?
Well, I think we'll find out when the White House briefing room seating schedule is released. And, you know, NBC and the New York Times are not in the front row. It's some podcast host. And, you know, that's appropriate because, in general, the podcast, well, I'll just pick Joe Rogan, for example, who basically created the media, the genre, podcasting. Joe Rogan has a far bigger audience than every mainstream media organization in the United States combined, and he tries harder to tell the truth than they do, and he's less controlled by the intel agencies than they are. So, like, he's not going to go to the White House briefings, but I think the seating chart should reflect reality, and the reality is that the companies that we look to for guidance and news and information for the past 40 years, as noted at the top, are going away. I would say this, though, there's one piece of it that I haven't mentioned, which is the resistance to these changes, and they're real. So it's one thing, Trump clearly got elected in part because of alternative media, the podcast hosts you mentioned, Joe Rogan specifically, and others. And also because more critically than any other, X made it possible for people to give their opinions and to share information very quickly. And so the whole news conversation in the United States revolves around one social media app, and that's X, period. It dominates completely, way more important than anything else. The problem is, so that was a presidential election, lots at stake. What happens in a month, 2 months, 2 years when the people who make these decisions in Washington decide we want to go to war with Iran? All of a sudden, there's a lot at stake.
There were some demands for you to be the press secretary, actually, for Trump administration. I don't know.
Would I be press secretary?
Yes. There are some
to sit in a room full of journalists all day? Are you kidding? No.
No.
No, I'd rather get a prostate exam every day than do anything like that. No, it'd be awful. And it brings out my worst qualities. Nasty, no emotional control, yelling at them, mocking their appearance, their hair pieces, the whole thing. It would just be, it would be bad for my soul, and I would never do that. God. But the point is, as soon as there is some major high-stakes foreign policy, particularly foreign policy objective, that's in the sights of the people who make those decisions, which is a coalition of governments and business interests, they don't want country. That's when it gets really, really serious. For example, the Ukraine war, which the United States, I think pretty obvious now, the Biden administration encouraged that war in February of 22 by pushing Zelensky to join NATO on camera, and so the war commences. From that point until now, I've not been able to get an interview with Zelensky. I came very close to getting one. He was told by the US ambassador in Ukraine, no, you can't do that interview. And you've seen up and down our media an orchestrated effort to suppress certain information, highlight other information that's consistent with the foreign policy and military aims of the US government. So you see censorship at scale, you've seen lying at scale designed to produce a certain outcome, which is support for more money and arms to the government of Ukraine. That's the problem right there. That is exactly the problem, because I live in a putative democracy, so the public has both a moral right to know what's happening, what its government's doing, with its money in its name, and it has, I think, a practical obligation to know, because we have to vote on these things.
Is that why you met Mr. Lavrov also?
Is why what?
Why you met Mr. Lavrov, the State Secretary of Russia?
Right. Well, I've done my best to stick the finger in the eye of, the people making the rules, with mixed success. They don't love me for it, but I feel like as an American citizen, that's my job, my responsibility, because I'm from a different culture that's made different promises to me throughout my 55 years, and the core promise in my country is a citizen has the right to say what he thinks, period. That's given to us by God. That's what our founding documents say, and our government exists not to grant those rights, but to safeguard them, to protect them from encroachment. So from my perspective, I'm acting not only within my rights, I am exercising my core right. Different culture, different country, I get it. I'm just speaking from my country. Okay, that's our core right. So telling me I can't say something, can't say what I really think in public, is just not allowed in the United States of America. That's a right for which people have died. I would be willing to. So it's like I'm not compromising on that. I wouldn't even consider compromising on that in the United States.
Mr. Tucker, I want your also take and view about TikTok ban in the United States. What do you think of that? And how Mr. President also, President Trump, feels about that also?
Well, Your Excellency, I just want you to know that it was for your safety and the safety of your children. That's why we do things. It's for your safety and the safety of your children. That's why we're giving them exotic pharmaceuticals and encouraging them to become trans. That's for their safety, and that's why we're banning TikTok. It's just so insulting. I have quite a few children, more children than most non-Mormons in my country, and they've all, I think, thrived, and I love my children above all, and I mean that. And so it's a little much to get a lecture about the children from members of Congress, most of whom have children who hate them, and for good reason. So, but they're telling us, oh, we're banning TikTok because of the children. No, they're banning TikTok because they said things that are not acceptable to the American foreign policy establishment. Creators on TikTok said things that ran counter to the storyline, what we call the narrative, in US media, and it infuriated people, and that's why they're banning TikTok. And by the way, I'm not here to defend TikTok. It's like some Chinese company. I think it's dumb. I'm 55. I'm not watching a lot of TikTok. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I want to go see a boy band, I'll just go see the boy band. Okay, I don't need to watch TikTok. So it's not like it's my preference or whatever. But if political information is being shared on TikTok, the U.S. government is not allowed by our Constitution, by our core document, to ban it. And we just got news, I think we're talking about this backstage, that the Supreme Court apparently is not going to overturn the ban. So you sort of wonder, like, again, every country is different, but there's one country on the globe that allows, as a matter of core principle, free speech unfettered, and that's the United States of America. And so you cannot let that erode. And so if TikTok is banned, I will make a point. I'm going to call my IT guys as soon as we get off the stage. I'm going to find out a way to continue to use TikTok. I'm going to start using TikTok. I'm going to start posting TikTok videos, whatever those are. I guess, do I have to sing in those? I don't know. But I'll be posting TikTok videos making obscene gestures toward the Supreme Court because that's my right, period. But I just don't want anyone to mistake what happened for an attempt to protect children because that's hilariously stupid. No, they don't care. Or they wouldn't be mandating the COVID vax for newborns or whatever they're doing. Like, they don't care, trust me.
Yeah. Mr. Tucker, you know, I'd like to use the last 2.5 minutes also. You are a family man. You are a very committed family man. You are always talking about your 4 kids and also 4 dogs also. And you are talking about passionately about your wife.
The kids left and then the dogs, you know.
and you were always saying you should have children more than you can afford. And there is nothing in life better than being a parent also, you know, and you shouldn't seek money for its own sake. You should seek children for, you know, its own sake, you know. What is your philosophy when it comes to family and big families, and why more children?
Well, what's the other point of life? I honestly don't understand. All these people, you know, I've lived my whole life in a rich person world. I am a rich person. I'm not by UAE standards, but I'm doing fine, you know, and I don't really understand the point of accumulating wealth for its own sake, because you do die in the end. That's the one thing that unites every person. Yeah. And, you know, like, how many times can you go to St. Bart's? You know, how much room service can you eat? Like, how many pairs of shoes can you have? Like, I don't really get, I'm not against, I love room service. St. Bart's is fine. I do wear shoes, but, like, the point of everything, and certainly the point of government, is to make it easier for people to have children and for their children to have children and so on unto the generations. There's no other point to having a society. There's literally no point. There's no point in collecting taxes or having the police or a fire department. The only point is to make it, to restate, easier for people to have children and for their children to have children. And so if you are failing to do that, indeed if you're not even trying, in fact, if you are doing the opposite and discouraging childbearing, then you're evil. It's not tough for me. And I hate to call people evil because I'm not a judgmental person, and there are all kinds of living that I don't understand, but I'm not going to judge them. Discouraging people from having children is evil. It's really simple. That's the one thing I will say is crystal clear in my mind. If you're not trying hard as a government to make it easier for people to have kids, you're evil. I was at the airport yesterday coming in here from Europe, and there was a young woman there, couldn't have been sweeter, waiting for my passport to get processed. We're talking. I don't want to embarrass her, she's in this room, but she's telling me she's getting married. Oh, that's so great. I have 3 daughters, so I'm very much for girls getting married. So I said, where are you getting married? I'm getting married next month, and you know, the government actually is paying for the whole wedding. I said, what? I said, oh yeah, Emiratis get married. They, if you would like, they will. They even buy the dress.
That's right.
And then she said, it's not a cheap wedding. She's showing me pictures of the venue, and I'm like, my jaw is open. I'm like, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard. There's nothing I like more than that. In my country, we send crack pipes to addicts. We pay for sex change operations. If you think, and everyone's like, oh, that sounds like socialism. Oh, we've got socialism. Oh, big time. You're paying for the sex change operations for incarcerated illegal alien felons. You've got socialism, but it's the wrong kind. You should be buying wedding dresses for your daughters, just to be clear, for your daughters, not your sons. And that is a virtuous use of the state's largesse, okay? That's what we need to encourage, and not be embarrassed about it. And anyone who's against that should be called out by name as an evil person who's trying to prevent the birth of other human beings, really? Is there anything darker than that? There's nothing darker than that. Who is acting against humanity itself, civilization itself, because that's exactly what they're doing. And why are we embarrassed to say that? I don't know why, but we shouldn't be. Anyway, I love, you know, mazel tov to that girl, congratulations, and to your state for making that possible.
Perfect. Mr. Tucker, you have traveled the world. You have met many leaders, you know, which not many of them, of course, left, you know, a lasting positive impression on you. but you spoke highly about His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, President of the United Arab Emirates. You described him as the most interesting, humble, wisest leader you ever spoke to. Can you share more about your engagement with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed?
Well, let me just say, I just want to be very clear about this. I've never taken $1 from the UAE government, and I mean not one. So I just want to be clear that I'm not, and I only have to say that because in media there's a lot of that going on. People being paid to have certain opinions, and so with that, yeah, I've never met a leader I admire more, ever. And I admire him for the reasons that you just listed. He is wise, and wisdom is impossible without humility. And humility is merely the acknowledgement that you're not God. You know, there's a famous English Saxon king who, like Uprecht the Great, I'm mangling it in my head, but about 1,000 years ago, upon being crowned, went down to the North Sea and noted to everyone around him, I did not create these waves because I'm not God. Like, let's start by acknowledging that. And that acknowledgement, which is very hard for most people, including me, to say out loud, I'm not God. Sounds like it'd be easy, but it's kind of hard, because secretly you think, well, maybe I am God, you know? But you're not. And for a leader to say that out loud and to act on the basis of that knowledge, to know that no human being can see the future, that all human decisions are potentially wrong, that is the basis of wise decision making. And I will say, I've said this before, and I really mean it, I've interviewed an awful lot of people who run things, including countries, and I've never heard anybody answer questions, and I've spoken to him, you know, quite a number of times, quite a few times. I've never heard any leader of anything, particularly not a country, when asked a question, say, you know, I'm not really sure about that. They won't say that, because they can't. They can't break character, and the character that they play is the omniscient God figure. And it's people like that who end up making genocide possible and nuclear war possible. Anyone who confuses himself for God is liable to get a lot of people killed. I've just seen that. And your leader, by stark contrast, goes into every decision, from what I can tell, as a non-Arabic speaker, but just watching carefully, goes into every decision with the understanding that the more complicated it gets, the more likely it is to go sideways into some direction we hadn't anticipated. And that view is reflected at every level of this society, from what I can tell as a visitor. And it's a view that prizes longitudinal stability, continuity of government, thinking long-term, not just about this quarter, but about 10 or 20 years from now. And again, that's reflected in every part of the UAE. I mean, you see it everywhere, that kind of thinking. It's for the next generation. And they're not kidding about it. They mean it. And I just admire that. I love that. Now, your form of government, I will say, makes it a lot easier. Democracies are tough, because democracies are great, and I support democracy. I'm the product of a democracy, the greatest ever. And so I want to live in a democracy, and I do. However, it makes it a lot harder to make long-term decisions when the government's changing every 4 or 8 years, you know? So you do have that, I think, that strength. And it just proves what people have said for the last couple of thousand years, which is if you have a benevolent monarch, you have the greatest kind of society. The question is, how do you get a benevolent monarch? There aren't that many. There are a lot of venal monarchs, but you have the greatest that I've come across. And I think it really shows. And the last thing I will say is, this is a new realization for me, but leadership is essential. I didn't fully understand that until we got horrible leadership in the United States, or a senile leader, which we have still now. Everything flows down from that. You can have a country like mine of 350 million great people, mostly great people, some non-great, but mostly pretty great. You've all been on vacation there. It's like filled with kind people who love dogs and are kind to strangers. They're the best. Americans are the best. You get a bad leader in there, and all of a sudden people are dying of drug ODs on the street. Like, leadership is essential, much more than I understood. It does come from the top, and the values of the people in charge do percolate downward through the society. And I've seen the tragic manifestation of that, and you're blessed to be living in the opposite. You're blessed to be living among the fruits of it, where the girl at the airport is excited about the wedding dress that she just got. It made me emotional hearing that. Anyway, congratulations.
Mr. Tucker. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for the thought-provoking interview. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Excellency Saeed Al-Uttar and Tucker Carlson, for this in-depth overview of digital media's progress and the vast economic potential it holds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a session in Arabic. So in case you guys don't have your translators, do not worry. One of our volunteers will be passing around and giving you a pair of headsets for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, it's an honor to welcome a driving force behind the UAE's media's landscape, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi, Minister of Cabinet Affairs. His Excellency's vision has shaped iconic projects like Dubai Media City, Dubai Internet City, and Dubai Media Incorporated. He is also the architect of the groundbreaking 1 Billion Followers Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi.
السلام عليكم. بداية أرحب بكم في قمة المليار متابع، أكبر قمة عالمية لصناعة المحتوى. أرحب بكم في دولة الإمارات، أرض الفرص والأحلام، أرض المستقبل. لماذا نحن هنا؟ ولماذا هذه القمة؟ نتحدث عن المحتوى. إذا نرجع، يمكن أقدم محتوى تعرفونه بدأ من 30,000 سنة. فطرة الإنسان بطبيعتها تحب تشارك المعرفة، تشارك أفكارها مع الناس. فيمكن بداية المحتوى أو أول محتوى عمله إنسان الكهف، صور الحيوانات، أو بنلاحظ دائما كان يصور كف إيده. تطور المحتوى، جزء من مشاركته هذه المعرفة أو المعلومة أو حياته مع الآخرين. الحضارة المصرية القديمة أيضا بنلاحظ من كتاباتهم كانت أيضا جزء منها مشاركة المعرفة والمعلومات مع الناس. الحضارة السومرية، الأشورية، الأكادية، لما نطالع ملحمة قالمش، لما نطالع الملحمة قالمش نطالع 3000 بيت تتكلم عن تاريخ المدينة، تاريخ الملك، الصراع الإنساني. كانت هناك مشاركة في هذه الملحمة الإنسانية. استمرت العملية واستمر هالمحتوى يتطور من قلقامش إلى الحضارة الإغريقية، إلى الحضارة الرومانية. كان هناك انتشار للمحتوى، محتوى الفلسفة، محتوى الطب، محتوى العلمي، إلى بيت الحكمة. بيت الحكمة يمكن أكبر مكان كان للمحتوى على وجه الأرض في بغداد 833 ميلادية. جت محتوى العالم كله صف في بيت الحكمة، ومن ثم تحول إلى العالم. فموضوع المحتوى هو موضوع فطري عند الإنسان، مشاركة الإنسان هذا المحتوى، معرفته، حياته، مشاكله مع العالم، هو موضوع فطري موجود منذ القديم. اليوم نحن ندخل مرحلة مختلفة، مرحلة مختلفة. نتكلم عن اليوم المحتوى، نتكلم عن
حقبة جديدة، حقبة مختلفة تماما عن 30,000 سنة اللي مرت. خلال 30 سنة القادمة موضوع المحتوى بيكون مختلف. اللي شفناه في 30,000 سنة بنشوفه في 30 سنة القادمة. بنشوف محتوى أكثر إبداعاً، كمية المعرفة وكمية المحتوى بتكون مختلفة تماماً عن السابق. ما متأكد إذا كان الإنسان جزء من صناعة هالمحتوى، يعني جزئية بسيطة بيكون الإنسان بيكون مجرد الانيشيتر. فداخلين أيضاً كحضارة إنسانية حقبة مختلفة. نعتبر الحضارة الإنسانية 30,000 سنة مرت بتفاصيلها بجزئياتها. الحضارة الإنسانية الآن دخلت مرحلة جديدة، مرحلة سابقا كنا نسيطر على كل شيء. الإنسان مسيطر، الإنسان هو اللي يكتب القصة، الإنسان هو اللي يكتب الخبر، الإنسان هو اللي يرسم، الإنسان هو اللي يلون، الإنسان هو اللي يفكر. الآن الحضارة البشرية دخلت مرحلة مختلفة تماماً، فنقطة انتقالية للحضارة البشرية. دخلنا مرحلة اليوم حد ثاني يفكر عن الإنسان، حد ثاني يبدع عن الإنسان. ففي فرص كبيرة وفي مخاطر عالية أيضاً. فموضوع المحتوى أيضاً يتحول إلى محتوى قد يكون أوقات غير مسيطر عليه. ودخلنا أيضاً في مرحلة الذكاء الاصطناعي. اليوم يمكن يعادل ذكاء البشر حالياً. فالمعلومات اللي تصب من 9 مليارات نسمة بتصب في الذكاء الاصطناعي، فقدرته بتكون خارقة ذكاءه بيكون ذكاء خلال السنوات القادمة 9 مليارات نسمة. التجمع هذا ما بديناه اليوم على فكرة. موضوع المحتوى يمكن على مستوى شخصي بدينا المشروع هذا من حوالي 25 سنة. واحد يقول كيف؟ قبل 25 سنة الله يحفظه الشيخ محمد بن راشد المكتوم خذني في رحلة إلى منطقة نائية في دبي. وقفنا على تل شوية مرتفعة قريبة من البحر على شارع دبي أبو ظبي قريب من جبل علي. قال لي محمد هني بنسوي مدينة للتكنولوجيا ومدينة للإعلام. مدينتين الناس استغربت أيامها ليش مدينتين عدال بعض، مدينة واحدة للإعلام. التكنولوجيا يعني احنا بعد لكننا في الإعلام متقدمين أيامها ولا في التكنولوجيا الأمانة. ما كنا عاصمة إعلامية ولا عاصمة أيضا للتكنولوجيا. وكنا نتكلم عن موضوع الناس أغلبها ما تعرف يتكلمون، نتكلم عن اقتصاد المعرفة. اقتصاد المعرفة شيء جديد، النولج ايكونومي. اليوم يمكن على أساس أفسر ليش سوينا مدينتين، مدينة التكنولوجيا ومدينة الإعلام. أيامها كان في فصل بين التكنولوجيا والإعلام. أنا أتكلم قبل الآيفون والسامسونج والهواتف الثانية. كان الإعلام مجرد تلفزيون يبث أو جريدة تطبع، والتكنولوجيا شركات مايكروسوفت، أوراكل، آي بي إم، الشركات التقليدية اللي تسوي برامج أوقات لحكومات لشركات هذا. يمكن خذنا مخاطرة أيامها، مخاطرة كانت يمكن تؤدي أيضا إلى فشل كبير. كان في حس او اللي يسمونه الجتس فيلينج، ان هذا المحتوى الاعلامي والتكنولوجيا بيندمج مستقبلا. مخاطره عاليه كانت، في احتمال ان فيه الاعلام والتكنولوجيا بيندمجون في شيء جديد. اليوم اللي بديناه من 25 سنه معاكم شفناه تحقق. اليوم هاتفنا التكنولوجيا هي اللي تحمل كل المنصات الاعلاميه، نشوف وايدين منكم على هواتفنا. فموضوع الميرج اللي حصل بين التكنولوجيا والاعلام تحول الى المحتوى اللي نشوفه اليوم. ولكن ما زلنا نحن دائما اقول في البدايه، بدايه مشوار طويل، بدايه ايضا نقطه فاصله في الحضاره الانسانيه. لهذا دوركم مهم، دور صناع المحتوى مهم. نتكلم نحن اليوم عن موضوع ان نبغى نخلق شيء ايجابي او صناع محتوى ايجابيين يقدمون لمجتمعاتهم، يقدمون لاقتصادهم، ثقافتهم، للحضاره الانسانيه. فموضوع شو تسوون ودوركم، انا اعتقد اليوم نحن في نقطه مفصليه في الحضاره البشريه. يوم الحضاره البشريه تدخل في متاهات، ويمكن المتحدث اللي كان قبل يتكلم عن بعض الامور السياسيه ولا المشاكل اللي تحصل في العالم. دورنا ايضا اخلاقي. اخلاقي بمعنى نحن اليوم يعني السرعه اللي مرت فيها البشريه خلال، اتكلم عن 5 سنوات الماضيه او 7 سنوات الماضيه، كميه المعلومات اللي الانسان يتلقاها يوميا، بصوره يوميا تلقى مئات المعلومات اللي كان ابوه يتلقاها طول حياته، الانسان يتلقاها اليوم خلال ساعه واحده. شو شكل المجتمع اللي بيكون؟ شو شكل الاقتصاد اللي بيكون مستقبلا؟ شو شكل الثقافه؟ شو شكل الانسان اللي بنشوفه مستقبلا؟ المشوار اللي بديناه من 25 سنه اليوم جزء من المراحل اللي وقفنا فيها هالمرحله معاكم. كان موضوع خلق قمه لاقتصاد المحتوى فكره قابله ايضا كانت للتحقيق او للفشل. اشتغلنا مع بعض، اتصور اليوم في منصه متكامله، منصه بس ما قائمه على صناع المحتوى، قائمه على وجود الشركات والمنصات، قائمه على وجود الافكار. مارا اليوم واشوف الشباب كانوا عندهم بيتشز، وجود المستثمرين ايضا كذلك اللي يدورون فرص استثماريه من خلال عقولكم، عقول الشباب اللي موجودين، ان كيف يطورون بعض المنصات، وايضا وجود جميع المستثمرين في هذا القطاع. اليوم وجود على مدى 3 أيام هاي 30,000 صانع محتوى، شركات، مستثمرين في موقع واحد، يعطينا كلنا مع بعض واقع مختلف، يعطينا أفضلية، يعطينا أفضلية إن العالم وين رايح. فالمحتوى مستمر، من أسطورة قلقامش إلى رسومات اللي في الكهف، إلى الذكاء الاصطناعي وين سارين، إلى القطاع التعليمي شو نوع المحتوى اللي بيكون فيه، إلى أسرنا اللي أنتم تبنوا لهم المحتوى اللي نباه، إلى الاقتصاد شو شكل الاقتصاد اللي بيكون مستقبلا طبيعي، بيكون مختلف تماما عن الاقتصاد الحالي. ما بطول عليكم، بغيت بس مجرد أشارككم بعض الأفكار ليش بدينا هاي المنصة مع بعض قبل 3 سنوات بفكرة بسيطة. الفكرة تكبر سنويا مع بعض، وكنا نعتقد مع بعض شركاء في هذه القمة اللي متأكد أنا خلال السنوات القادمة بتاخذ زخم أكبر وأكبر وأكبر. بديناها صغيرة قبل 3 سنوات، السنة الماضية كنا فقط في أبراج الإمارات والمنصات الخارجية، السنة في متحف المستقبل وأيضا في المركز المالي. فأسأل الشباب اليوم كم كبرنا عن السنة الماضية؟ كم الحجم؟ حجم الحضور، حجم الورش، حجم الدورات، تقريبا 60% عن السنة الماضية. ونبغى نستمر على هذه النمطية واكثر مع بعض. رسالتي الأخيرة، أنتم ياسين تصنعون مو محتوى، تصنعون حياة، تصنعون اقتصاد، تصنعون ثقافة، تصنعون إعلام. لازم نطالع تشكلون مجتمعات، تشكلون مثل تكر فكر إعلامي عن دول كبيرة. دورنا مع بعض أن نكون إيجابيين، تكون عندنا قيم عالية وأخلاقيات عالية لبناء مجتمعات ودول صالحة للجميع. شكراً، ونشوفكم في السنة بإذن الله على خير.
Thank you so much وشكرا كثير Your Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi for your valuable insights into the many facets of new media. And now we have 2 renowned TV personalities discussing their journey from traditional media to social media. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Mahmoud Saad and Tony Khalifa.
بنعتذر منكم للي دايرين ظهرنا شوي. لا لكم، اعذرونا.
نعمل كده.
مساء الخير واهلا وسهلا فيكم. الجلسه اللي رح نعملها هلا فيها شوي، ما بعرف اذا فينا نسميها بكاء على الاطلال
لسه هنعيط تاني
او هو
عيطنا كفايه
افتخار بالماضي. استاذ محمود سعد من كبار الإعلاميين العرب، كبار الإعلاميين المخضرمين اللي عايشوا أكثر من زمن إعلامي. يعني عايش فترة الإعلام المحلي لوحده، عايش فترة الإعلام المحلي زائد الفضائيات، واليوم عم بيعاصر الإعلام الحديث وهو الإعلام التقني أو التكنولوجي.
لا، الإعلام الحر. أخيراً ممكن يبقى في إعلام حر.
رح نحكي إذا كان إعلام حر يعني. وقد إيه حر؟
دلوقتي بنسبة مش بطالة، إنما في المستقبل هيبقى بنسبة كبيرة، وهيبقى الشباب هيعملوا حاجة مختلفة خالص، وأعتقد إن هم هيقولوا الحقيقة. لان احنا عشنا حياتنا كلها باعلام موجه من محطات كتيره وحاجات كتيره، من ايام ما كان بيخرج الراجل راكب الحمار ويقول الوالي بيقول كذا وكذا وكذا، وبعدين طلعت الجرايد وبعدين التلفزيون والاذاعه. كان الاعلام في الغالب يعني متستف، وده احنا شفناه ومارسناه على فكره. لكن مع التواصل الاجتماعي اعتقد انه في فرصه كبيره جدا لان احنا نتخلص من اميه الوطن العربي، الشيء الحزين اللي احنا بنمر بيه ده، ونتخلص من الوحده. يعني وحده شاب اماراتي ما يعرفش الشاب المغربي، شاب مغربي ما يعرفش الشاب العراقي، شاب عراقي ما يعرفش الشاب الفلسطيني، شاب فلسطيني ما يعرفش اليمني. اظن ده سوف يزول، وده في حد ذاته شيء عظيم.
يعني بتعتبر اليوم عصر الإعلام الحديث هو عصر التواصل العربي والتواصل العالمي، يعني اللي ما قدرنا نعمله نحن على أيامنا. يعني بأيامنا كانت الناس تقدر تعرفنا من خلال الشاشة، يعني اللي يشوف الشاشة يقدر يشوفنا، ولكن نحن ما كنا قادرين نتواصل مع أي حدا من هؤلاء الأشخاص.
بس احنا بجزء كبير كنا مفروضين على الناس. احنا طلعنا ونجحونا ومشي الحال. دلوقتي الناس بتختار تشوف مين 100%، وانت بتقدر تعرف كم واحد يختار يشوفك بالعدد، ودي حاجة ساحرة. يعني انك انت تقدر تعرف ان شافوك 1000 2000 3 4 مش عارف ايه. وده في حد ذاته شيء مهم جدا، ان انت تحس ان انت بتتكلم فالناس بتسمعك، فعليك مسؤولية. زمان احنا كنا في التلفزيونات او لغايه دلوقتي ممكن الواحد يشتغل بالاحكام الموجوده في القناه او في الجهه اللي بيشتغل فيها طبعا، وبافكاره. انما دلوقتي انت لما بتبقى بتختلط بالناس بيدولك بيغذوك هم بافكار جديده. يعني يقول لك بلاش ده، اعمل ده، اعمل كذا، اعمل كذا. انا مستعجب ازاي الوطن العربي احنا حوالي 430 مليون، والعالم بيتكلم فيه 550 مليون مواطن بيتكلموا باللغه العربيه. ازاي ما عندناش تطبيق لينا؟ يعني كلنا بنشتغل في اليوتيوب والفيسبوك والمش عارف ايه، ازاي؟ يعني ليه ما عندناش تطبيق بتاعنا احنا؟
تطبيق عربي
طبعا
يجمع
10 تطابيق عربيه،
يعني يجمع كل هؤلاء
لا
المؤثرين.
عشان اخاطب بيه الصيني، مش عشان اخاطب بيه العربي بس. عشان اخاطب بيه الصيني اللي ما يعرفش عني حاجه. انت لما انت طبعا باحث، واظن الناس كلها هنا باحثه وعارفه انه الشعوب العميقه جوه في البلاد، في اليابان، في الصين، في استراليا، ما بيعرفوش حاجه عننا خالص، غير ان احنا متوحشين وعندنا داعش وعندنا حاجات زي كده. ما حدش عرفهم الحقيقه الا الشباب.
طيب بس ما نحن كمان عم بيتابعونا وعم بيشوفونا على مواقع التواصل، يعني نحن عم نوصل للعالم عبر تيك توك، عم نوصل للعالم عبر يوتيوب، عم نوصل للعالم عبر الفيسبوك، عبر السناب شات، عم نوصل عبر الانستغرام، عم نوصل لهودي العالم.
عشان كده الموقف اتحسن شويه لما حصل ما يحدث حاليا في غزه، الشيء الرهيب ده، الشيء القميء ده، الشيء الفظيع ده. وجهه النظر الشباب هناك اتغيرت شويه من وجود التواصل، مش من الاخبار اللي احنا بنزحها ولا الاعمال الفنيه اللي بنقدمها، من وجود الشباب في التواصل وحكوا فالشباب اتأثروا فعملوا مظاهرات كتير جدا تضامن مع فلسطين. ده من التواصل مش من الإعلام الحكومي.
نعم
متهيألي كده.
طيب اليوم امبارح كنت عم بحكي أنا وياك قبل ما جينا، طلبت مني شغلة، قلت لي
أنا بس بص حاجات يعني مش معقولة.
طلبت مني شغلة
خالص.
قلت لي يا أستاذ محمود تعا منك لابس بدلة وكرافات، تعا لابس سبور. ليه؟
أيوه ما بقتش احب اللبس يعني من ساعه ما دخلت في اليوتيوب وانا حسيت ان انا عدت الى موقعي سالما، مواطن عادي مش ضروري البس البدله. انا لبسني الجاكيته في التلفزيون الشيخ وليد الابراهيمي صاحب الام بي سي، هو اللي جابني في الام بي سي سنه 2002 وقال طب بس البس على القميص جاكيته، فالجاكيته بقت بدله، البدله بقت جرافطه، بقت حاجات زي كده. انا تخلصت من الحكايه دي الحمد لله، بلبس كده على طول كده مريح دماغي كده، اريح بكتير جدا جدا. لكن احيانا بيبقى في برنامج بيتطلب ان انا البس له بدله. اوكي.
اليوم هناك من يتشكى من عدم وجود الضوابط، يعني ما في ضوابط بالاعلام الالكتروني، يعني بالتلفزيون بدك تطلع بشكل لائق بدك تطلع بشكل رصين، بدك تطلع عندك ضوابط معينه، حتى الكونتنت اللي عم بتقدمه بده يكون ضوابط. اليوم
مين هيحط الضوابط؟ يعني انا في لبنان مين هيحط لي الضوابط؟ انا في سوريا، انا في اليمن،
السؤال
انا في السعوديه، كل بلد ليها ضوابطها، مين اللي هيحط الضوابط؟
المشكله اليوم هي بالاعلام الحديث انه فقدنا تلك الضوابط. يعني اليوم صار في اي شخص يطلع معه تليفون بايده يقول اللي بده اياه من دون اي ضوابط. ممكن اللي عم بيقوله يكون صح، ممكن يكون اشاعات، ممكن يكون فبركات، ممكن يكون تعرض للاعراض الاخرين. ما حدا بيقدر يحاسب.
كل ما يتعرض للاعراض له احكام وقانون.
وين؟
كل ما يتعرض لاذيه للدول بيتسجنوا كلهم. يعني طمن، ما تخافش على نفسك، يعني ما تخافش، هم قايمين بالواجب تمام.
اوكي.
اي حد بيغلط في اي نظام بيقول اراء تثير بلبله في البلد كله بيتسجن. ده بيتظبط، يعني مفيش مشاكل.
مش وين ما كان.
مين؟
مش وين ما كان، يعني مش في اي حته، في دول معينه عندها تلك القوانين. الامارات اليوم نحن موجودين بالامارات اليوم، اي شيء يتعارض مع القوانين يحاسب عليه القانون.
طب ما انا بقول لك
ولكن في دول ثانيه بتحكي اللي بدك اياه.
فين دي؟ اوروبا؟
لا مش باوروبا، بدول عربيه.
فين دي؟
بدي ارجع على لبنان خيي. انا بدي ارجع على لبنان.
انا لسه بكلمك على لبنان وبدعي لبنان مع جوزيف عون،
مع الرئيس عون،
جوزيف عون يا رب يكون معاه. انما ما ده مش موجود، ده مش
لا
موجود. لكن على كل حال
في بعض شو بنقول له، يعني تجاوزات، في بعض التجاوزات اللي عم بتصير ما لها ضوابط.
من هذا الباب يا صديقي توني بتفتح نار جهنم على الاراء الحره. من الزاويه دي نعمل ضوابط، نعمل حاجات، نعمل مش عارف ايه. انا اتمنى الامارات دي ثالث سنه تعمل هذا التجمع، وده شيء جميل جدا وعظيم جدا. اتمنى ان التجمع ده يشكل هيئه كبيره للسوشيال ميديا في الوطن العربي، ويعملوا مؤسسه كبيره تعمل دراسات وابحاث تخدم كل الشباب دول وهم بيقدموا محتوى، عشان نوجههم بالعلم، مش باراء خاصه، مش بافكار خاصه، مش بضوابط خاصه، انما نوجههم بالعلم، يقدموا لهم ابحاث ودراسات تبقى متاحه ليهم. ان شاء الله هم يقودوا المؤسسه دي، يعني حاجه تبقى مش عايز اقول زي جامعه الدول العربيه لانها ملهاش لازمه، انما حاجه يبقى حاجه تبقى زي جامعه الدول العربيه بس ليها لازمه. لانه احنا مطالبين دلوقتي كلنا كراجل ناس عواجيز ان احنا نقدم للشباب دول حاجه تساعدهم في انهم يتواجدوا بالشكل المناسب ليهم، مش لينا، ليهم هم مش لينا احنا. وبالتالي احنا ما نحطش ضوابط، هم هيحطوا الضوابط اللي هم عايزينها.
اليوم
انت هتشتغل رقيب، باين عليك عايز تشتغل رقيب.
لا انا مش بشتغل رقيب.
انت راجل، انت طول عمرك راجل حر.
لاني حر بحب حافظ على حريه الاخرين. لاني
كده.
انا حر ممتاز. ما بحب ان تنتهك حريات الاخر.
بس كده.
ببعض الاعلام الرقمي اليوم في حريات اخرين تنتهك علنا وتنتهك بشكل
كل الدول في العالم كله لديها قوانين. لو حد اساء اليك او اساء للدوله او اساء للدين او اساء لشخصيه مسؤوله، في قانون بيحكم. مفيش حاجه، ما تخافش، ما تقلقش.
انا مش قلقان،
انا بطمنك يعني.
انا مش قلقان. طيب نحن من فتره خسرنا الصحافه الورقيه. يعني بلشنا بالاول نراهن انه نحن الصحف الورقيه لن نخسرها، رح تبقى، رح تخف، ولكن رح تبقى. ولكن وصلنا الى حقيقه
صحيح
انه اليوم صارت يمكن نسبه 5% او 3% من الصحف تصدر طباعه وورقا.
صحيح.
هل نحن في خطر اليوم ان نخسر الشاشه التلفزيونيه امام؟
لا، هو دي مش خساره،
مش خساره،
ده تطور. يعني انت ما خسرتش الجورنال، لان دلوقتي انا خالتي عندها 80 سنه مش بتقرا جورنال، بقى لها 40 سنه ما بتقراهوش، لكن دلوقتي بتشوف الاخبار في التليفون. فما خسرناش الجورنال، الجورنال تحول الى في التليفون. يعني اللي عمل التليفون ده راجل ساحر. فده تطور مش خساره خالص. يعني هي الخساره عندنا ان احنا شعب وشعوب ما تعودتش تتعلم تقرا. فلذلك لما تبقى في اوروبا تلاقي ناس كلهم قاعدين في الارض راكبين.
بس باوروبا بعد
ماسكين الكتب
بعدهم ماسكين الكتاب.
عشان يتعودوا.
باوروبا ما بشوف حدا مثلا
يتعودوا على القرايه،
يقرا قصه على التليفون، بعده بيفتح الكتاب.
متعود عليه.
القلم
متعود عليه. اتعودوا على الحكايه دي. احنا مش متعودين. ما بتشوف حد انت في اتوبيس راكب او راكب حتى عربيه مع سواق ماسك كتاب بيقرا، ما فيش. مش متعودين على الحكايه دي. انما ده انا رايي ان ده تطور. الصحافه الورقيه خلاص بتنسحب.
طيب
تيجي صحافه ثانيه في التليفون. قبل الصحافه الورقيه كان في صحافه البلوزه اللي ما فيهاش لا صوره ولا الوان ولا اي حاجه خالص، دي برضو اندثرت.
طيب الشاشه، ما مصير الشاشه؟
الشاشه التلفزيون؟
لا
الحمد لله خلاص قرب يخلص خالص. خلاص لانه دلوقتي انا بشوف الحاجات الحديثه، التلفزيونات بقت بتطبق كده وتتحط في الجيب. فما اعتقدش التلفزيون هيبقى ليه اهميه، هيبقى موجود عند الناس الكتير اللي هي تاثيرها مش كبير في المجتمع. انما النهارده التليفون هو اللي بيأثر والسوشيال ميديا هي اللي بتأثر. يعني مثلا انت عايز تجرب، زيع خبر في التلفزيون وزيعه في السوشيال ميديا، شوف تأثير ده وتأثير ده. النهارده احنا عندنا في مصر ملايين ما شاء الله، طول ما انت ماشي الناس قاعده كلهم ماسكين التليفون،
كلهم على التليفونات. طيب
من
اعطى
كل الوطن
أكتر.
العربي، وده برضو مش وحش على فكره، مش وحش، وفي ناس بتتفرج على التلفزيون ما فيش مانع.
من اعطى اكثر لمحمود سعد، التليفون ولا الشاشه؟
مين؟
من اعطى اكثر لمحمود سعد، التليفون ولا الشاشه؟
لا التلفزيون طبعا.
تلفزيون.
لا طبعا. لان انا اشتغلت في التلفزيون من سنه 2001. كانت بدايه انطلاقه الفضائيات والحاجات دي كلها. فاشتغلت في مصر في نفس الوقت في الام بي سي. وطبعا ده كان حاجه مهمه جدا، اشتغل جوه ارضي في مصر وعلى
شاشه عربيه،
اكبر شاشه عربيه كانوا الام بي سي. فده كان ساعدني جدا جدا طبعا التلفزيون طبعا. بس النهارده في شباب محققين قدي 10 مرات من السوشيال ميديا، ودي حاجه تسعدني جدا، يعني حاجه بتبسطني جدا ان في شباب عاملين حاجات عظيمه جدا جدا من السوشيال ميديا. بس
لها السبب اتجهت للسوشيال ميديا مؤخرا؟
مش عشان الشهره، عشان دي يعني انا معايا استاذه هبه شلبي بتساعدني طول عمرها. دي حاجه تطور برضه. يعني انا حسيت انه ايه اما قالوا لي قلت لهم ده تطور، نجرب همشي فيه ولا مش همشي. فقالوا البتاع اللي هي اليوتيوب دوت بيدوك درع كده بعد 100,000 درع فضي كده. فقلت لهم ده هاخده ايه ده انا عايز دي 9 سنين. خدنا كام شهر، 6 اشهر باين، وغلنا الدرع الفضي. وبعدين هوب سنه كمان جالنا الدرع الذهبي. بقينا 1,000,000 واحد في اليوتيوب، وعندنا 5 في الفيسبوك. لقينا ان ده مجال ممكن اشتغل فيه. انما كان ممكن ما يحصلش دوت فما اشتغلش فيه. وما كنتش هزعل. لانه الواحد انا بحب طول الوقت اجرب. يعني عجزت كل حاجه، لكن ما فيش مانع جرب تاني. ونفشل وننجح مره ونفشل مره ونفشل 3 وننجح مره، ما فيش مانع يعني. فمشي معايا كده، ما اعرفش ازاي بصراحه. الله اكبر يعني.
يا الله اكبر. طبعا. اليوم اذا عرض عليك تلفزيون وعرض عليك سوشيال ميديا، شو بتختار؟
للسوشيال ميديا طبعا.
سوشيال ميديا.
من غير فلوس. يعني انا بشتغل في السوشيال ميديا،
ضينا نحن وياك.
بيجي لي فلوس الحمد لله، بس بشتغل فيها لانه انا بحس ان انا ببقى قاعد مع الناس كده حاجه بسيطه، يعني بنتكلم على راحتنا. والحقيقه الحمد لله يعني الصفحات بتاعتي او الحاجات بتاعتي اللي انا بشتغل فيها ما فيهاش الحاجات المعتاده في السوشيال ميديا. السوشيال ميديا دايما فيها حاجات كده بيشتموا ويجموا وبتاع، لا انا ما عنديش ده خالص الحمد لله. عندي حتى لو حد بيعترض ما بيعجبوش الشغل ده، موجود كتير يعني، بيقولوا بطريقه كويس، بيقولوا. فحاسس ان احنا عاملين جو كده. انا عامل اسره اسمها ونس، مسمي البتاع اسمها ونس، نقعد نتكلم مع بعض كده وحاجات زي كده. انا مبسوط بيها جدا ومناسباني جدا. دي احسن من التلفزيون بالنسبه لي.
اي منصه بتستخدم اكثر شيء؟
انا استاذه هبه شلبي دي بشتغل بتحط حاجات على كله، ولا اعرف حاجه ولا بشوف حاجه.
اي منصه بيتفاعلوا مع استاذ محمود اكثر؟ يوتيوب ولا فيسبوك ولا تيك توك؟ فيسبوك.
الله اكبر.
على تيك توك ناشط؟
على تيك توك ايوه بقى. انا قلت لهم هشتغل تيك توك هشتغل.
سمعت عنه
حلو قوي.
بتصير تقول لهم كبسوا؟
انا بقى تيك توك على طول اشتغل عليه. تيك توك واليوتيوب والفيسبوك والماسنجر ولا الانستغرام.
لا الماسنجر غير شيء.
ما ينفعش
ماسنجر غير شيء لامور خاصه.
ما ينفعش ده، ما ينفعش ده. شغال بتحط الحاجات، انا هي بتيجي تسجل لي انا اشتغل وهي بتعمل كل حاجه. طيب. مش علاقه باي حاجه.
نحن اليوم امام مثل ما شفنا ما شاء الله مجموعه شباب وصبايا كثير
طبعًا
كبيره.
طبعا. طب انا جيت المؤتمر ده عشان اتفرج على الحاجات الحلوه دي.
نعم.
لقيت انا مع دعوني المؤتمر، قلت انا راجل عجوز يدعوني ازاي مع الشباب الحلوين دول؟ فلقيت فرصه كويسه جدا ان انا اجي الاقي الشباب اللي انا بتابعهم. انا بجد بتابعهم وبحبهم، بحب منهم اجزاء كتيره جدا.
طيب.
لان في منهم كتير على فكره حتى اللي بيقدم حاجه دمها خفيف. يعني مش بتكلم على ان يبقى في ثقافه تقيله لا 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 خالص. يعني
سؤال.
انا بحبهم جدا.
سؤال استاذ، هو اللي انا هلا برا باكثر من لقاء مع الصبايا والشباب كانوا عم يسالوني لإلي نفس السؤال.
ايه هو؟
بعد في حاجه اليوم للشباب والصبايا يروحوا يتخصصوا اعلام بالجامعات؟
طبعا العلم
بعد في حاجه اليوم تروح تدرس صحافه
طبعاً.
واعلام. بزمن السوشيال ميديا صار كل انسان هو مؤثر، كل انسان
السوشيال ميديا حاجه حديثه، علم كبير.
طيب.
عايزه تتحط في كليه الاعلام. كليه الاعلام تدرسها كمان جنب الاعلام بتاعها العادي.
انا عم بحكي على الاعلام التقليدي.
طبعاً.
يعني نحن اليوم لما نروح على جامعات الاعلام التقليدي بعد في حاجه هالطلاب وهالطالبات يروحوا يدرسوا 4-5 سنين ويتخصصوا بالاعلام تيشتغلوا وين؟
اي علم في هذا المجال يبقى كويس. اي علم في هذا المجال، مجال الاعلام، يبقى كويس مفيد. بس المفروض ان بقى يعني بيسموهم ايه، مش وزارات، كليات الاعلام في الوطن العربي تدخل الاشياء الحديثه دي في دراستها.
دخلت اوريدي دخلوا.
بس خلاص.
بس هو مفهوم.
لا انت ما هم دلوقتي احنا شبابنا معظمهم للاسف ما بيتكلموش عربي، ما بيعرفوش يكتبوا عربي. انما لازم تدرس العربي.
طيب بس نحن بالبدايه كنا نعرف عن حالنا اعلامي او عرف عن حالي صحافي. انا شايف بعد 5 سنين 10 سنين ما في حدا رح يقدر يعرف عن حاله اعلامي او صحافي، كله رح يعرف عن حاله مؤثر ناشط على السوشيال ميديا. لشو يعني اذا بدنا نكمل بهيدا الاتجاه.
لا ما انا هقول لك، هو معاه في جيبه حاجه مش معانا. معاه في جيبه تليفون بيقول ان الراجل ده بيتابعه 3 مليون. انت طيب. معاك حاجه بتقول ان التلفزيون بيتابعك 3 مليون؟ ما عندناش.
بس انا عم بحكي،
هو معاه وثيقه.
انا عم بحكي على المنطق العام. نحن كنا نعرف على حالنا اعلاميين وصحفيين. يا ترى بعد 10 سنوات رح نلاقي حدا يعرف عن حاله انا اعلامي وانا صحافي؟
انت دارس اعلام؟
انا لا، انا دارس علوم سياسيه.
انت دارس علوم سياسيه، يعني انت مش اعلامي.
لا.
وانا دارس تاريخ مش اعلامي.
مش اعلامي. طيب.
احنا اتنين قاعدين غلط. فالاعلامي ده مش عايز، ده عايز بس يبقى
بس بنشتغل في الاعلام.
عايز ايوه. وكتير صحفيين كبار عندنا في تاريخ الصحافه المصريه اللي هي شارك فيها ناس كتير جدا من الشام في صناعة، وكتير جدا ما كانش معاهم شهادات اصلا، وكتير منهم دخلوا كليه الطب وفشلوا في كليه الطب او سابوها وراحوا للاعلام. الاعلام ده حاجه زي التمثيل، لكنه محتاج دايما لان الواحد يدرس، يكون عنده بس دراسه، لكنه في جزء موهبه. يعني في بيبقى في مثلا بيتخرج كليه الاعلام كام طالب؟ 1000 بيبقى في منهم 10 هم اللي هيبقوا مؤثرين في المجتمع، والباقيين بيعملوا خدمات تانية، يعني خدمات علمية أخرى.
حضرتك عندك بنت الله يخلي لك إياها، لو اجت بنتك قالت لك أنا بدي أروح أدرس صحافي أو إعلام، كنت قلت لها روحي ولا كنت قلت لها؟
طبعا.
شو؟
ليه ولا الصحافة والإعلام حاجة وحشة؟ ما تدرسهمش ليه؟
ما بعرف، بعد تجربتك.
لا تدرسهم طبعا. لا يعني.
ولا بتقول لها روحي اعملي مؤثرة؟
لا، ما أنا مراتي خريجة في كلية الإعلام.
شو بتشتغل؟
صحفية. الحمد لله. لا يعني في بيخرجوا فيه بس كل واحد بيبقى في مهن غير الدكتور لازم يبقى طبيب دارس طب، الهندسة لازم يبقى دارسها، إنما الإعلام زي التمثيل ممكن تبقى عندك الموهبة ومحتاج تتثقف. فأنا دخلت درست تاريخ وأنا عارف إن أنا هبقى صحفي. يعني أنا ما دخلتش درست تاريخ عشان بس أدرس التاريخ. طبعا كان مجموعي كبير في الثانوية العامة، كنت جايب 56%، ممكن أخش كلية الإعلام. لكن أنا دخلت تاريخ لأنه هو ده زي الحقوق، الحقوق والتاريخ بينفعوا الصحفي جامد.
طيب اليوم كيف نظرتك مثلا لما تقعد تشوف برامج تلفزيونيه؟
انا ما بشوفش.
ابدا؟
لا
ولا اي برنامج تلفزيوني
لا ما بشوفهاش، بس عشان ما حدش يقول ان انا ما بتفرجش على زمايلي. انا ما بشوفهاش لان انا لا اتحمل على الاطلاق ان اشوف توني خليفه قاعد وبيحاور حد واتصور نفسي بقعد زيه وبحاور حد، لان انا عمري ما شفت نفسي.
ايه بس انت بلشت بهاي المدرسه، يعني توني خليفه لما قرر يعمل هيك نوع برنامج وقلتها بالعلن، انا شفت محمود سعد عم بيعمل هالشيء، رحت قلت بدي اعمل مثل محمود سعد. ايه
انت إيه؟ انا لا، انا ما اقدرش خالص.
بس ما انت علمتنا اياها.
ما اقدرش، يعني انا لغايه دلوقتي ما اشوفش نفسي اطلاقا الا اذا حد قال لي في حاجه مش فاهمها في شكلي، يعني طريقه اداء اشوفها، غير كده ما اشوفش نفسي، وبالتالي ما اشوفش اي حد من زمايلي.
ولا على التليفون؟
لان اتخيل ان انا قاعد مطرحك
ولا على التليفون
وما اعرفش انام.
ولا على التليفون؟ شو بتشوف على التليفون؟
لا ولا حاجه. يعني انا في التليفون انت عارف التليفون ذكي بيجيب كل الحاجات اللي زي اللي بشوفها.
اوكي.
فعمري ما اطلع فيه، ما اطلعش فيه ابدا، يعني يطلع لي الدحيح كل يوم 50 مره.
بتشوف الدحيح؟
طبعا
بتشوف الدحيح؟
طبعا. لا ده انا مغرم بيه من زمان.
ليش بتشوف الدحيح؟
من اول ما ظهر الدحيح وكان لسه الظهور بيقول يا هادي، قلت لهم ده حاجه نادره.
ليه بتشوفه؟
دول شوف انا اقول لك
شو اللي خلاك
اهم
تشوف
مذيعين ظهروا في التلفزيون او في السوشيال ميديا او في الحاجات دي كلها طبقا لرؤيتي انا يعني على قدي، انه في ال20 سنه اللي فاتت ديت اهم شخصيتين ظهروا هو الدحيح احمد الغندور و باسم اسمه ايه؟ باسم ايه؟
باسم يوسف؟
دول الاثنين دول، يعني دول احسن اثنين انا بشوفهم بقى، دول بشوفهم وبستمتع بيهم لانهم فيهم اختلاف حقيقي، يعني فيهم اختلاف حقيقي لكل الاداء التلفزيوني المتعارف عليه. فالدحيح حاجه جميله جدا، دول بيطلعوا لي بقى على طول، انما انا ما اطلعش لنفسي خالص لان انا ما بفتحش نفسي، لو طلعت فجاه كده ازق على طول، ما بستحملش خالص اشوف نفسي، وبالتالي ما بشوفش حد، مش لاني يعني بختار حد عن حد، لا ما بقدرش استحمل.
طيب ما بتدافع عن الاعلام التقليدي؟
ادافع عنه؟
يعني لما يجي واحد اليوم يقول لك انه خلص هذا الاعلام يجب ان يذهب الى غير رجعه، صار مثل الانظمه البائده.
لا انا وعيت في حته اسمها باب الخلق في مصر.
نعم.
حي شعبي جميل. وعيت على ان احنا في البلكونه بنيجي في زاويه معينه الشمس ما بتجيش فيها كتير، نحط صينيه كده، الصينيه دي بيبقى فيها ليمون وفيها القلل، والقلل متغطيه عشان نشرب الميه الساقعه. وبعدين طلعت السربنتينه. اشرب من القله؟
عفوا؟
هشرب من القله ولا اشرب من السربنتينه؟ السربنتينه دي حاجه اللي هي ايه؟ الثلاجه البدائيه. نحط فيها تلج تتلج. هشرب بقى من ديت وبعدين طلعت الثلاجه. ولا هشرب من القله؟ هو ماله؟
عشت يعني في مصر 7 سنين بس
الدنيا بتتطور.
بس كلمات عم بسمعها للمره
الاولى. لا اقول لك حاجه، لما عملوا الحنفيه زمان،
حنفيه عارفها،
لما عملوا الحنفيه الشيوخ قالوا دي حرام لان الميه جايه في المواسير، الميه دي مش متدفقه فما ينفعش الناس تتوضى بيها. وبعدين بقت الحنفيه حاجه مهمه وهكذا، فده تطور. هو ماله؟ يعني التطور بيحصل، الواحد لازم يمشي معاه. هقول لك حاجه، واحنا كنا ممكن، انا قريت الراجل دوت اللي هو بتاع نايكي من 50 سنه، قريت مذكراته، مذكرات عظيمه جدا. قرر انه الناس كلها هتمشي لابسه كوتشي. ما كانش في حد يلبس كوتشي خالص، كان يعني حاجه عيب ان الواحد يلبس جزمه كاوتشي دي. تصور ان كلامه اتحقق بعد 50 سنه. مجرد الراجل قال ان الناس كلها هتعمل حاجه، ففي حاجات في الحياه بتبقى حلوه.
اليوم هناك يعني شوي سؤال ثقيل، مش ممكن تقطع معي بدون اليوم حدا
لازم
بيقول
توني يشتغل.
لا، حدا بيقول اليوم بعد ما التلفزيون لفظ محمود سعد.
لفظني؟
انه ايه لفظك، يعني انه ما عاد لك مكان على الشاشه على التلفزيون، انت اليوم لجأت الى السوشيال ميديا.
سؤال حلو قوي.
وصرت انه تهاجم التلفزيون.
تمام. السنة اللي قبل
بس مش
اللي
أنا
فاتت.
اللي قلت.
لا لا، بس سؤال حلو
أوكي.
قوي قوي. بس هرد عليه.
رد. أنا عارف هترد.
أنا واخد جايزة أحسن برنامج تلفزيوني سنة 2024. اسمه سولد أوت، بيتعرض على CBC، واخد جايزة أحسن برنامج تلفزيوني وأعلى نسبة مشاهدة في التلفزيون في CBC. وبعمل برنامج اسمه بنحكي كمان أبواب الخلق في التلفزيون، ونسبة مشاهدته عالية جدا، وباخد فيه أجر كويس قوي.
كمان.
مين قال لك أنا سبت التلفزيون؟
مش أنا.
ها؟
أنا مش أنا.
مين
مش
قال
أنا
لك
اللي
تقول
قلت.
السؤال ده؟ ما أنا موجود في التلفزيون.
أنا قلت إنه أنت عم بتدافع بهذه الشراسة عنه.
لا، موجود.
موجود.
بس عارف إن ده وجود له أسبابه. إنما أنا شايف المستقبل قدامي هو الوجود ده. إنما ده وجود، لا، أنا ما لفظنيش التلفزيون. يعني ما
أنت لفظته؟
لا، ما أنا بقول لك أنا
لا، أنت نفسيا لفظته؟ يعني نفسيا أنت ما بقى
لا،
بدك
أنا
التلفزيون؟
بحس إن هو ليه دور، بس مش كل الدور اللي يقوم بيه الشخص. هو ليه دور. في ناس بعيدة أحب إن أنا أتواصل معهم ويتفرجوا ويتبسطوا وأقدم لهم حاجات حلوة. وبعمل برنامج، هو برنامج اسمه باب الخلق. ده برنامج بيبقى بيصور الأماكن. أجمل حاجة في برنامج باب الخلق، أنا صورت في العراق، صورت في الأردن، صورت في الإمارات هنا، صورت في المغرب، صورت في تونس، صورت في مصر، حاجات كتير جدا جدا. فرجت الناس. عملت رحلة العرب في أسبانيا. رحلة العرب دي كلها
تابعناهم
في البرنامج دوت، عملتها كلها في التلفزيون وفي السوشيال ميديا، يعني في ده وفي ده، بس هي كانت تلفزيون. ودي بقرب الناس، يعني اللي هو بيعملوه الشباب، انه مين يعرف ازاي العرب دخلوا اسبانيا وقعدوا فيها 880 سنة، وازاي اتزقوا بعد كده، زقوهم كده ومشيوا بعد 880 سنة، يعني داخلين على 1000 سنة عاشوا في الأسد. حكيت القصص دي كلها، وقصص بقى عن الأماكن الأضرحة والأماكن الدينية.
وجابت مشاهدات
الحمد لله.
جابت
موجود
يعني. لا يعني المقصود انه هيك مواد تستقطب الجمهور. لأنه ليش؟ لأنه بيقولوا لك معظم الناس اللي على السوشيال ميديا اليوم هي أعمار صغيرة. يعني اليوم اللي بيتابع السوشيال ميديا بمعظمهم
مش صحيح،
أعمار تحت ال 45 سنة.
مش صحيح. ما أنا عندي 3 في بيتي، خالتي وأختي وخالتي، هم كلهم فوق ال 75 قاعدين على التليفون بيتكلموا في التليفون. دول مش يعتبروا نموذج، ويعتبروا يعني. وبعدين انا بشوف الناس في الشارع، يعني انت لما تيجي تعدي على واحد مثلا كده حارس بيت، تقول لي ده انا لسه كنت بتفرج عليه، كنت بتعمل كذا، ما التليفون. طب هو بيجيب النت منين؟ النت غالي مش رخيص. من العماره اللي هو ساكن بيشتغل فيها حارس، من البيت اللي بيشتغل فيه بياخد البتاع. كلهم بيتفرجوا على التليفون.
طب اذا بدك تتابع مباراة للاهلي بتتابعها على التليفون؟
تابعوا كل حاجه.
بتتابعها على التليفون ولا على الشاشة؟
ايه دي؟
مباراة الاهلي.
لا انا ماليش دعوه، ماليش في الكوره
ابدا.
لا لا، ماليش في الكوره خالص.
معقول في مصري مالوش في الكوره؟
انا ماليش في الكوره خالص، بس بحب محمد صلاح.
طبعا طبعا.
انما يعني مش من اهتماماتي. بس اهلاوي طبعا، يعني عادي. اهلاويه كتير طبعا. ايوه كده. بس ماليش يعني مش من اهتماماتي الكوره خالص.
شو عم تحضر شيء جديد؟
بنحضر، بعمل حاجه في رمضان دايما انا في اليوتيوب، يعني قصص كده وحاجات دينيه بشتغل فيها. وبنستعد الجزء الثالث من سولد اوت. الثالث برضه صح، هنبداه ان شاء الله في نص يناير. ده تلفزيون في CBC. هنعرضه ان شاء الله. يعني هو على فكره انا ليا برنامج بيتعرض في CBC حاليا دلوقتي يوم الخميس ويوم الجمعه، عشان بس الراجل ده اصل
بس لاحظتوا السؤال قد ايه اثر فيه هذا السؤال؟
حاليا دلوقتي يا جماعه في قناه اسمها CBC في مصر بيتعرض لي برنامج بقاله 1.5 سنة. بتحضريه؟ لا على فكره في قناه هنا اسمها الزفره.
نعم طبعا طبعا.
اشتريها
طبعا.
هي اشترت البرنامج ده وبتذيعه.
الزفره.
الزفرة اشترت البرنامج
قناة
من
الزفرة جارتنا
مش مني
باستوديو سيتي حد المشهد دغري الحيط على الحيط.
ما بتشقش على جارتكم؟ تعرف بتعرض ايه ولا بتعرضش ايه؟
بكره
يعني عيب عليك يا راجل.
بكره حزورهم ان شاء الله.
الزفرة اشترت البرنامج وبتذيعه، وهم بيذيعوه دلوقتي، حتى دلوقتي إعادة، لأن أنا ما عنديش حلقات جديدة. فبيعيدوا الحلقات على أساس إن إحنا إن شاء الله آخر يناير، آخر الشهر ده هنعمل جديد ويتذاعوا حاجة زي كده.
سؤالنا الأخير لأنه الوقت صار على آخر، كيف بتنظر للناس اللي بيعتبروا اليوم أنفسهم مشاهير السوشيال ميديا؟ يعني بيعرف عن حاله من مشاهير السوشيال ميديا، أنت كيف بتنظر له؟ كيف تتعامل معه؟ كيف تنظر له؟
يعني ببقى مشفق عليهم جدا.
تبقى عفوا
مشفق عليهم.
مشفق؟
لأنه النجاح في السوشيال ميديا مش معروف أسبابه قوي، فعشان يحافظ عليه، عشان الشاب أو الشابة اللي بيشتغلوا في السوشيال ميديا يحافظوا عليه، حاجة كبيرة جدا، عليهم مسؤولية ضخمة، لأنه أنت ما بتعرفش هو ناجح ليه، ما بتقدرش تمسك قوي، فبالتالي عنده يعني حاجة صعبة عشان يقدر يستمر. أنا عايزهم كلهم يستمروا، كلهم ينجحوا، لكن هو كل واحد فيهم كل ما بيحقق رقم زيادة في المشاهدة كل ما ده يوتره أكتر، يا رب هيقدر يحافظ، هيقدر يكمل، هيقدر، لأنه ما أعرفش أنا لو كنت اشتغلت في التلفزيون أنا وأنت يا توني وكنا بنعد الجمهور كده كنا هنعمل إيه؟ يعني كان الجمهور نقدر نعده كده.
للأسف
كانت حاجة صعبة
يعني
جدا.
أنا اليوم
توترك جدا كل يوم.
أنا اليوم أعاني من هذا الموضوع علنا. أنا اليوم بعتبر حالي كمسؤول في قناة تلفزيونية، أنا صرت مضطر للأسف برجع بقولها وهذه ليست قناعتي أن أقيم بعض زملائي وبعض الموظفين
باليوتيوب
على الأرقام وليس على الجوهر. يعني هيدا كمان من المساوئ.
بالظبط.
ما هيدا من المساوئ، انت اليوم تصير تقيم شخص على عدد المتابعات مش على الماده اللي عم بيقدم لك اياها. يعني اليوم حط اي ماده عفوا مبتذله بتجيب لك مئات الملايين.
تصور لما احنا بدانا مشوارنا التلفزيوني كان القياس ده كنا هنعمل ايه واحنا بنشتغل؟ توتر كبير وعايز تعمل حاجه،
بس كان في مقاس ثاني، كان في
مقاس
ثاني،
كان
في شركات احصاء وكان في ارقام.
طبعا فيعني ربنا معاهم بصراحه. زائد انه ده شيء جديد.
بس انت مع انه النجاح يقاس بالارقام وبالمشاهدات؟
لا، النجاح يقيسه الفرد نفسه، نفس الشخص. انا ما بيهمنيش عدد المشاهدين، انا بيهمني ان الماده اللي انا بقدمها انا راضي عنها، ماده حلوه، حتى لو كانت نكته، حتى لو كانت كلمه طيبه، حتى لو كانت قفشه حلوه، يعني ايا كان حاجه انا راضي عنها بصرف النظر عن اللي يشوفها.
بس انا عم بحكي
لكن
كرأي عام، كرأي عام اليوم صار الرأي العام انت ناجح بعدد متابعينك، بعدد الفولورز تبعك، بعدد الناس اللي عم بتشوف المادة اللي عم بتقدمها. يعني صار هيدا الصراع، انا كيف بدي اجيب مشاهدات مش كيف بدي اقدم كونتنت.
لا، انا نجاح تاني عندي ان انا لما يقابلني حد 10 تنفار قابلوني فمنهم 2 عرفوني وقالوا لي شغلك كويس، ده بيرضيني انا. خلاص مش ضروري ال10 يشوفوا، بس انا اللي شافوا قالوا الشغل كويس، حتى لو مش عاجبهم بس شايفينه مقدر. يعني افرض انا بتكلم في الكوره هم مش في الكوره زي حالاتي كده، لكن شايفين الكلام.
طيب بس
يعني
لو انت،
فهي دي الفكره.
لو انت عندك مؤسسه اعلاميه تديرها اليوم، كنت تحاسب موظفينك على عدد المشاهدات اللي عم بيجيبوا لك اياهم ولا على نوعيه المواد اللي عم بيقدموا لك اياهم؟
انا مش همسك عمري مؤسسه اعلاميه
لا نفترض مسكت،
ولا احط نفسي في الموقف
لا
ده،
نفترض مسكت، لا نفترض مسكت، لا عم بحكي جد، لانه هالصبايا والشباب بدهم يعرفوا اليوم المقياس اليوم هو قد ايه عم بتجيب ارقام ولا النوعيه اللي عم بتقدمها. هيدا شيء كثير مهم.
متهيألي ما بيتفصلوش عن بعض قوي، يعني هو مش فاصله قوي. يعني هتلاقي الناس اللي جايبين ارقام فيهم عدد كبير جدا ممتازين، يعني مش بعيد عن بعض.
انا بعطي
يعني
مثل،
وفي حاجات جايبه ارقام انت عارف انها دي حاجات مؤقته.
انا بعطي مثل
يعني
صغير
بنبقى فاهمين يعني.
ولو رح استعمل اسم بس بالموني. يعني انا قابلت شخصيه تاريخيه عربيه سياسيه مهمه جدا بحوار كان يمكن من اجمل الحوارات اللي انا عملتها بحياتي. جابت عدد لا بأس فيه من مشاهدة. ثاني يوم كان عندي ليلى عبد اللطيف، خلصت الحلقة 18 مليون.
مظبوط.
خلصت الحلقة 18 مليون، عم بتخبرني كوكب جوبيتر بده يفوت بكوكب ما بعرف مين.
لا
انه شو انه هيدا مقياس نحن بدنا نعتمده بحياتنا لنقيم النجاح؟
يا توني انت كنت جايب ليلى وعارف انك هيشوفك 13
ايه
مليون.
انا جايبها كرمال استاذ، انا جايبها كرمال الريتنج بس.
احنا كنا عارفين،
بس صرنا هون، يعني انه صرنا هون، يعني صرنا تنجيب مشاهدات مضطرين نروح على هيك خيارات.
لا ده
بس لما تكوني مدام عم تحاسبي، لما تكوني عم تحاسبي اذا بتبقي بوظيفتك ولا لا على عدد المشاهدات اللي بتجيبيها، شو بتعملي؟
لا 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 لا
بس الكباريه ماشي اكثر.
لا بس الكباريه حلو برضه يا منى برضه. بس هو لا، ما انا هقول لحضرتك حاجه، ده في العالم كله. انا شفته في لندن، كنت موجود سنه 88. كان في فيلم بيتعرض اسمه الجاذبيه القاتله، فيلم جنسي، وفي فيلم قصاده اسمه كراي فريدم، صرخه الحريه.
الناس هونيك
سينما هنا
طبعا،
سينما هنا. اللي هنا كانوا واقفين مستنيين الطابور لما السينما دي تخرج عشان يخشوا، والتانيه كانت سينما يا دوبك مليانه يعني. ده موجود في انجلترا. شفت انا في جورنال بيبيعوه يوم الاحد، تفتحوا كده الصفحه تلاقي فيه 6 صور عريانه. كل الانجليز داخلين على الجورنال يشتروه كل يوم الاحد الصبح. دي حاجه طبيعيه في كل حته في الدنيا، ان الحاجات اللي هي فيها اثاره بتجيب بتاع. وانت عارف، واحنا بنبقى عارفين واحنا بنشتغل ان دي حلقه هتعمل جو، ودي حلقه هتعمل مش عارف ايه، ودي هل ده عيب في المجتمع؟ لا. كل المنجمين في العالم كله على فكره، كل رئيس عنده منجم وعنده بتاع.
انا عم بحكي على الاهداف، يعني لما يصير هدف المؤثر او هدف الفولورز او هدف اي شخص يعمل في السوشيال ميديا ان يجيب ارقام. شو اسهل طريقه لجيب ارقام؟ كباريه. افتح كباريه زي ما قالت المدام، فراح يروحوا كل العالم بدل ما يفكروا يجيبوا ماده ويتعبوا. هيك عم بيصير.
مين قال لك كده؟
هيك عم بيصير للاسف. مش الكل.
مش الكل. هو الوطن العربي مش في دول فيها كباريهات؟ كل الشعوب بتروح الكباريه. يعني كل الشعوب العربيه، ما الدول فيها كباريات بتروح الكباريه.
نحن عم نعطي التشبيه، نحن عم نعطي على التشبيه والخطر من انه يصير مقياس النجاح ومقياس العمل ومقياس النجوميه هو ارقامك مش مضمونك. هيدا الخطر، انه انت تقاس بارقامك ما تقاس بمضمونك. هون نحن صرنا قدام خطر حقيقي، هيدا الخطر ينتشر بشكل كتير كبير بيننا.
انت كده كانك بتنكر ان في مضامين كويسه ملهاش مشاهده عاليه. لا مش صحيح.
لا انا قلت البعض.
انا ضربت لك مثل بالدحيح.
انا ركزت البعض.
الدحيح ارقام هائله. مثل باحمد.
الدحيح ارقام هائله.
احمد ما بينزل بيشوف يتشاف مليون 2 3 وبيقدم محتوى ممتاز. مش صحيح. في محتوى كويس، وفي محتوى جماهيري، وفي محتوى اثاره، وفي محتوى وفي محتوى. مش كل الناس ما بتشوفش غير ده بس. امال مش في ناس بتحقق ارقام عاليه وبتقدم حاجه كويسه ولا ما فيش؟
لا طبعا.
طب خلاص.
بس في شيء بيقول لك الاسهل. اليوم لما تكون انت انسان غير مؤهل لتعمل شيء ذو قيمه تجيب فيه ارقام، راح تروح الى الاسهل، وهودي اعدادهم اكثر بكثير من هوديك الاعداد. يعني الصوره العامه والراي.
صحافه صفراء. مش كان في صحافه صفراء وما زالت موجوده في العالم كله؟ صحافه صفراء مش مشكله. مش مشكله، هيبقوا موجودين جنب الصحافه الاصيله.
اشتغلت شي مره صحافي صفراء؟ اضطريت تشتغل شي مره صحافي صفراء؟
لا ولا خضراء ولا بني ولا اي حاجه
ولا شيء.
انا اشتغلت في مؤسسه عريقه اسمها روز اليوسف، كلها اساتذه كبار، وكان حظي كويس فما رحتش الصحافه دي خالص.
ما اضطريت.
انت شكلك دخلت انت في الحته دي؟
انا ليك ما تقول لي شيء، لاني دايما بقول انا عم بقلدك فاي شيء بتلبسني اياه بيطلع.
لا
تطلع انت المسؤول عنه.
لا انا الجرايد اللي اشتغلت فيها سيدتي، مجله سيدتي،
نعم،
مجله لها، جريده الحياه، الشرق الاوسط، صباح الخير، كواكب مجله عريقه جدا كنت رئيس تحرير.
استاذ محمود انت استاذ كبير، انت استاذ قدوه، صاحب مدرسه اعلاميه كثير كبيره. انا اتشرف اليوم انه كان في هذا الحوار، استمعنا لارائك وبالعكس اعطيتنا طاقه ايجابيه. انه اللي كان خايف من هذه الموجه، موجه الاعلام الحديث، فطمنتنا انه نحن
يا رب ان شاء الله يعملوا
بخير ان شاء الله. نتمنى لك الصحه الدائمه وطولة العمر، وشكرا لكم جميعا، وعقبال كل سنه، وشكرا للقيمين.
Guys, I hope you're all excited and you're enjoying the day here. First day at the summit. Yeah, are we?
We promised you some more gifts and prizes, and guess what? I have some here in my hands. We have some more vouchers from our partner, Imar. And the first question, or how are you going to win those?
Yeah, let's explain what we're doing. So basically, we're going to be asking questions, and then you guys raise your hand up, and we're going to pick someone from the audience. And if you give the correct answer, you win one of the prizes. You already have your hand up. We didn't start yet. When we
You
start...
don't know what the question is yet. Okay, we'll start with the first question. Are you ready?
All right. Are we all listening? We're going to start now. This is your chance to get a prize.
So, you just have to raise your hand, yeah? Don't say it out loud.
And we pick randomly. All right.
Who was the first guest today?
In Etihad Airways, who was the first speaker? All right, who was it? Anas Bukhash, she got the right answer. That's our first winner right there. Amazing. All right, we're gonna move to the second question.
Congratulations.
These are easy questions, you guys. So we spoke about the Red Bull stuntman. What was his name? Hands up, hands up.
Wait. She was so fast. She was so... What's his last name?
All right, no, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Hands up.
We're so strict.
All right, there we go. There we go. We have our winner right there, right there. Awesome. Okay.
Ready for the next question? You guys are so fast. I was hoping you could think and breathe, you know. We let it go easy, but you directly, I didn't even finish the question. So the last question is, how many stages do we have at the 1 billion follower summit? You say. You have to, you can
the
pick.
thing is, they had to put their hands up. We can't even pick now.
You need to pick, you need to pick.
All right, do we all agree he's the winner? No? No? Let's, tomorrow. I'll find you tomorrow. All right. Wow, a lot of sessions today, so many things happening.
I really want to know from you guys, what have you learned until today? Was there like one speaker that inspired you the most?
Yeah, let's hear from someone. Anyone here wants to share something about today? What did you learn?
Oh.
Family. Yes. So how children are important from the session? Make it easy for the youngsters to have kids. I mean, Noura's just a mother as well, so I'm pretty sure she agrees with that as well.
I'm a very young mom. My baby is in backstage, so I'm just like running, coming back. Thank
Summer
you so
Rose,
much.
yeah.
Yes, you know.
What else? What
Didn't
else
know
did you
she's
guys,
gonna be
anyone
that
wants to share their experience? What did they learn today? Anything exciting? You want to share with us something? Here.
Thank you. I didn't forget
Hi.
you. I have you. I'll come to you after.
I like
Let's
when His
hear from
Excellency Gargash said that we have the right environment in Dubai, where we have the investors and also the manassat, where we have the content creators. I think we are having the right environment in Dubai to build and to provide something for the audience.
100%. I agree with that. 100%. Anyone else from
Over
Noura's
here.
side?
over here, I saw you raise your hand right in the beginning. Tell me, what did you learn?
Thank you. Keep your legs to the ground, and the sky is the limit. Thank you.
That's a good one, on point.
Wise words, wise words.
Thank
Anyone
you.
from this side wants to share their experience today? Something they've learned, something they
Here,
took to
I have
heart?
one. I have
You
a
have
young.
one?
I have a young one. Tell me, what's your name, first of all?
Stella.
Stella, nice to meet you. Tell me, what did you learn today?
AI should amplify humans, not replace them.
Oh my God. MashaAllah, you're a very smart girl.
I agree with, how many people are scared of AI?
So cute.
How many people want to use AI to leverage their game? Yeah? Yeah, that's the way to think
Did
about it.
today encourage you to use AI more?
If
Really?
you-
Oh, good.
If you don't use AI, you're going to
Me
miss
too.
out. I have someone here actually. Can you tell us your name?
My name is عبد الرحمن. I will say it in Arabic. ابدأ بالمحتوى ولا تنظر حق أي لايك أو أي فولو أو أي تفاعل. هو بروحه راح يجي.
Amazing. So basically he said, keep going with your content. Don't look at follows or likes and you will definitely grow. That's for sure.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much. I have someone else over here.
عماد بوشناق فلسطين. الكاتب المبدع أسامة المسلم حكى على المنصة أي شيء جديد لا تقبله بالكامل ولا تحاربه بالكامل، وأنا بتمنى هاي المقولة. شكرا.
Thank you so much. أنا زوجي فلسطيني, but I need translation for this one so that even the English speakers can understand. Can you translate for us?
I was depending on you on this
Oh,
one.
oh my God. You
Noura,
make it so hard on me.
She put me on the spot.
Can you help me out? Okay.
All
So
right.
anyone that can, yeah, thank you so much.
We'll go with one here, Noura.
Wait, let me just
Yeah,
translate
all
what
right.
was just said.
You're next. You're up next.
هلو اسمي إيناس العقيلي من تونس. اليوم الإمارات علمتنا درس كشعوب إنه واكب التطور وإلا ستفنى.
Exactly. She's saying that the UAE is the place where we need to grow and we need to keep up with it. All right. So now we have you. If you can introduce yourself, please.
My name is Sondes.
Ahla sahla.
Yes, I'm from Tunisia also.
Wow.
So one of the most important things that I learned today is about content creations. What is matter most is not the number of likes or comments that people put, but the duration, how long people watch your video, how
Exactly.
like your ability to attract people to watch as much as possible the video. Like the time, it counts more than the
How
like or
long
comments.
do you keep
Exactly.
the audience there?
Exactly.
I 100% agree.
Exactly.
I agree. Thank you so much,
Thank
Sondes.
you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
one
you.
thing, like just to add to that one, I can tell you all because I'm also a content creator myself with my husband actually. And one thing that we learned right from the start is you need to be consistent. That's the hardest part. It's actually not really about finding a good hook or like looking the best. It's really just about 4 videos a day. Like that's a secret I can tell you for me. 4 videos a day was what we followed in the beginning, and after 8 months you will just see the algorithm takes in everything and you'll grow on mashallah every platform. So just have that in mind, that don't look at the numbers because they might discourage you in the beginning. More look at what your purpose was with that. Never get that out of your mind, why you actually started to begin with.
Exactly. You guys want secrets? Noura's the person to go to. Let's get people from the back. Anyone from the back wants to share their experience? All right, we have one here.
Hello, my name is Anthony. I'm Lebanese, and actually
I stand up, Anthony?
I took one picture for a quote. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Yes.
And I believe this event is an example of that, because how successful, how organized the event is with all the people working. So this quote just
Zach
is
King.
a great
That's
example
Zach
of
King's
that one.
quote. Yes,
Yeah.
100%. I
That's so
believe in that as
beautiful.
well.
I have somebody over here. Here you go.
I think the thing I saw today was everybody talks about the algorithm, but nobody seems to know like how it all works. It's just like the algorithm will just do something. So it's like the algorithm is very special, and we should like really look to optimize for the algorithm.
All right, I'll take someone from here, Noura. We have one.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Hatem Kanawi. I'm a public speaker. So what I learned from today, and I think something that we need to remind ourselves with every time, that the only thing that stops you from succeeding, whether on live, on YouTube, on social media, is you, not people. So stop the drama that you have here, that they don't like me, they will hate me, and just do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ahmed.
Let's go. Noura.
Here.
Hello, my name is Samira. I think the key thing that I managed to capture today was authenticity. I think a lot of the time we get lost with seeing what's popular and we tend to follow these trends.
So true.
But what really makes us popular is our niches and our individuality. And I think that's what makes us stand out. But a lot of us tend to get nervous and stick to what's normal. So.
That's so true, because that's our superpower, as everyone is different. So why not use that? Yeah, absolutely.
I think we'll take 2 more questions. One here and one from your side, Noura. We'll go here.
محمد العويسي من إذاعة دبي. النهارده اللي أنا استفدته من جلسة طبعا رجل أعمال نجيب ساويرس إنه مهما كان وصل بيك الغنى ومهما كان عندك مليارات ومهما كان عندك ملايين من المتابعين، أنت في الأول وفي الآخر إنسان محتاج إنك تكون مبسوط بالسوشيال ميديا وأنت عندك 35 فرد بيتابعوك، مبسوط وأنت عندك 3 مليون. المهم إن أنت في الآخر تكون مبسوط، والأهم كمان إنك تنشر السعادة دي للناس اللي حواليك.
شكرا. Thank you so much.
Over here.
We still have more questions actually. We can go for more.
أول شيء أنا أعرفكم نفسي بشرى النقدي. أول شيء أقول لكم الحلم مجرد بداية. الخطوة الأولى اللي بتسويها هي القرار. أما الخطوة الثالثة هي استمرارك. باستمرارك أي شيء بحياتك تبغي توصل له، الاستمرار هو الأساس.
Amazing. We have one here. Do you want to stand up and introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Ahmed from Sudan. All content creators might care about followers, but the responsibility and the message that they have to deliver must be taken with them with every step.
Thank you so much. Noura, you know what? Before we continue, since everyone's getting to know each other, how about we ask everyone to stand up and talk to the person next to them and just take a picture and post it on social media. We're going to continue and he'll be the next.
Shall we start after him?
After him. Let's do it after
معلش
him.
نفسي فيها من زمان.
All right, let's do it. Let's go.
أنا اسمي محمد سلطان من مصر. حلمي من زمان جدا إن أنا أكون في البلد دي. أنا هنا.
ما شاء الله.
والجملة اللي استفدت بيها النهارده هقولها في الإنجليش. You won't know where the line unless you cross it.
Yeah.
وأنا السنة الجاية هكون في 1 billion as a speaker.
Yes.
ما شاء الله. مبروك. تستاهل كل خير.
Inshallah. Then I will introduce you on stage. I'll remember your face.
All right. Should we do the pictures now? Let's ask everyone to stand up. So can I have everyone please to stand up here? All right.
Warm up a little bit.
Noura's side. I want you to look at the person next to you, not your friend, the other person. And just take a picture together, say hello, and post that picture on social media.
Say hi to each other.
All right.
Get to know each other, take a picture. I love that.
Amazing. Get your phones out, take a picture with them, post it on social media,
Get the tags
tag
on social
them,
media so you
follow
actually
each other.
connect.
Let's make a friend today. Yeah? Let's make a friend today.
So cute. I love that. Network with each other, exchange names, phone numbers, social media tags. Ahmed, do you have your phone? Shall we do the same?
My phone is backstage actually, but I'm loving this. This is what we want to see.
I can't do a video now. Photo. No, just
All
photo.
right, did we get that?
Photo.
Oh, you didn't get, stand with the guy. He needs a friend. Be his friend today.
Just do it like this.
Let's do it. You want to take a photo? Let's do it.
For next year, right?
All right, you guys. How's it? I feel like we all heard from someone. We met someone. Now we can go back sitting down.
See you.
And we can continue with sharing experiences because other than just the speakers, listening to the audience as well is very beneficial. We also learn from each other. Am I right, Noura?
Absolutely. And I think this is what the 1 Billion Followers Summit is about. Networking, connecting, getting more contacts. Like somebody just said in the audience, you will get to where you want to be together.
Exactly. All right. Now, if we can all give our attention to our next audience member. Do we have someone from the back? I want to get someone from the back. The back. All right, that guy, I see one. I see one. Guys, if we can give our attention to our audience member now, he'll be sharing his experience from day one at the 1 Billion Summit. If you can please stand up and introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Junaid, and I'm basically from Pakistan. But I've been living in Dubai since like last 2 years. And this is the, I cannot imagine or I cannot say this in words. This is a massive experience. And the person who I'm following since a lot of time, I got the opportunity to meet them in person. And this was incredible.
Thank you so much. We have one more person here. If you can please stand up and let's give our attention to our audience member. All right, before you go, let's all clap together so we're all in it together. All right, great.
Thank you for all. I will speak in Arabic. اسمي عبادة شبلي. أنا جيت اليوم لهين لأول مرة بحياتي بفوت بعالم الكونتنت. الشيء اللي احنا بنفوت عليه هنا والتجربة لأول مرة بحياتي أنا بشوفها قدام كثير ناس موجودين قبالي، والرسالة اللي تصل هي قوة الكلمة. مجرد أي فعل أو أي كلمة تطلع من البني آدم الصح تصل الوقت الصح للبني آدم الصح تعمل فرق كبير بحياته. وهذا اللي صار معي أنا اليوم. التجربة اللي حسيتها عرفت رسالتي بالحياة من مجرد بني آدم وقف وأعطى كلمته قدام كل هذا الشعب. أنا بشكر وبشكر كل الجميع الموجودين هنا، وشكرا لدبي وشكرا لكل شيء صار قدامنا اليوم، وبالنجاح للجميع.
شكرا جزاك الله ألف خير. Noura, do we have someone from your side? Someone that wants to share their experience?
I was literally looking for you.
Yeah, I went all the way to the back.
Now everyone warmed up. So now I want you all to be a little bit quieter. So whoever is going to speak next, everyone will be able to benefit from each other and from what's actually said, okay? I have somebody here waiting the whole time.
Guys, if we can all just now listen to our audience members sharing their experience and give them the time they deserve. Thank you so much.
My wife and I just want to, we're from Los Angeles.
And are you okay?
The grace and the kindness that we've received since we've arrived, dealing with the things we've been dealing with, has really showed us the global community that we live in, and that we're all creators of our own life and our communities. And for us, we've learned just how amazing everybody is here, and we just are thankful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I hope you guys are okay. Everything at home is fine? Okay.
You want to stand up and introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody.
Here and there.
My name is Zakia Faris. I'm a personal branding strategist. And what I learned today is content creation is not just gaining followers and likes. It's all about giving something, providing value, and leaving legacy. As a branding strategist, my mantra is to win one person. It means one niche and their problem and the most beautiful solution for that you have to come up with. And start with one platform, you will win. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you so much.
Here. Tell us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Abdurrahman Al-Aidarous. I'm a content creator. I have 500,000 followers across all my social media. I would like to thank my beautiful country, United Arab Emirates, specifically Dubai, for hosting 1 Billion Follower Summit. I will not take a long time, only like 2 minutes. I want to share my own experience through social media. My goal is to inspire people around me, specifically kids. You know, kids, when sometimes they see something different, they look at me, they feel scared. But I had that positivity in my mind that I'm gonna change that from negative to positive. Today, I would like to announce with pride that the kids, when they look at me, they take pictures with me.
Aww.
Always believe in yourself and be proud of your family, because I'm very proud that my family support me, and of course, my beautiful country again, United Arab Emirates. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys, thank you everyone for sharing all of these insightful thoughts. This is what makes 1 Billion Followers Summit what it is. The speakers, the audience, and all of us here together. And everyone now made a friend. Now we're gonna move on to our session. It's easy for us to know what our followers want, but do we know what our followers don't want? Well, you're lucky, because I'm about to welcome Joanna Jamil for a fireside chat with a special guest. Stay tuned. Let's give her a big, big welcome.
Hi, how are you? Whoa, you guys, what is this? Hi, long day. All right.
حلوة القاعة ها؟
كله
360.
كله لك انت يا عمر فاروق. Guys, we're gonna switch to Arabic. So for those of you who are fine with this, enjoy the session. For those of you who don't speak Arabic, I think there's tools that you can use. But I'm gonna start with introducing my guest. عمر فاروق. عمر فاروق، بدي أبلش بالتعريف عنك. كتير من الموجودين هون بيعرفوك إنك أنت صانع محتوى، بيعرفوك إنك أنت مبدع، بيعرفوك إنك أنت هاوي المغامرات، بس أنا حابة أضيف كم شغلة جديدة على هالموضوع.
اوكي.
بس حاسة بس هيك في صوت. Okay, we'll move on. عمر فاروق هو الصديق، هو الملبي، بيشوف الدنيا دائما من منظور غير عن الكل، بيحاول جهده انه يطرح مواضيع كتير بتهم المجتمع تبعنا، المجتمع العربي. وعمر فاروق هو أنا برأيي المغامرة، بس أنا حابة أنت تبلش عمر فاروق بالتعريف عن ذاتك.
لا أنت وايد ملحتيني. خلينا نتكلم عنك، ايش رايك؟ يا جماعة، جوانا جميل، مديرة استراتيجية في متى، لكن مديرتي الاستراتيجية لشركة مخي. دائما استشيرها، وهي من الناس اللي دائما تقعد مع الكرييترز وتعطيهم كل الأسرار اللي يحتاجونها. ودي أسأل السؤال، مين هي جوانا في كلمة؟
جوانا بكلمة الإنسان اللي بيحب دايما يكون عم بدفش الناس اللي بيشتغل معها لقدام. عمر فاروق بكلمة.
عمر فاروق كلمة شنو؟
شو عمر فاروق بكلمة يا جماعة؟
عمر يجرب.
تجربة. طب عمر، أنا حابة أسألك سؤال.
لحظة، احنا الجلسة عارفين شنو اسمها ولا؟ جلستنا اسمها ما لا يطلبه المتابعون. فقبل ما نتكلم عن ما لا يطلبه المتابعون، دام جوانا معانا هني، ماذا يطلب المتابعون أصلاً؟ شنو اللي يطلبونه دائماً؟
أول شيء كلمة متابعون كلمة متداولة، كم مرة سمعتوها اليوم على هذا المسرح؟ كثير، مليون مرة.
نحكي عن المتابعون كأنهم بالجملة يلا الكل. اليوم عندك عمر المتابع هو بالأخير كذا شخص من فئات مختلفة بالعمر، فئات مختلفة من جيوغرافيا، اهتماماتهم مختلفة كمان. مشان هيك اليوم فينا نحكي إنه في كتير انترست متابعون مهتمين فيها. بس إذا بدنا نحكي بالجنرال بيست على البلاتفورم تبعيتنا والأرقام اللي عم نشوفها، اليوم المتابع بدخل على السوشيال ميديا مينلي ليستأنس، ليفصل عن العالم اللي عايشه، to be entertained، ليقضي هالكم دقيقة أو يمكن ساعة بكثير أحوال، ساعات ممكن، وهو يا إما عم بتعلم معلومة جديدة، يا إما عم بتفرج على محتوى عن جد هو بيسليه ببسطه. مشان هيك اليوم أنت عندك السوشيال ميديا هي اسم entertainment tool.
يب حلو.
طب أنا عندي سؤال لك، بما أنه عنوان الجلسة ما لا يطلبه المتابعون، ماذا لا يطلبه المتابعون عمر فاروق؟
اللي ما يطلبه المتابع هو أي شيء مو في الرادار ماله، أي شيء جديد عليه. بطبيعة الحال أنه مو متوقع منك تطرح مواضيع جديدة، ما يعرف، فهو ما بيطلب منك أي مواضيع مختلفة، مواضيع جديدة، أفكار جديدة. غالباً بيمشي على الموجود اللي هو اللي محتواك القديم، المحتوى اللي يحطونه الناس، الترندز اللي بيتوقعها منك. فأي شيء جديد غالباً ما بيتوقع منك. لكن شنو النتيجة من ما يطلبه المتابعون؟ يعني الحين الناس أعطوك المحتوى، شنو النتيجة من وراء هذا الشيء من وجهة نظرك كمختصة في السوشيال ميديا؟
اليوم إذا أنت كصانع محتوى عم بتقدم للمتابع تبعك محتوى اللي هو عم ببسطه، اللي هو عم بدور عليه، وهذا الشيء طبعا نحن كيف نعرف شو عم بدور اليوزر الاند يوزر؟ بيكون مثلا عن طريق most trending topics،
حلو.
او عن طريق شغلات ترندز عم بتصير بحياتنا، ممكن يكون because of a cultural moment. اما اذا انت كصانع محتوى بلشت تعمل محتوى that taps into these moments، شو بيصير؟ ارقامك بتعلى.
حلو.
ارقامك اكيد رح تعلى لانه انت you're tapping into the masses right. ارقامك بالفيوز، بالريتش، بالفولورز، انت بتصير relevant لانه العالم they love to see something they're used to. سو هن بيصيروا خلص شافوا مثلا هذا الفيديو او هذا الترند متداول وكذا شخص عم بتداولوا هذا الترند معهم، سو خلص it's relevancy.
طبيعي.
طيب انا عندي سؤال لك، إذا اليوم في نتيجة خفية لهذا الموضوع أو النيجاتيف سايد إفكت لهذا الموضوع، أنت كعمر شو رأيك؟
هل تحسون في نيجاتيف سايد أصلاً؟ إيش رأيكم؟ هل في جانب يعني أن الكل قاعد يسوي نفس الشيء، في جانب مو بزين في الموضوع؟ حلو. أوكي، أنا أعتقد أن المحتوى كثير، لكن واللي يقدمون محتوى كثار، وجوه كثيرة، محتوى واحد. قاعد نكرر نفسنا. تنوع المحتوى العربي بالذات اللي أنا أتابعه صار جدا محدود. صرنا نشوف الكل يتكلم عن نفس المواضيع، الكل يسوي نفس الترند. فإحنا عندنا محتوى كبير، ملايين الساعات من المحتوى، أو يمكن حتى يعني بلايين، لكن متكررة، ما في شيء جديد، ما في إثراء للمحتوى اللي في السوشيال ميديا. ما حد يتكلم عن مواضيع تهمهم هم، لأنه بطبيعة الحال بيحس أن الناس ما تبي تسمعنا، بس يتكلم عن مواضيع تهم الأغلب، فالكل قاعد يتشابه تماما.
طب تعال أقول لك مثال، أي حدا من الجمهور اليوم صانع محتوى مثلا هلأ بلش بيجي بيقول لك طب يا أخي أنا حابب أعمل محتوى هادف، أنا حابب أعمل محتوى غير. شو هو الشيء اللي أنا ممكن أعمله لحتى بنفس الوقت أعمل شيء هادف وغير بس أوصل لأكبر عدد ممكن من المتابعين؟
ممتاز. أنا أعتقد هني الترك الممتاز إن أنت قاعد تكلم بشر، البشر تجمعهم غرائز بشرية، كلنا نحب المتعة، كلنا نحب الفضول، كلنا نحب هاي الأشياء. فأنت شلون تحط محتواك النوعي اللي يخصك اللي يهمك بما يناسب الأغلب أو الكل. أنا من وجهة نظري أن اليوم إحنا عندنا الذكاء والتولز ان نسوي شيء يعني جدا حلو بالشغف اللي عندنا. اعطيكم مثال، لما تدخل
Maktoum, Vice President, Prime Minister, and ruler of Dubai.
حلو ان شاء الله. اوكي، قاعد نتكلم عن الشغف يا جماعه. بصراحه حياكم. فلما نتكلم عن الشغف في السوشيال ميديا، انا بصراحه عندي مثال شغف في الخيل. صراحه الشيخ محمد بن راشد خلى اغلب الناس يحبون الخيل، والشغف في الخيل مجرد هو متابعته وحبه للموضوع. فانا اعتقد ان انت كانسان لو شنو كان موضوعك وكان عندك الشغف بتعدي الباقي، بتخلي الباقي يحبون موضوعك. لو انت تسوي محتوى عن حشرات، لو انت تسوي محتوى عن نباتات، الكل بيحب محتواك لأنه بيحسون بحبك له. وهاي الشيء لازم احنا نفكر فيه، ما نفكر انه بس نكرر روحنا. شو المفاجأة هذه؟ شنو صار؟ حار. فتحوا ليسي يا شباب.
جايز عمر فاروق يا جماعة. وين وصلنا؟
شنو صار؟
نحن مين؟
حلو.
لا يا جماعة هي طب يلا شو نكفي؟ لأنه عنا جلسة عن جد حلوة، شو رأيكم جاهزين؟
اوكي وين وصلنا؟ في حد يتذكر اصلا؟
عمر شو شعورك؟ انتوا بس يا جماعة بما انه لهيك صرنا فاميلي كلياتنا.
حلو.
انتوا شفتوا كيف عمر جوابه كان فورا جاهز؟ نحن ما عندنا فكرة انه جاي His Highness. Anyways يلا continue.
اوكي بسم الله. يا جماعة كنت اقول شغلة بسيطة، ان الشغف معدي. فشغفك في موضوع يخلي المتابعين يحبونه ويهتمون فيه، وحتى لو كان خارج نطاق حياتهم، خارج الرادار مالهم، ما قد مر عليهم، فانت لما تطرحه بشغف تخلي الغير يهتم فيه ويحبه. وعندي مثال اذا تسمحين. حلو. سوينا في 2018 فيديو عن تجربة حياة الصم والبكم. حلو؟ اللي ما يسمعون ما يتكلمون. التجربة كانت اني اعيش يوم في حياتهم بالصعوبات اللي يعيشونها، بالاشياء اللي يعيشونها، ونزلناها. بغض النظر عن الفيوز ساعات ممكن توصل لمئات الملايين، لكن التأثير ما يكون موجود. خلنا أكلمكم عن بعض الأشياء اللي صارت من خلال هذه الفيديو والنتائج. قلنا في الأخير من الحالات أو الصعوبات اللي تواجه الصم البكم أن إذا صارت حالة طارئة ما يقدرون يتصلون للطوارئ لأن ما يتكلمون ولا يسمعون. فهذه مشكلة. شو يسوون بالضبط؟ ما يقدرون يسوون شيء. فطالبنا أن يتم تدريب خط الطوارئ على لغة الإشارة. أوكي، حطينا الفكرة. بس الموضوع الثاني قلنا زين ليش ما يدرسون في المدارس البيسكس مال لغة الإشارة، بحيث لما تشوف واحد ما يتكلم ما يسمع تقدر تتواصل وياه ويستانس ويحس انه هو مسموع. تقدر لما يجي مطعم تاخذ طلبه ببساطه، يعني تقدر تواصل البيسكس، السرفايفل لانجوج. تخيلوا نزل الفيديو والناس تداولته بشكل كبير وتاثرت منه. بعد يوم واحد كلمونا وزاره الداخليه في البحرين، قالوا لنا تم هذه 20 واحد نبي ندربهم على لغه الاشاره، في صار خط طوارئ بالفيديو للغه الاشاره. ممتاز. بعد شهرين 3 شهور طلع قرار انه يو نو وات المدارس بيدرسون بيسكس لغه الاشاره حق الطلاب. بعض الاحيان انت شغفك مو بس يغير المتابع لكن حتى يغير القوانين في البلد. فلازم تكون عندكم هاي الثقه في نفسكم.
اليوم بيجي موضوع كثير مهم نحن ما عم نحكي فيه عمر. اليوم الارقام صراحه واقع equals revenue. ارقامك على السوشيال ميديا equals كثير شغلات بتخص مثلا قديش انت المعلن ممكن يدفع لك، قديش انت مثلا ممكن تطلع مصاري من المنصه بحد ذاتها اذا المنصه كان عندها هذا الاوفر. طيب اذا انا اليوم بس بدي احكي عن مواضيع لا يطلبها المتابعون، طب وارقامي يمكن ما تطلع مثل ما انا بدي اياها، معناتها لوجيكلي انا ما راح اعمل الارقام ماديا يلي انا بتعيشني. لانه اليوم ما بيصح الا صحيح اغلب صناع المحتوى اذا ما 75% منهم اذا ما اكثر حتى اعتمادهم الكامل ماديا على صناعه المحتوى.
هل تبي تكون الاحسن في السوشيال ميديا ولا تبي تكون الاحسن في مجالك؟ هذه سؤال لكم كصناع محتوى. اذا كان هو مجالك المختص كنت الاحسن فيه، ترى ممكن يجيب لك اعلانات فيه، انت الاحسن في المغامرات ويجيب لك اعلانات السفر، المغامرات غيره. بس ممكن بعد يفتح لك مجالات وايد اكثر مع السياحه، مع الشركات تجيبك، الدول تجيبك كانسان اكثر من هو مشهور وبس. لان الارقام يعني يا جماعه في لها اكسبايري ديت. انت ارقامك لو شنو كنت اقوى واحد في يوم من الايام بتكون ارقامك ما تسوى ولا شيء. الناس ما تسمع لك، الفيوز قلت، اللايكات قلت، انتهى موضوعك. بس انت كصانع محتوى اليوم انت راس المال. المهارات اللي بتغذي روحك فيها، بتطور روحك فيها، هي الباقي وياك اللي حتى ما بعد هذه العالم او السوشيال ميديا. انا هاي وجهة نظري.
اذا قلت لك ما هي المواضيع الذي يجب ان لا نتطرق لها، يعني المواضيع اللي ما بصير نقرب صوبها، شو هي ممكن تكون؟
عندكم جواب؟ شنو لازم ما نتكلم عنه؟ ها؟ اوكي. شنو؟ فايرلز؟ العون فايلنس. حلو. لما درست اعلام في الجامعه قالوا لنا في مثلث الخطر. في احد سمع عنه؟ ايوه مثلث الخطر. لا تتكلم عن السياسه، لا تتكلم عن الدين، لا تتكلم عن الجنس. وجهة نظر انا اشوف ان احنا اليوم احنا صناع الراي، مع احترامي للاعلام التقليدي وتقديري لهم، هم علمونا. بس اليوم الناس تسمع لكم انتم صناع الراي. شنو انتج مثلث الخطر؟ انتج جيل ما عنده توعيه جنسيه، انتج جيل ما عنده تفكير نقدي. ببساطه لما يجي له اي سؤال ديني ولا سياسي يتوتر اصلا. هل هاي شيء صحي اصلا؟ انا اعتقد ان احنا كلنا اليوم نقدر نطرح اي موضوع نبيه اذا كانت عندنا المسؤوليه الكافيه، عندنا الوعي الكافي، طرحناه بدون تصادم. احنا مو جايين نقول لك انه طز فيك، احنا نفهم، لا، تطرحه طرح مسؤول والكل بيسمعك مثل ما يسمع الخبراء. انت اليوم عندك راي واحنا كلنا نحترم رايك.
طيب عمر يجرب، عمر يلي دايما عم تتطرق لمواضيع وعم بتروح لاماكن وعم تعمل شغلات كثير عالم بخافوا يقربوا صوبها، ولكن انت تجرأت وعملتها. ولكن مع ذلك فينا نقول بأريحية انه هذا سلاح ذو حدين. يا الشيء اللي عم تعمله بالكونتنت تبعك بيضل عم بيطلع لفوق وبزيد المتابعين وبزيد الاهتمام، يا ممكن بغلطة واحدة كله يروح. شو برأيك انت؟
اذا تسمحون لي كتبت شيء في الطياره انا جاي، اذا تسمحون لي اقرا. حلو. على نفس الموضوع. الله يسلمك. نار العراق. اوكي. غلطة الشاطر ب1000، لكن غلطة المجرب ب1,000,000 فايدة. من اليوم الأول وأنا اتخذت درب التجارب، وعارف إني بغلط، بايب العيد، بيتم انتقادي، وحصل. تقبل فكرة إني إنسان خطاء غيرت وايد أشياء. أحاول أجتهد، فإن أصبت فمن الله، وإن أخطأت فمني ومن الشيطان. مع أن الموضوع أبسط. إذا ما تبي تغلط، ما تبي أحد ينتقدك، لا تسوي شيء. لكن خذها من هالناحية، اللي يخليك تستمر هو السبب ليش بديت أساساً. وأنا بديت عشان أجرب أكتشف العالم، أكتشف نفسي، وأفتح عينك بطريقة مختلفة. فالناس أعداء ما جهلوا، وأنا أولهم. جرب تعيش كل يوم، خلي ذكراك تدوم، بحب وسلام نطير، يلا نبدأ التغيير. سلام.
أنا برأيي الرسالة من بعد هي الجلسة يا عمر فاروق إنه كلياتنا لازم عن جد نجرب لنبني مجتمعنا العربي الحلو الغني بطريقة أحسن للجيل الجاي، أهم من الجيل تبعنا. بس بتخيل للجيل الجاي. عمر فاروق المبدع القوي المجرب، شكرا لك كتير.
لحظة، شنو صار اليوم؟
حلم جربنا
والله جربنا شعور غريب.
يا جماعة شكرا.
شكرا مشكورين يا جماعة.
شكرا يا جميعا، شكرا.
All right, what a wonderful session it has been. So many sessions, so many speakers.
Now that was a moment. Thank you, Omar, by the way.
It was a real moment. It was a real moment.
Thank you.
Omar. Thank you so
Omar.
much. It was wonderful. Shukran.
Speaking of sessions, our next one will be super duper interesting. In fact, I was personally waiting for this session to happen all day, and I believe some of you also. Insane! Because our next speaker dedicated his whole life to spread wisdom, mindfulness, and purpose.
A really warm welcome to introduce author, podcast, all today. He's going to teach us about resilience. Let's welcome Jay Shetty!
What's up, everyone? Thank you, everyone. I am so happy and grateful to be here. Thank you for the warm welcome. Genuinely so happy to be with you. So I want to dive right in, and I want to tell you about an experience that I had around 5 years ago. And I was traveling on a plane from New York to LA. How many of you have been to LA? Raise your hands. How many of you like LA? Make some noise. All right. So if I asked that in America, everyone would say the opposite. And my prayers are with my people in LA right now because of all the sad fires and tragic events that are happening there. But on this day 5 years ago, I was traveling to LA. And while I was traveling, I sent a tweet, or an X now, right? But back then it was a tweet. So I took out my phone and I sent a tweet. And the tweet said, I really, really hope I can get a reservation at my favorite pizza place. Anyone like pizza? Yeah? And then I said, I really, really hope I can get tickets to an LA Lakers game tonight because I love basketball. Anyone else love basketball? So I tagged in all of these things, tagged in the airline, tagged in the tourism, tagged everything, got on the plane, fell asleep, had a really peaceful journey, got off at the other side, grabbed my bags, jumped into an Uber. I was taken off to my hotel, arrived at the hotel. When I got to the hotel, I was greeted by the concierge, and they said, hi, Mr. Shetty, it's great to have you here. And they said, you know what? We actually saw your tweet. I said, amazing. And they said, we managed to get you a reservation at your favorite pizza place. It's at 7 p.m. And we even managed to get you tickets to the LA Lakers game. They're sitting upstairs in your room. Pretty cool, right? Now that didn't really happen. But imagine if it did, right? It could have happened, it should have happened, but it didn't happen. Why? The technology means it could have happened. People are smart enough to know it could have happened. The technology, the AI will do that in the future. It's possible, but it didn't happen. And I'm here to talk to you about the reason why today. The reason is because when we get overwhelmed, overworked, overconnected, we actually become less mindful. We become less conscious. We become less present. We become less focused and still, and we miss out on opportunities and possibilities that otherwise we would have noticed. When I first thought about creating content around 10 years ago now, I remember I went and pitched my idea for a video series to 10 media companies in London. And they all told me that I was too unqualified. So I started making videos anyway. A few years later, I wanted to launch my podcast. And everyone said to me, Jay, no one wants to listen to you for longer than 4 minutes. So we launched a podcast anyway. A few years later, I wanted to write a book. I wanted to share the lessons and the teachings that I'd learned from ancient India, ancient wisdom in a book called Think Like a Monk. And 14 out of 17 publishers told me, Jay, no one wants to have to read what you have to say. Don't call it Think Like a Monk. No one wants to think like a monk. So we wrote a book anyway. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. I sit in countless meetings, boardrooms, events, across tables from people who constantly tell me I shouldn't do something, I can't do something, it's a bad idea. How many of you, raise your hands, make some noise, have been in that same position? Make some noise, right? It happens to each and every one of us. And I used to believe there'd be a day when I no longer had to jump through that hoop. And what I've realized is that there's always another hoop. Every single time there's another thing, another piece of feedback, another insight. And you have to do what you do anyway. And that's why when we're talking about stats and we're talking about growth and we're talking about virality, the real heart of a creator is a resilient heart. The number one skill that has changed my creator journey is resilience. Because the amount of times I've heard the word no completely eclipses the amount of times I've heard the word yes. The amount of doors I've had shut on my face completely eclipses the amount of doors that I've opened. And no matter how much success you see on the outside, I promise you there's far more failures on the inside. And the odds are always in that proportion. I want to share these 3 stats with you. The first is 54% of individuals aged 18 to 60 would consider leaving their current jobs to become full-time influencers. How many of you already left your full-time job? Raise your hands. I love it. Congratulations. And how many of you are trying to do that? Raise your hands. Congratulations. You're going to do it this year, right? This year. This is what we all want, right? 54% of people right now are in the zone wanting to do this. But check out these next 2 stats. Approximately 90% of podcasts don't release more than 3 episodes. That means if you released 4 episodes, you're in the top 10% of podcasters. Just think about that for a second. Just think about that for a second, right? 90% of podcasts don't release more than 3 episodes because of significant drop-off in the early production process. The stress, the pace, the challenge, everything that comes with it. So if any of you have started a podcast, how many of you got to 4 episodes on a podcast? Yeah, give yourself some round of applause. That's amazing. It's incredible. I mean that. You got to celebrate these little wins. It may sound really silly and small to you, but I promise you it's not, because 90% of people didn't even get there. So just think about that as a mountain. Think about that as a mountain. If you got to a place on a mountain that 90% didn't get to, would that be a success or a failure? It would be a success. But when we do it in content, we don't think about it like that. So I want you to celebrate that small win, because I know I had to as well when I started. And then check this out. 80% of influencers never make it past their first year due to burnout or their inability to sustain engagement. And I'll tell you an interesting story. I had somewhat of the opposite experience. After our first few videos of mine hit virality, I was scared of creating my next video because I was scared it wouldn't go viral. So just think about that for a second. When you're failing, you're wondering about when you're going to become successful. And when you're successful, you're wondering about when the next one's going to fail. So resilience is so critical, whether you're winning or losing. I want you to recognize this is a creator's muscle. This is the value that we have to offer. This is the muscle that we need to build, because you're going to have different stresses either way, right? So right now you're waiting for that big win, that hit, the one thing that's going to get you out there, and that makes you anxious. And then when you finally have it, you'll be thinking, gosh, what if my next video crashes? What if it only gets 2 views? What's going to happen then? I want to show you a graph. This is creator 1, the creator that we want to be. And this is creator 2, the one we don't want to be. Creator 1 does something consistently, even seeing no results, and finally gets a breakthrough. If I told you the amount of creators I know that have posted daily for 2 years and found success on that 24-month mark, it's incredible. But the challenge most of us have is we do what creator 2 does. We post for a week, didn't work, we take a break. 3 months later, we post for 2 weeks, didn't work, we take a break. 7 months later, we come back to it, we post it for a week, and then we quit again. That consistency is based on resilience. So today I want to give you some tips, some practical tools, some hacks that are going to help you create more, be more productive, be more impactful, and really make a difference. Sound good? Awesome. So the 3 biggest challenges to our resilience, right? The 3 biggest challenges. The first is people's opinions. That weighs on your resilience more than anything else ever will. I remember when I made my first video, my friends all said, Jay, you talk too fast, the editing's horrendous, the music's too loud, and no one's gonna watch this. That's what my friend said. So I started to speak slower, I taught myself how to edit, and I got the music to sit just right. A few months later, and my friend just reminded me to this today, a few months later, my friends were saying, Jay, you talk too slow. Your voice is too loud, the music's too loud. It was just crazy. It was incredible. Every few months, the people around me were saying different things. I remember we had one breakthrough, and my friend said to me, Jay, this is going to be the peak of your career. This is it. I remember when we hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and my friend said to me, you got to make the most of it, man. It's over now, right? I'm not kidding. This is exactly what people said. So why am I sharing this with you? Because I'm sure you've heard the same things. I'm sure you've heard similar things. I'm sure you've even had your friends show you the person you like and be like, look how good they're doing. They started posting on the same day as you. You're like, that doesn't make me feel bad, guys. Like, I'm struggling out here, you know. I'm just trying to get out there. So why am I sharing that with you? People will judge you. People will have opinions. People will talk about you to other people. They're going to do that anyway. If you don't put something out, they're going to say you're lazy. If you put something out, they're going to say you're cringe. If you don't put something out, they're going to say you haven't got it in you. If you put something out, they're going to say you're not as good as that next person. If you don't put something out, they're going to say you weren't made for this life. And if you put something out, they're going to say you weren't made for number one. People are going to talk no matter what. So how do we build resilience to that? We build resilience by creating what I call a wise group of advisors, a wise council. Now, this doesn't have to be people you know in person. It could be online. Who are the 3 people you listen most to about what we're talking about? There's a famous quote that says, don't take directions from someone who hasn't been to where you're going. Right, think about that for a second. So many of us are taking directions from someone who has not been to where we want to go. If you're about to fly to Bali and take a vacation, why would you ever ask someone who's never been to Bali? Whereas we're asking our friends and family members and the people around us who've never been to that side, they don't know what it feels like to create, and we're taking their feedback as reality for ourselves. So ask yourself, who are the 3 people I trust in my niche, in my space? Personally, if I know them, it's incredible. If I don't know them, who are the people online that I turn to, that I value their opinion? And let me make sure that I understand their thesis and their hypothesis so deeply that when I hear all these random things from everyone else around me, I'm not just distracted by it. I'm not just wavered by it. I'm not just swayed by it, because I'm trusting the experts. I'm trusting the people who've actually been to where I want to go. I'm trusting the people who've paved the way. I'm trusting the people who've been there, right? The other thing that comes with when we're thinking about resilience when it comes to people's opinions and what do we do with it, one thing that I've really realized that has transformed my whole life is what can I take as feedback and how can I leave the poison, right? And what I mean by that is even if someone says something that I don't like, it doesn't mean it doesn't have value. It could actually have so much value if I'm able to extract the poison out of it, the venom, the kind of hatred, the pain, all of that stuff, the trauma that's coming through this comment, and how can I actually learn to extract the goodness, the joy, the power, the beauty in what they're saying, because it is there. It's just that it's covered over by this venom and bitterness and trauma and everything else. So let me become a miner of the greatness in this person's feedback. How many of you have spent way too long reading negative comments on your own feed? Raise your hands. And how many of you have never read a negative comment in your life? And how many of you is that because you don't get any comments? No, I'm joking. I'm messing around. It's so, I'm joking, sorry. I had to. You tempted me too much. There were too many people saying they don't read negative comments. What's really interesting is that the human brain as we know it is wired to negativity, right? It's wired to negativity. We naturally read negative content more than any other. The New York Times did a study on the most viral topics in the world, and they found that there were only 5 themes that go viral. 5 things. And what's really interesting about this for you to note is that it wasn't that this video sat in this category, but it's this video made you feel this way. This is so important. If you feel nothing after watching a video, it doesn't matter what someone learned from it. I just want to put that out there right there. If you think about it, when you talk about art, how many times have you seen a piece of art and you're like, my 3-year-old could do that, right? That art won because it got a reaction from you. There's a lot of art that you'll see in a hotel that you will just walk past and have no opinion on it. That's bad art. Art that incites a reaction is at least doing the first thing. So knowing that you have a response, knowing that you have a feeling towards something is what makes content content. Right? How do you feel? Like when you walk out of this room, how you feel is even more important than if you remember anything I said. That's how we consume on a daily basis. So the New York Times said there's only 5 feelings that go viral. The first is adventure. if I watch someone jump out of a plane, if I watch someone skydiving, if I watch someone water skiing, if I watch someone on a jet ski, if I watch someone doing something really adventurous, that feeling is something that goes viral. The second feeling that goes viral is humor. Obvious. We've all seen a hilarious video and sent it to our WhatsApp thread, sent it to our group chat. I don't need to explain it. The third one is negativity. Negativity is one of the top 5 feelings that goes viral. We share it, we post it, we put it out there. The old statement of news, if it bleeds, it leads. If it bleeds, it leads is how news was constructed. Our brain has been hardwired to grab on to negativity. So when we read a negative comment, now you're trying to find another negative comment. Now you're trying to find another negative comment. The amount of times I've done this in my own life, I'll admit it to you, the amount of times I've been down a rabbit hole of reading negative comments. And here's an interesting thing that I learned early on in the journey, and I'm grateful for it. A lot of us will have 100 comments, and we will fixate on the 10 negative ones and ignore the 90 positive ones. What I say to all creators, whether you started or whether you've been around for a bit, is until you reply to every comment that is neutral or positive on your page, do not read a negative comment. I even had to learn this in my own career, where I would meet so many wonderful people, so many of you who have kindly turned up to hear me speak today, and I don't take this for granted. I'm so grateful that all of you showed up here to hear me speak today. And people would pour their heart out to me and tell me how much my work affected them. And in my false humility and modesty, I'd just be like, no, like it's okay. And I would walk off, and I wouldn't even internalize just how powerful what that person just said to me is. And I've seen this happen to so many creators, where our resilience weakens because we don't receive with grace and gratitude someone's heartfelt appreciation. If someone's pouring their heart out to you, if someone's opening up to you, just telling you how much your work has helped them, let it in. Because guess what? You let that negativity in when you do the same. You'll read a negative comment and believe it to be your reality and your truth, and you will see a good comment and you'll be like, yeah, whatever, it's okay. And we'll literally just roam past it. We've got to learn to internalize positive feedback. We've got to learn to internalize. I'll give you an example that we've all experienced. If you win, you celebrate for a night. But if you lose, you cry for a month. Right? It's true, right? If you win, you'll have one party, the team party, you'll have a great time, you'll go out, whatever it is, one night it's over, next day you're back to work. If you lose, you had a bad day, bad results at the end of the year, you're crying about it for a whole month. You spent that whole month immersing in negativity instead of rejoicing in the greatness and the growth that you're experiencing. And guess what? That weakens your resilience. Because now when you're having a bad day, you've got nothing positive to pull up. Now when you're having that negative day or a tough day, you've got nothing great to pull up. You've got nothing to fall back on that goes, I know the impact I'm making, I'm gonna figure this out. I know the views are not there right now, but I know that one person that I met in Dubai told me that when they were going through a divorce, that my book really helped them through it. Like the views made, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. That qualitative, deep, powerful, immersive feedback is huge. So that's resilience when it comes to people's opinions. I want us to dive deeper into really interacting with people. Don't just skirt past the good reviews and the good comments and go to that one person who put 1 star and their name is G73295, and that G73295 told you you're the worst person on the planet. And now you're like, can you believe it that G37295 thinks I'm the worst person on the planet? And you're telling all your friends about how you're the worst person on the planet. And it's like, but Miriam, who is from Dubai, who loves you, who told you how amazing you are, who has a name and a face, and actually has something valuable to say, you just ignore them. So I'm not telling you to buy into your own hype. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying. You should take feedback, take the venom out of the feedback. but you've got to learn to appreciate, and that's a rewiring of our own minds. Now I want to get tactical and practical with you. How many of you struggle with the rate and pace of content you have to create? Raise your hands if that's a challenge, right? It's hard. How many of you are creating for multiple platforms right now? Raise your hands, right? It's like, and then every time a new platform comes out, you go, oh man, no, not another one. Not another one. I'm so glad Clubhouse died, right? I was like, thank God, just not another platform that I have to create for. Like, you know, I'm just like, it's exhausting, right? It's exhausting for each and every one of us. No matter how big your team is, no matter where you are in your journey, when another platform comes here, you go, is it going to be real? I remember I spent a year trying to figure out whether TikTok was real. Like, I was just like, do I dive in? Do I not dive in? Do I not? You know, and it's like, we wasted time. We should have dived in earlier. But the point was that it was just, you just constantly, by the way, I'm being really honest with you because I want you to know that everything you're thinking is stuff I think about too. And what you're going through is stuff I think about too. We're all in the same boat. It doesn't change. And one thing I realized that changed my life when it came to creating content. I read this study that blew my mind. And this study said, your brain does not have the capacity to be creative and logical at the same time. So right now, if I said to you, come up with 10 new ideas for a new TikTok series, and then I interrupted you in 10 minutes, and I said, by the way, right now, can you just look at all your data analytics and just tell me how it's going? If I'm challenging you to be creative and then go to data and then switch back to creative and then switch back to data, you might do it for a bit of time, but it's literally like driving from the Palm to Dubai Mall, right? And then trying to drive back, and then trying to drive back. You're literally doing this with your brain. That's literally what you're doing. You're going, all right, I'm going to be at Dubai Mall. I'm going to be really logical. I'm going to drive to the Palm, be creative. I'm going to drive back to Dubai Mall. I'm going to drive. So you're literally doing that in your brain. And you may think you're really good at it for now. And right now you're listening to me going, Jay, your brain's weak. That doesn't happen to me. I'm fine, right? You do that every day for a year, and your brain goes, I'm exhausted. I'm stuck. Will you please stop? That's why those creators that quit after a month, it's because of that. Because after a year, it's because of that. You can't do it. You may be able to pull it off for a year. I probably pulled it off for a few years. But after that, it will say, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. So what do? I encourage you to look at your content creator week and your calendar and schedule creative days and logical days. This is deep work. It's immersive. If you're having a creative day, use all your momentum to be creative. Go away, be in nature, whatever it is that you want to do, journal away, come up with ideas, whatever your process is, get deep into it. And then Tuesday, make that a logical day. That's the day where you sit down, you look at YouTube analytics, you look at your Instagram analytics, you look at all the data, you're figuring it out. But don't do this thing where we're literally running hour to hour, from meeting to meeting, from task to task, trying to figure it out. How many of you are really good at multitasking? Raise your hand. It's a lot of people. So I know some of you are lying because only 2% of the world's population can multitask. And the funny thing is, when you hear that, you think it's you. But the truth is, it's only 2%. So, you know, it's fascinating to me how many of us spend so much of our time trying to balance these two very different brain abilities, and how we drain our brain's ability to be effective at them by trying to balance the two. The other creative idea that changed my life was the difference between effective days and efficient days. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Sometimes I have efficient days, days where I do a lot of stuff. I checked everything off. I hit all my targets. To-do list is complete. And there are some days that I have effective days. I just got one thing done, but I feel so accomplished because it was a huge thing. So I'm writing my new book right now, and I may spend an entire day just figuring out the introduction to a chapter. And that's a really effective day. And then the next day, I may record 2 podcasts, may record 10 Instagram videos, I may record 10 TikToks, whatever it may be, and that's a really effective day. The mistake is we confuse the two. You'll finish a day where you checked off all these small little things, and you'll think to yourself in bed, you'll think, oh God, I wasted today. I didn't get that one big thing done. And then there'll be another day where you get the one big thing done, and then you'll be thinking, oh God, there were like 10 little things I had to get done. And so actually saying to myself, this is an effective week. This is an efficient week. This is an effective month. This is an efficient month. When I break it down, and if you looked at my calendar, you won't be able to see it, but if I showed you my calendar, my whole life is organized to the point that my lunch, breakfast, dinner exists in my calendar, right? Every minute of the day is timed out, and I know whether a week is going to be an effective week, and I know whether a day is going to be an efficient day, and I know whether it's going to be a creative day or a logical day, because that allows me to be in flow state. How many of you have heard of flow state? Raise your hands. A few of you. Okay, some of you haven't. Great, I'll explain it. There's a brilliant book called Flow State. Highly recommend reading it. The author's name, Mihai, and then his surname's really hard to say, so I'll stick to that. But Mihai wrote this book called Flow State. It's brilliant. Highly recommend it. He says that humans experience flow state when our skills meet our challenge. If your skills and your challenge are in line, you are in flow. But here's what most of us experience, he says. Most of us, our challenge is greater than our skills. And in that situation, we feel disappointed, we feel depressed, we feel stuck, because our challenge is so big and our skills are down here. And he says that's when you got to invest in your skills. He says otherwise we experience the opposite, where your skills are above your challenge. You get bored. You're kind of a bit complacent, get a bit lazy. That's when you need to up your challenge. How many of you right now need to work on improving your skills up to your challenge? Raise your hands. Great. Write that down when you walk out of here and figure out what skill you're missing. What skill do you not yet understand? And how many of you know that you need to up your challenge? You've been lazy, complacent, slowing it down for a little bit. Great. Write that down when you walk out of here. Figure out what that next challenge is. What's going to be that next peak where you're sitting at the base of the mountain and you're going, all right, I'm excited to get back up there again. I'm excited on what to do. Because by the way, watching the view from the top gets boring after a while, right? We have to go for that next challenge. I want to share one last thing with you before I go. And this comes down to probably the biggest challenge that I think comes to a creator's resilience. And it's this. Your views don't define your self-worth. Your views and followers don't define your self-worth. Say it with me. My views don't define my self-worth. I want you to say that to yourself every day. Actually, I want you to say that to yourself every day. That's all I have to say, right? Because here's the thing. My private life is better than my public life. My public life looks great, but I promise you my private life's better. And that is a creator's greatness. A real creator who's going to outlast and be timeless forever is going to be someone who has a better private life than has a public life. If your public life is better than your private life, I promise you, you may have followers, you may have success, you may have money, but you will be sad. Because then life becomes a performance and life doesn't become being who you are. Life becomes living in the outer world and not in the inner world. And actually, it keeps you going when you have a better private life, because now you put that all into your public life, and now your public life is alive. I want you to make a promise to me that you're going to make sure that your private life is better than your public life. I promise you that will make you so resilient, because you know you'll have something, whether you have the thing or you don't have the thing, or whatever the ups and downs, whatever you're going through, your private life is your life that you're always going to have, right? That you're always, always, always going to have. When the security started approaching, I thought, oh God, I've said something controversial. I was like, I said something controversial now. But no, guys, just get followers. You'll be happy, right? Followers. Got it. All right, awesome. We're on the same page. Thank you, guys. You're the best. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Love you. Thanks, guys.
Wow. What an amazing day. First day in all of these crazy sessions. You guys, this brings us to an end of an incredible day here at Etihad Airways Hall. The day might be wrapping up here, but there is still so much more to explore today and tomorrow.
So don't miss out on amazing sessions awaiting you guys, big names.
And even bigger prizes.
We hope you're leaving with fresh ideas, new connections, and inshallah some photos with Jay over here. And don't miss out on the content networking session at 7 p.m. in Al Mandaloun DIFC and the tech networking session at LDC Kitchen.
Exactly. Check the agenda. There's still more happening this evening. You guys do not want to miss out. Big thank you to all our speakers today. It's truly been a pleasure having you all here. And see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Best morgen.
مع السلامة.
Really?